Can you tell me what you're doing? I'm walking, a silky masculine voice remarked, his tone tinged with irritation. Where are you going? There was a pause in the conversation. To Konoha, he muttered, rolling his eyes upwards in an attempt to view the huge orange frog perched on top of his head. Why are you returning to Konoha? I thought you. The man interjected. Why do you always popping up? Gamakichi, I haven't summoned you, he said as he felt the frog's front flippers on his forehead as he shifted, inverting the frog's orange face in his field of vision. Gamakichi stated plainly, I like the company. The man let out a snort. He wouldn't call himself pleasant company. He was well aware that the frog appeared at random because he needed the company. Gamakichi was still looking at him, so the man gently pushed him back onto his head with his forefinger, a tacit invitation to stay. For the majority of the day, neither the frog nor the man said anything, owing to the fact that the man had begun to sprint, leaping from tree to tree, and the frog had to concentrate his energies in order to keep his head. The man's hair was entirely covered by a ninja forehead protector that had been transformed into a bandana, making it difficult to hold on. As he came to a halt, the sun was setting beyond the horizon. If Gamakichi had been a normal frog, he would have flown from his head. He could see the gates of Konoha from his perch in a tree on the forest's border, tall and proud and closed. He leapt from the tree with a sigh. Bright blue eyes searched the sky for the frog atop his head. The orange amphibian had picked up on the hint. The frog added, "Call me if you need me, youngster," and then vanished in a swirl of smoke. He sneered at the word youngster, believing the frog should have stopped using it 5 years ago, when he turned 20, and then walked towards the gate with a shake of his head. As the stranger approached, the 2 guards stationed at the gate straightened. They had never seen him before, and while he appeared to be normal, they needed to be cautious in times like these, when missing nin is becoming more widespread. He lacked any identifying characteristics. He had a shuriken holster on his right leg and deep navy blue jeans. His short-sleeved shirt was the same color as his jeans and revealed lightly muscled shoulders. His arms were draped from his biceps to his finger knuckles. His hair was completely covered by a his hit, which, they discovered with surprise, carried the symbol of the leaf. The bottom of his face was covered with a dark mask, much like a jounin they knew. But unlike him, this man's hair was completely covered by a his hit, which carried the symbol of the leaf. "Can we assist you?" said one of the guards, a chunin. The man said, a strong voice emerging from beneath his mask, "I need to see the Hawkage." Both guards were mesmerized by his eyes, which were a hue of blue they had never seen before. He cocked his head in response to their stare. The chunin who had spoken first drew his focus away from his gaze with a cough. He said, "Is she expecting you?" He said, "I doubt it. I apologize, but it's critical." The chunin paused. The man's voice had an intensity about it that made him believe him. "Anbu will accompany you," the chunin finally stated, nodding towards his companion, who vanished in a puff of smoke. "These days, we can't afford to take any chances." The stranger smiled and nodded. "I see what you're saying." He looked up as a chunin approached him after appearing in a puff of smoke, which the lower ninja couldn't see because he was wearing his mask. The chunin bowed and said, "Sir, a stranger has arrived at the Hawkage's gate and wishes to talk with him." The chunin began to fidget as the Anbu captain did not react directly, and he wondered if he had even heard him. Finally, he said something. Did he explain himself? "No, sir, but he claims it's vital, so we decided an Anbu should accompany him around the village." There was another delay before the captain spoke again, his voice tinged with displeasure. "We can't let every guy into the tower who claims he needs to talk with the Hawkage. If it were urgent, she would have expected him, and she hasn't said anything about it. Return to your post and tell him no." It was the chunin's turn to pause this time. Before vanishing, he finally responded, "Yes, sir." Before completing his rounds, Sasuke reflected on how the chunin of today weren't the brightest ever to grace Konoha. The sun had set and the first stars of the night had begun to shine when the chunin returned. "I'm sorry, but the Anbu captain won't let you see the Hawkage," says the captain. A big sigh was sent forth by the stranger. He grumbled, "This is what I get for trying to do it the proper way instead of just sneaking in." Both chunin tightened as he spoke. "All right," said the stranger. "Thank you for your assistance." As the stranger stooped low and leaped high above them before going over the fence, The Chunin's eyes opened. Uchiha-sen. Sasuke rolled his eyes as he turned to see the Chunin from earlier approaching him. He relished the freedom that his Anbu mask provided. Uchiha-sen, the gatekeeper has entered the village. What? Sasuke inquired, his tone hushed. We told him he couldn't come in, and he jumped over the gate. Sasuke didn't wait for more explanation. He dashed through the tower, summoning his Anbu and putting the building on high alert. After dispatching 2 Anbu to protect the Hokage, he made his way to the roof, where he kept an eye on his Anbu while they searched the city for the intruder. He didn't notice anything unusual. He said, Sharingan, with a rapid seal accompanying the word. His typically deep gray eyes had turned blood red, with 3 black spots around his pupils. If he hadn't been wearing his mask, Sasuke thought to himself as he watched a navy blue blur rush across the rooftops, heading for the tower. He was quick, and Sasuke knew his Anbu wouldn't be able to catch up to him without the Sharingan's help. He started rushing towards the blur, leaping from roof to roof in an attempt to catch up with him. Sasuke stepped into the man's path, thereby stopping him from going any farther. The man came to a halt, his momentum carrying him along the cement roof in a squat until he grabbed traction and came to a halt. The guy took a step forward, his arms folded across his chest. The Anbu in front of him had a black robe over his entire body. As the wind picked up, he raised his hood and the robe billowed about him. He was almost amused by Anbu's mask, which was shaped like a fox and had small wooden ears poking out. Didn't anyone ever teach you that standing in front of someone who is running is impolite? The man inquired. The invader couldn't see Sasuke frowning. His voice had a tone to it. He seemed almost delighted. Didn't anyone ever teach you that entering a place where you haven't been invited is impolite? Although Sasuke couldn't see the intruder's mouth, the way his eyes crinkled suggested he was grinning. When he saw his own eyes, he took a deep breath. A dazzling azure blue blinked at him, a color he hadn't seen in a long time. Sasuke had developed a dislike for this man all of a sudden. Only one person was allowed to have such color eyes, and he planned to kill this man in order to avoid having to stare at them. As much as I'd like to play, the man expressed his desire to participate. I'm not sure what's wrong with me. As the stranger approached, Sasuke tensed and took a combat position. He wasn't expecting him to leap over him to the next roof and keep going. Son of a... Sasuke snarled as he twisted around and chased him down. Before Sasuke caught up with him, the man had made it into the tower. How did he manage to be that quick? Sasuke dove and caught the man around the waist. The man was able to twist free from him and roll to his feet as they tumbled forward. Sasuke twisted in midair to ensure a steady landing. You're fast, the invader remarked, amazed. However, I don't have time for this, he said, taking a fighting stance. Let's get this over with as soon as possible. Sasuke was filled with hatred he hadn't felt since Itachi was alive because those blue eyes were teasing him. With his fist poised in a blow, Sasuke flew towards him. The man swerved and aimed a high kick at Sasuke's chest, which he blocked. Fists and legs clashed, yet the 2 men were about equal in strength. What he lacked in Sharingan he made up for in speed, and Sasuke discovered he couldn't hit him any more than the other could. They jumped apart, gasping for air. What do you want with the Hokage? Sasuke inquired, his gaze fixed on him. Information. She wouldn't say anything to you. The blue eyes rolled back in their sockets. It's not information from her, it's information for her. Behind his mask, Sasuke scowled and lowered his guard slightly. Is it for her? Yes, team. You should ask before you try to beat the crap out of me next time. At that point, all logic had deserted him. He hissed in a dangerously low voice, no one can call me that. The Anbu's blue eyes widened as he suddenly began focusing his chakra on his left hand, to the point where it began to light blue and chirped as if birds had entered the corridor. As the chakra-laden fist blasted him through the wall, his last coherent thought was Sasuke. When a body broke through the wall of her office, the Hokage and the 2 Anbu guarding her glanced up in shock. He glided across the floor, stopping in front of her desk and disappearing from view. Tsunade peered through the enormous hole in her wall to see her Anbu captain stride through, his fist still covered in chakra. Everyone in the workplace was relieved he was wearing his mask, because the wrath emanating from him made none of them want to see the sight on his face. Tsunade swallowed her saliva and cleared her throat. She couldn't think of anything else to say, so she inquired, "Is this the intruder?" The Anbu captain nodded, but he became uncomfortable as the body in front of her desk began to stir. despite the fact that it should have been unconscious for a few weeks, if not dead. The four persons in the room were stunned as they observed the navy blue-clad man stand shakily. Do you think calling you a bastard is overkill, Chidori? Sasuke was grateful for his mask, which concealed the fact that he was gaping open-mouthed at the man who appeared to be unblemished. He was so perplexed at the fact that the man knew his jutsu name went completely unreported. He regained consciousness. Do you want me to try it again? Sasuke muttered, chakra gathering once more. The man shifted his gaze away from him. He whispered, Tsunade Baba, to the staring woman behind her desk. I need to speak with you, says the narrator. She tensed at the name and then leapt to her feet. Enough, exclaims Uchiha. The chakra vanished almost instantly. Hokage-sama, Sasuke inquired, perplexed. Leave me, the two of you, she said to the other Anbu. Fine, Jiraiya, Sasuke. The three Anbu were clearly perplexed, but they did what they were commanded. When the Anbu had left, she exclaimed, What are you doing back? Brat. Her voice was gruff, but it was masking emotions that the man couldn't understand. He went along with the game. He crossed his arms and muttered, Don't growl at me like it's my fault. I had no intention of returning. What's up, Tsunade? A harsh voice said. Naruto moved his gaze to the hole in the wall, where a large, stout guy with long white hair stood. He had scarlet lines down his cheekbones that resembled red tear streaks. With a wave, the man said, Hey, Orochimaru. Jiraiya came to a halt in the middle of his walk and peered around, perplexed between the masked man and Tsunade. Her contorted expression was enough to convince him that her nickname was not a coincidence. What are you doing here? He asked quietly, fighting the temptation to approach the man and hug him. Tsunade seems to be doing the same. What a welcome, grumbled the blue-eyed man. Sasuke entered from behind Jiraiya, stepping over to the office's corner and standing quietly there. Naruto couldn't see his face, but he could tell he was brooding by the other man's posture. Under his mask, he smiled a little. There have been certain developments that I thought you should be aware of. We're aware of the sudden influx of missing nins from all of the secret villages, Tsunade explained, which is why you had such difficulty finding me. Does the fact that I was able to reach you say anything about your security? Naruto joked. Tsunade held up a hand as Sasuke straightened and was about to rush at him. Naruto's story continued. Anyway, if you weren't aware of the issue, I'd be very concerned. The point is, do you know where the missing nins are? No one said anything. Akatsuki, after the death of Itachi and the capture of 5 S-class ninjas, Akatsuki was disbanded, Sasuke explained. He had seen the downfall of Akatsuki as a significant participant in the entire incident. Naruto drew something from one of his waist pouches and stated, I know, it was a forehead guard. Tsunade grabbed it up and examined it after he tossed it on her desk. I was attacked by a shinobi wearing this the other day, and he's one of Konoha's recently lost nins. With a stern grimace on her face, Tsunade handed Jiraiya the hit I ate. Through the leaf symbol, Sasuke could see the long horizontal scrape. Jiraiya inquired, why did he attack you? There were approximately 4 of them, and they approached me first. They're recruiting, which is why there are so many missing nins. And when I refused, they attacked. Tsunade appeared to fumble over her words as she said, You didn't want to. Of course not, he exclaimed emphatically. Just because the fox is bad doesn't mean I am. Tsunade Baba, it hasn't taken me over. Sasuke remained motionless. He yanked off his Anbu mask and pushed the other man against the wall by his neck in a flash. He reached up and removed the other man's mask. His blue eyes widened, but he didn't struggle, despite the fact that he couldn't breathe. When Sasuke saw the whisker scars he hadn't seen in 10 years, he exhaled deeply. You, he screamed, his palm clenching as his red eyes pierced the blue, are meant to be dead. He was so near to Naruto that he could feel his breath on his face, reminding him of his own lack of oxygen. If you don't let him breathe, Sasuke, he will be, Jiraiya stated. Sasuke swiftly released him after seeing how tight his grasp had become. Naruto coughed and rubbed his neck while gazing at him. After Naruto regained his breath, Jiraiya remarked, So, did Akatsuki track you down again? They did it before, and there's no reason to believe they won't do it again. Tsunade inquired, How did they know you're alive? Well, because only you and Orochimaru knew. And I doubt you would have told anyone. My only conclusion is that the man everyone thinks killed me isn't quite as dead as we believed, and is clearing up some rumors. Tsunade and Jiraiya said, Orochimaru, the missing ninja are on the move. They've been gradually marching across the Fire Country, and if Orochimaru is guiding them, I have no doubt they'll make it here. He looked at Sasuke, who was clenching his fists and staring at the floor. All right, Tsunade said after a while. None of this should happen again. We don't need a panic on our hands. I'll warn the Jounin. Sasuke, keep your Anbu on high alert. Naruto drew his face mask up and got ready to leave. Tsunade inquired, where are you going? Naruto asked, wherever the wind may take me. Tsunade warned him, you can't leave Konoha. Naruto screamed fiercely, what? I returned here to warn you not to be kidnapped. We're not holding you as a prisoner. Naruto, but if Orochimaru attacks, we could need your assistance. Also, you must understand that if you leave and the Akatsuki get their hands on you. Naruto cut in, his voice chilly. Right, he said. I'd forgotten how potent a weapon I am. Despite his rage, Sasuke noted that the look in his eyes was hurt. Will I be sleeping in a box on the street? Tsunade took a breather. That was something she hadn't given any attention to. You can stay with me, Sasuke said, drawing everyone's attention to him. They all knew Sasuke wasn't the most outgoing person. All right, Tsunade responded, putting an end to the situation. Naruto gazed around the room, a flutter of worry starting to rise in his chest. He didn't want to be here, and he didn't want to be here for long. He was well aware that they would not let him go without a fight. Sasuke and two Sannin were powerful opponents, and while he could possibly outrun them, he wouldn't be allowed to stay with Sasuke if they caught him. He'd be imprisoned for who knows how long. He nodded with a resigned groan. He might be able to get away once he's at Sasuke's. They hadn't said anything the whole way to Sasuke's. It was late at night, and they had encountered no one, which both men appreciated. They were unlikely to be disturbed because Sasuke had managed to remain as unapproachable as ever, particularly after becoming an Anbu. Only a few people tried to contact him, namely Sakura, a few other genin with whom they had been genin, and, of course, Kakashi. When they entered the gates of what he could only believe was once a bustling Uchiha settlement, Naruto took a look around. It was quiet and desolate, and he felt sad for the people who had formerly lived here, as well as for the man strolling beside him, who had remained alone in this deserted little part of Konoha. Naruto followed Sasuke into his house, passing through the living room and into the adjacent kitchen. The house had a cold, clinical vibe to it. Naruto sighed and drew his mask down as he sat at the kitchen table. Sasuke had put on his Anbu mask before leaving the tower, and his fox face was now facing Naruto. If you're going to gaze at me, at least do it without the mask, Naruto remarked, not looking at the Anbu standing across the room. After a brief interval, Sasuke removed the wooden mask from his face and placed it on the counter against which he was leaning. Naruto rested his elbows on the table and massaged the back of his neck with his head hung. Sasuke remained silent. Naruto finally broke the stillness by asking, how long have you been an Anbu? It's been 5 years. Congratulations. Where have you been? Sasuke asked angrily, catching him off guard. Blue eyes squinted in thinking as they gazed up. Sasuke crossed his arms, indicating his displeasure, but remained silent. I've spent a lot of time in the fire country. Sasuke locked his gaze on him. How come you didn't come back? You pretended to be dead. With a wary expression on his face, Naruto didn't respond immediately away. He stated, it was better that way. What could possibly be important enough to make us believe you were dead? Do you have any clue what people went through? Iruka, Sakura, Kakashi. He paused abruptly, but Naruto knew exactly what he was going to say next. Me, Sasuke, it's a long story. Sasuke's black eyes blazed with rage, and he dashed across the room, slamming his palms into the table in front of Naruto, who recoiled in astonishment. He growled, that's not a good enough answer, dope. As Sasuke's tone and insult elicited the expected response from Naruto, his eyes expanded then narrowed viciously. He yelled out, don't act like I owe you explanations, team. Don't attempt to pretend we're buddies today because you never thought twice about me back then. Naruto thought Sasuke seemed upset when he straightened, but his usual face of indifference returned so swiftly that Naruto had to think he'd imagined it. So, what really happened? Sasuke inquired, his tone returning to calm. It's clear that Orochimaru didn't kill you, Naruto whispered softly, staring at his hands. Sasuke, he mumbled, I can't talk about this. I don't want to think, I don't want to recall. I did what I had to do. Please just put it down. Sasuke didn't bother trying to hide his surprise. Naruto wasn't looking at him in the first place. As much as Naruto's remarks piqued Sasuke's interest, his tone and broken voice put a stop to any queries he had. Naruto's personality appeared to be depleted. He was silent and thoughtful now. He wasn't the loudmouth dope he'd known as an adolescent. What had caused him to change? He didn't press any further, instead turning to get some items from his rarely used cupboards. Naruto didn't raise his eyes until he was served a warm bowl of ramen. He looked up at Sasuke, puzzled. The other man sat across from him, engrossed in his own bowl of ramen and not looking at Naruto. Naruto smiled as he took up his chopsticks. What about Neji? Anu-sa. Sasuke sighed irritably. Naruto began to inquire about his old pals as they ate, and Sasuke had spent the previous hour informing him on the lives of Iruka, Kakashi, Sakura, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shikamaru, Hinata, and Lee. Sasuke groaned internally as he considered all the other questions Naruto could ask. Dope, aren't you weary or something? He inquired, delighted inside that he was behaving more like the Naruto he remembered. No, Naruto answered sarcastically. I normally only get 3 or 4 hours of sleep around dawn. Sasuke drew his brows together. Naruto clarified after noticing his perplexity. If you get up early in the morning, you're less likely to be attacked. Are you frequently attacked? Sasuke inquired. On occasion, he said. They've been coming around once a week or so since Akatsuki's resurrection. I'm waiting for them to send someone tougher. You'd think they'd get that I'm not coming without being pushed. Sasuke grimaced but remained silent. Don't let me keep you awake if you're tired. Sasuke, I'll go train or something. It was said in a very casual manner. Sasuke gave him a cursory glance. Naruto was perplexed. Are you going to try to get away? The pupils of the blue eyes dilated. I can't let you go, Naruto. Tsunade ordered it. What does that old hag know? Naruto enragedly demanded as he rose from his seat. She doesn't want you captured by Akatsuki, Sasuke explained, his face red with rage. You ungrateful moron. She wants to protect you. Naruto snarled. She wants to defend the village. She worries for the fox, not Naruto. And she understands that it's better if I leave. Konoha is safer. What? Sasuke inquired, perplexed by the other man's meaning. Naruto turned around and muttered, Nothing. I'm leaving. I didn't want to come back here, and I certainly don't intend to remain, he said as he marched from the kitchen to the door. When Sasuke appeared in front of him, obstructing his exit, he came to a halt. Naruto hissed, Get out of my path. Sasuke, I've already told you, dope, that I'm not letting you go. I'm not going to bother you again. Sasuke remained motionless, his arms crossed. Naruto turned and rushed towards the open window in his living room, leaping through, utterly surprising him. Dope, he exclaimed as he followed. Sasuke was aware that Naruto was quick, but he was far from slow. His eyes were red from a rapid seal, and he could see Naruto approaching the trees that encircled the training grounds. He was on the rooftops in a flash, trailing the navy blue blur in front of him. They made it to the trees from the rooftops, and Sasuke caught up to the other man with a burst of speed, seizing the back of his shirt and dragging him back onto the tree limb before he could continue. Naruto landed next to Sasuke with a surprised oof. They exchanged stares until Sasuke finally said up. You've improved your speed. Sasuke, cut the bullshit, Naruto said. I'm trying to get out of here before the sun rises. I suppose we'd best get started then, Sasuke replied as he assumed his battle posture. Naruto stated, I don't want to fight you. Sasuke smirked and asked, Afraid? Not of you, but for you, says the narrator. Are we confident? Sasuke inquired. Some things never change, Naruto remarked, his blue eyes flashing briefly, the only part of Naruto's face visible since the man had put his mask back up. He shifted into his own position. All right, Captain Anbu, let's go. They got right into it, flying at each other. Both were lightning fast. Naruto dived as Sasuke launched a punch at his jaw, utilizing his momentum to swing around and kick the Anbu's knees out from under him. Sasuke's sharingen allowed him to avoid being hit, and he leapt to another tree branch in surprise as Naruto pulled out several shuriken and hurled them at the location where he had been standing. Fighting at close range would achieve nothing, Sasuke understood. They'd keep blocking and evading each other. That had been proven earlier in the night during their argument. In that scenario, whispered Sasuke, his fingertips brushed up against familiar seals. Daokakyu no Jutsu, exclaims the ninja. He blasted a ball of flame at the other man with a deep intake and watched with startled eyes as Naruto didn't dodge. The fireball smacked him in the face, and Sasuke waited for the haze to disperse. Fearful that he had injured Naruto, he didn't want to kill him, he just wanted to stop him. Naruto was the last person he expected to avoid. Naruto's form became evident as the smoke cleared. Still crouched, head down, and not looking at him, he took a step forward, his arms folded across his chest. Sasuke almost gasped when Naruto met his gaze. The Kyuubi's red eyes were fixed on him, but as he looked, they gradually faded to the beautiful blue that Sasuke was familiar with. Naruto chuckled. "Are you sure that's all you've got, Sasuke?" "Your eyes," said Sasuke. "Are we done yet?" "I'd like to get moving," Naruto said with a wink. "You're not leaving," shouted Sasuke. The normally stoic boy's outburst caught Naruto off guard, and his eyes widened in surprise. "You can't do this. You can't return after 10 years and leave." "Sasuke, I'm not going to let you leave again," Sasuke declared. "You came after me when I left. I almost killed you, but for some reason, even when I was hopeless, you believed in me. I've spent the past 10 years thinking that your death was my fault, that my decisions killed you. Now you're alive, and I refuse to let you go." Sasuke couldn't tell if he'd gotten through to Naruto because he was looking aside, when the blue eyes suddenly turned on him, gazing angrily. He nearly fell down. "How self-centered," he remarked. "Why don't you understand? I can't stay here. It's too dangerous. Besides, no one wants me here. I witnessed my funeral. I saw who went, and more importantly, who didn't. 3/4 of the village, Sasuke, 3/4 of the community celebrated my death. I'm Kyuubi in Konoha. I'm a monster, a weapon to be utilized until I'm deemed too dangerous and sent on my way," he explained. "I despise this village and its inhabitants, including you." Sasuke eventually spoke after a long period of silence. "So why did you return to warn us? If you detest us so much, why didn't you just leave us to our fate?" For a brief while, Naruto appeared indecisive before settling on anger. They began their blocking and evading dance after he lunged at Sasuke. As they struggled, Sasuke growled, "I don't know what you are to the village, but you're Naruto to me, my boisterous blonde dope." If Naruto was aware of his presence, he did not answer, instead continuing his assault. Sasuke only realized Naruto had heard his comments when he noticed tears in his blue eyes. Naruto finally managed to strike a tremendous punch, sending the Anbu flying off the tree branch and smacking his head into the trunk of the tree behind him, before collapsing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Naruto surprised himself by standing on the limb. He wiped his tears before leaping down the tree and crouching next to Sasuke. His dark hair, which contrasted with his pale skin, was scattered across the grass. His breathing was labored, and he sounded as if he'd cracked a rib. Naruto took a step forward, turning away from Sasuke and preparing to leap into the trees. Sasuke would have put enough distance between himself and Konoha by the time he awoke that he wouldn't be found. With a moan, Sasuke awoke. The minute he opened his eyes, sunlight slashed into them like a dagger, and the headache he'd experienced since waking worsened. His entire body hurt, especially his head and chest. He looked around his room, perplexed, wondering how he got into his bed. He jumped to his feet and sat down, recalling the fight. Naruto had clearly triumphed. Naruto. He needed to catch up with him and try to reclaim him. Ignoring his discomfort, he jumped out of bed, tossing the covers aside. He hurriedly put his pants on and grabbed his shirt before sprinting down the corridor. He didn't even see the person in front of him until he collided with him, putting them both sprawled on the ground. Sasuke took a minute to react since the agony in his ribs had become unbearable as a result of the impact. He gradually pulled his head from the other man's chest after taking several deep breaths. As he stared into blue eyes and a whiskered face, his black eyes expanded. Sasuke's blonde locks were still hidden beneath his Hidaite. "Naruto, with those extraordinary eyes of yours, you'd think you'd be able to watch where you're going in your own house," Naruto remarked, his brows raised in amusement. "I was under the impression you were." "I was," Naruto said as he turned to the side, his attention drawn to the bottom of the wall. "But I couldn't just leave you unconscious in the forest," he said timidly as he returned his gaze to Sasuke. whose face remained hovering over him. They locked gazes, Sasuke's upper body rising and falling in time with Naruto's breathing. When Sasuke realized they were that near, he flushed and hastily got out of the way. He snarled as soon as he sat up, his ribs rejecting the movement in a painful way. "You shouldn't enjoy yourself like that," Naruto reprimanded as he sat up. He took a step forward before leaning in and assisting Sasuke to his feet. When the dark-haired man draped an arm across his abdomen, he became aware of the bandages wrapped around his body. As he walked Sasuke back to his room, he stared at Naruto, who didn't return his gaze. Naruto eventually spoke as Sasuke was perched on the edge of his bed. "Pay attention, I'm Sasuke-kun," yelled a voice. When Sasuke turned around, he noticed his former sensei crouched on his windowsill. His silver hair was strewn about as recklessly as it always was, and his one visible sleepy eye was on him. When he returned his attention to Naruto, he noted that the other man had managed to pull up his mask, effectively concealing most of his face and the whiskers that would have identified him. Sasuke sighed, indicating that the conversation they were supposed to have was over. He asked impatiently, "What, Kakashi?" Kakashi appeared amused, although it's hard to tell when the only part of the Jounin's face visible is his right eye. With a shake of his head, he added, "Such contempt for your elders. Tsunade-sama requested that I come collect you because she has scheduled an emergency meeting to discuss fresh information she has received." Naruto, who was leaning casually against the wall with his arms crossed, caught his attention. He inquired, "Who is your house guest?" Sasuke understood from Naruto's short gaze that he didn't want his presence in Konoha to be known. "He's a temporary visitor, and the Hokage has instructed me to accommodate him while he's in Konoha." That response didn't completely satisfy Kakashi. He noticed the Anbu's bandages, and his keen eye hadn't missed the enigmatic man's stare at Sasuke. Also, why would someone wearing the Konoha Hitai-8 be a visitor? He chose to ignore it for the time being, instead saying, "Welcome to Konoha. I like your mask." "Arigato," the other said, bowing slightly. "Yours is also extremely lovely." Sasuke sighed and rolled his eyes. Kakashi's gaze returned to Sasuke, who was standing jerkily. He was clearly in discomfort. "I'll be there in a minute," he said as he tugged on his shirt. He spoke with a dismissive tone in his voice. Kakashi hesitated before nodding. He wanted to learn more about this house guest and Sasuke's injury, but he had to concede that Sasuke was superior to him. Kakashi could often get away with interrogating the younger man since he was his former sensei, but there were days when his patience was not to be trifled with, and Kakashi sensed today was one of them. He told Sasuke, "I'll alert the Hokage," before vanishing from the windowsill with one last glimpse at the masked man. Naruto spoke after he departed, but Sasuke remarked that he left his mask on. He was certainly submissive, wasn't he? "I outrank him," Sasuke stated as he put his Anbu uniform on cautiously. While Sasuke finished dressing, Naruto remained silent. The dark-haired man abruptly turned to him, putting on his black robes. "Are you going to try to go again?" he inquired, his gaze fixed on him. For a brief while, Naruto appeared thoughtful. He finally murmured, his eyes crinkling in an unmistakable grin, "I suppose I should at least wait until you heal so you don't kill yourself going after me in a wounded state." Sasuke was taken aback and gave him a surprised expression. He hadn't expected Naruto to give in so fast, nor had he anticipated the other man to comprehend that if he tried to flee again, Sasuke would pursue him. "Are you going to stay?" he finally asked. "For the time being, yes, but only on the condition that you pledge not to tell anyone else I'm here." Sasuke agreed with a grunt so typical of him that Naruto almost chuckled. "I don't want to return back to an empty house," he promised. "I'm not going anywhere. Sasuke, I don't take back my words. That's how I do things as a ninja." "What's going on in Sasuke's house?" Tsunade sighed, looking up at the Jounin who'd just walked into her office. She hadn't decided how to handle Naruto's return yet, but she and Jiraiya agreed that the fewer people who knew the better. They knew Naruto would want to leave as soon as possible once this was over, and if everyone knew he was alive, it would be difficult for him. Tsunade wondered if he'd let Naruto go lightly now that he knew he was alive after the news of his death had hit him hard, and they all knew he blamed himself. Who was it that Sasuke claimed was in his house? She inquired cautiously, not intending to inform Kakashi if he didn't already know. "And seldom visitor. That's who he is. is, Tsunade replied as she returned to her paperwork. What's his name? By the way, he's got a Konoha hit I-8, which means he's got a Konoha hit I-8. Should we be familiar with him? Kakashi, he's just a passing visitor. That's all there is to it. Vijounen grimaced, clearly dissatisfied with his situation. There was a poof, and Sasuke appeared, his fox Anbu mask the only thing distinguishing him. Sasuke, Tsunade acknowledged with a nod and a glance around. What happened to? Is he supposed to show up? Sasuke inquired. Why did you leave him alone? He'll run, Tsunade remarked as he swiftly stood up. He's not leaving, Sasuke stated emphatically. How did you figure that out? He swore to me, Sasuke remarked. Tsunade came to a halt. A man should never take back his comments. I won't take back my remarks. It's my ninja way. Fine, she responded as she sat down. Even though he stayed mute, Kakashi was fascinated by the conversation. Jiraiya strode into the office, ignoring the door and instead to enter via the hole that Sasuke had dug the night before. Everyone has assembled for the conference, Tsunade. Kakashi hadn't noticed the enormous gaping hole until then, having just arrived at her workplace. What went wrong with your wall? Tsunade stood up and walked over to Jiraiya, saying, your former student and your crazy jutsu. Sasuke had used Chidori last night. What was going on? Kakashi looked immediately at Sasuke, who stood with his arms crossed and his Anbu mask making him look everything from regretful. Come on, Jiraiya urged as he took a step back through the gap. As his ribs ached, Sasuke moved to follow, saying nothing and grimacing beneath his mask. Sasuke, come here, Tsunade ordered, lifting his hand. The Anbu approached her carefully, and when he came to a halt in front of her, she frowned. Please remove your robes. Sasuke removed his robes, showing the customary Anbu uniform of a silver-colored sleeveless shirt over a high-necked black shirt and black slacks, with black arm protectors pushed up to his biceps, leaving just enough of his arm exposed to show the Anbu tattoo. Sasuke left his mask on. Tsunade gazed at the bandages while lifting his shirts. What went wrong? She inquired, her palm lightly resting on his draped torso. We had a spar, he replied, his hesitancy obvious to everyone in the room. Tsunade remarked, rough spar. He cracked 2 of your ribs. So that man had hurt Sasuke. Getting hurt had been an uncommon event for Sasuke since the immersion of his Sharingan's third wheel. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked grim. Sasuke remained silent. Tsunade's hand began to shine, and Sasuke could feel the warmth of her chakra. When the glow faded, the pain vanished, and Sasuke bowed. Arigato, Tsunade-sama, he said. She nodded, and they walked out of the office, heading to the meeting, with Kakashi following closely after, more inquisitive than ever about Sasuke. Sasuke's house was sparsely furnished, there was no TV, and the house was immaculate almost to the point of feeling unlived in. So it wasn't like he could clean to pass the time. But Naruto had known Sasuke for 10 years, and it wasn't unreasonable to think that he spent all of his spare time practicing. Naruto reasoned that training was never a bad thing, and after making sure his hair and face were covered, he made his way across roofs to the training fields, the only evidence that he was moving being the faint wind noticed by the villagers as he passed. He landed quietly on the grass at the training grounds, surveying the scene, which was not dissimilar to previous years. His attention was drawn to the far end of the field by yelling, I'm not giving him to you, forehead girl. A blonde woman with her hair drawn back into a high ponytail shouted, and Ino, who was dressed in the same outfit she wore when she was younger but with a Chunin vest on, screamed back, keep your mouth shut, Ino pig, he'll never adore you. They were still fighting over Sasuke. Did they not understand his complete lack of interest in anyone? Then again, it had been 10 years. Maybe Sasuke was interested in one of them, or someone else. Naruto had no idea of the raven-haired man's life. Naruto was almost knocked out by the women's next words, Lee belongs to me. Ino pig. Sakura's pink hair had grown long again since Sasuke had left Konoha when they were 12, and it now cascaded down to the small of her back, just as it had when they were 16. Her attire was different. She still wore a sleeveless dress, but it was a deep navy blue that went well with the Chunin vest she wore over top of it. He smiled at the sight of the vest. He was glad for her. But were they squabbling over Lee? Sakura's words caused Ino to halt. What's up, Lee? I'm not interested in Lee, but Shikamaru will not be yours. To keep himself from giggling, Naruto had to bite his lower lip. Shikamaru, why would I want a slacker like that? Sakura, this doesn't work when we're not fighting over the same guy. Ino muttered, a strand of her hair from her long ponytail twisted around a finger. The strawberry-haired girl burst out laughing. You are correct. Let's simply spar for a while. Naruto stood there watching the women fight. They mostly used taijutsu, but they occasionally used basic techniques, replacements, or clones. Sakura's skills had improved since he'd last seen her. She was excellent at using clones and replacements to get close to Ino and attack. Ino, on the other hand, had excellent reaction time and slashed the pink-haired woman's arm with a kunai. Sakura leaped back and hurled several shuriken at Ino, who dodged but was caught off guard when Sakura followed the throwing stars with a kunai. Using her kunai to block, they continued to clash, struggling against one another until Ino ducked, kicking her foot out and swiping Sakura's legs from under her. Sakura landed with a loud smack on her back that was a pain. Ino pig, Sakura muttered from the ground, and Naruto saw her sit up and repair her slashed arm with a glowing hand, indicating that Tsunade had continued her training. You're the one who wanted to work on your inside guard, forehead girl. Ino shrugged. Sure, let's try again, Sakura murmured, rolling her eyes and averting her gaze. It was then that her gaze fell on Naruto, and she exclaimed, hello. Waving him over, she yelled out. Naruto considered fleeing, but he could see how suspicious a stranger fleeing would appear. So he walked over to the two women, shoving his hands into his pockets and nodding at them. Naruto arched an eyebrow as the blonde gave him a once-over as Ino moved over and stood next to Sakura. Do you require the practice grounds? Sakura inquired, peering into his dazzling blue eyes, which reminded her of. No, I explained. I was only going to work over there. With a thumb over his shoulder, he said. Ino grinned as he asked, so you were being a hentai and watching two sweaty women fight it out? Sakura exclaimed. Ino, while Naruto spluttered. She told him, ignore her. I don't believe I've ever seen you before. I'm simply passing by, Naruto explained. However, you do have a Konoha hit I ate, Ino said. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I'm a frequent traveler. Sakura and Ino exchanged a few glances but didn't say anything. Sakura inquired, so, do you want to spar with us? Oh, no, I'm sorry. What level are you? Ino inquired, noting that he lacked a vest to indicate his skill level. Naruto took a breather. What level was he? Exactly. Technically, I'm a Chunin, he explained, dimly wondering what had happened to his vest since he'd departed. Sakura said, perfect. We'll be matched evenly. I don't believe so. Ino inquired, what's the matter? Are you afraid of being thrashed by two girls? Naruto chuckled. Many things about him had changed in the last 10 years, but his competitive nature had never waned. All right, let's get started. Naruto found himself in the middle of the women's retreat. One could argue that 2-on-1 is unfair, but Naruto knew he was well above Chunin level at this point. All right, Sakura, let's go, Ino said as she raised her arms. For protection, one hand was fisted and drawn close to her. The other was open, palm towards him. Right, Sakura exclaimed as she assumed her fighting position. Naruto maintained his calm demeanor. He was positioned sideways to keep them both in his line of vision. You ladies done encouraging each other? He asked. They both hissed and dashed towards him, and their actions were strikingly similar. As Sakura aimed a blow for his face, Ino dropped herself to kick his legs out from under him, indicating that they could read each other's minds. He leaped above Ino's legs and blocked the strike with his left arm. He shifted his gaze away from the two women in front of him. They were both taken aback. They had hoped to connect on at least one hit. They attacked him again with an almost imperceptible wink to one another, choosing for a quick strike. He would not be able to block anything they hurled at him because they outnumbered him. They rushed him, hitting him with fast combos that he calmly blocked with one hand for each woman. His speed and reflexes were incredible, and Sakura had to duck and roll away from Ino's onslaught when he decided to attack her. Ino placed her right foot into the ground, spun, and aimed a powerful roundhouse kick to his midsection, taking advantage of Sakura's confusion when he turned and snatched her by the ankle, leveraging her momentum to spin and toss her away into Sakura. She and Sakura could only blink. They both crashed to the ground with a thud. Ino sat up, groaning, and Sakura shoved the blonde from her lap. He's too quick, Ino grumbled as she rubbed her ankle. He might even be faster than Sasuke-kun. They speculated as they turned to face the man who was waiting for them to rise. He's not even out of breath, exclaimed Ino. Sakura nodded, wiping sweat off her brow and leaving a trace of dirt on her cheek. We've got to find a means to slow him down, she explained. He yelled at them, give up, leave it to me, Ino murmured, climbing to her feet with a grin. However, we'll require a diversion. Sakura gave a kind smile. I'll see what I can come up with. Naruto kept a careful eye on them. They appeared to have stopped underestimating him and had began to devise a strategy. Sakura dashed at him, brandishing two kunai. Are we getting serious? He asked. She jumped into the air and tossed one of the kunai at him. As she swooped past his head, he leaped away, keeping his eyes on her, ready to throw more kunai. He turned away from Ino since he didn't notice her approaching. He was blind to the blonde on her knees, her fingers poised in a seal. Sakura cheered as Ino collapsed forward and the man remained motionless. She pocketed her kunai and pulled out some rope as she landed elegantly on the grass. Now it's time to bind him. Something didn't feel quite right. Thousands of images, probably from the man's recollections, flashed by too quickly for Ino to notice. The hues abruptly faded and she was left in the blackness. What exactly was going on? Why couldn't she take command of his body? She was becoming agitated. She couldn't see anything and couldn't return to her body without the help of the man's fingers. Suddenly, her ears were filled with the sound of low breathing. Her heartbeat quickened as she spun around. Who's there? Says the narrator. A clicking sound echoed the sound of a cat's claws on tile as it prowled a kitchen. Her breathing had become rapid. From the darkness, a deep voice questioned, "Are you afraid?" She was trembling. The voice appeared to come from all sides at the same time. She asked confidently, disregarding her trembling hands. "Who are you?" Ino whispered a soft voice. She spun around to see who she was battling. He was the only thing she could see. Everything else was black. She said, "What's going on?" He said, "You shouldn't be here." As she stood there watching, the blackness behind him began to light, and two massive fiery eyes appeared behind him, their searing gaze directed at her. She took a step back in terror, choking back a cry. The first voice said, "Foolish girl, it's impossible to possess the possessed." Her mind was jolted back to her own body, and she felt a dreadful jolt. Sakura was taken aback and glanced at her with amazement. She was just about to bind him. Ino hurried backwards, attempting to separate herself from the man, who appeared to be in a stupor. "What are you?" she asked quietly. Sakura stared at her, her rope dangling from her hands. Under the mask, the man's lovely blue eyes caught her startled gaze, his expression unclear. He finally said, "Thanks for the spar. I've got to start moving." Ino and Sakura stood there watching him go away before diving into the trees and disappearing. Sakura inquired, "What was that all about?" "Stupid, stupid, stupid," Naruto exclaimed as he returned to Sasuke's. How could I forget Ino's insane ability? He had no idea who was aware of Kyubai's existence. Maybe it became widespread knowledge after his death. If such was the case, it wouldn't take Ino long to figure out who he was, especially if Sakura's viewpoint was taken into account. He jumped down from Sasuke's roof and into an open living room window. Sasuke was pacing back and forth in the living room. His robes were draped over the couch, and his fox mask sat next to it in an armchair. Naruto inquired, "How was the meeting?" Sasuke turned to face him, a scowl on his face. Naruto took a step back towards the window, ready to flee if necessary. "What were you doing?" Naruto replied, "I went training. I had no idea I was confined to my home." Sasuke appeared to be calming down. He whispered, "Sorry, I told you. Sasuke, I'm not leaving yet." With a nod, Sasuke began walking towards the kitchen. "Sasuke," Naruto began, drawing the attention of the other guy back to him. He wasn't sure how to phrase the query. "Who from our generation understands that?" He finally said, "Kyuubi." Sasuke gave him a frown. "As far as I know, it's just Shikamaru and me." Shikamaru. Sasuke had seen it enough times to know what it meant. Shikamaru, on the other hand, has no way of knowing. He was your commanding officer enough that he needed to be aware of the information. Naruto gave a thoughtful nod. "So no one else, not even Sakura, knows." With a shake of his head, Sasuke expressed his dissatisfaction with the situation. "Even after your death, we were forbidden to talk about it." He looked at Naruto curiously, attempting to figure out what he was thinking. "There's no reason," Naruto exclaimed happily. He strolled past Sasuke and into the kitchen, asking, "Can we eat lunch?" Sasuke followed him after staring at him for a long time. When Sasuke arrived into the kitchen, Naruto was balancing on the rear two legs of his chair. "You appear to be better," Naruto observed as he watched him move with ease. As an explanation, Sasuke growled, Tsunade, Sasuke-kun, exclaimed a familiar female voice throughout the house. Naruto was horrified to hear her and exclaimed, "Shit." He lost his equilibrium and fell backwards, crashing to the floor with a clatter. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto before turning to see Sakura standing by the open window in the living room. Why did the ninjas turn their backs on the door? He needed to begin locking his doors and windows. When Sakura saw him, she said, "Sasuke-kun, there's a strange guy in the village," she said as she approached him. "He's suspicious, and Ino claims there's something in there." Sakura paused, her gaze falling to the floor, where Naruto was dragging himself into a sitting position. She let out a gasp. She exclaimed, Are you attempting to kill Sasuke? What are you doing here?" Naruto stood up and twisted his neck, which popped loudly. Sasuke and Sakura both flinched. He sat down, straightening the chair, and glanced up at them. Sasuke spoke out after noticing Naruto's face that he wasn't going to be much help in this argument. "He'll be staying with me for a while, Sakura." Sakura was taken aback and said, What? There was a pause in the conversation. "Can I speak with you for a moment, Sasuke-kun?" Under his disguise, Naruto appeared to be pretending innocence, and Sasuke gazed at him. He followed Sakura into the living room with a groan. Naruto could hear them conversing quietly. He heard the door open a few minutes later, and when Sasuke went to the kitchen, he was alone. "And that's why you wanted to know if anyone knew about Kyuubi," says the narrator. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Sasuke scolded him. "You apparently scared the heck out of Ino. Perhaps the next time she pokes around in people's thoughts, she'll think twice." "Naruto," Sasuke took a breather. "What happened last night when you didn't evade the Gaokakyu no Jutsu?" Naruto raised his head. "What does it look like?" he inquired, his voice full of curiosity. "Wait, what?" Sasuke inquired. "I've never seen myself when Kyuubi appears." "So it was Kyuubi. What drew him out?" says the narrator. "He's a fire fox," Naruto declared, stating the obvious. "Fire summons him. I'll never have to avoid it since fire is his and my element." "However," Sasuke countered, "wouldn't you want to avoid, to keep him in? If fire brings him out, he never comes out intending to fight. However, what if he tries?" "He has," Naruto answered, "but I won't let him. Besides, he knows that if he attempts to come out, I'll fight him, and if that happens during battle, I'll almost certainly die. He shares my death and is wise enough not to distract me during a battle." "Do you have command of him?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto snorted, his arms stretched over his cloth-covered head. "I would never claim to have control over Kyuubi, especially," he came to a halt and closed his eyes. "Especially what?" pressed Sasuke. Naruto remained silent and uncomfortable, refusing to respond. Sasuke wasn't sure he'd heard him at all. "Naruto, are you trying to prove a point?" Naruto grumbled, and Sasuke wondered if he was even speaking to him. Naruto abruptly rose from his seat, knocking the chair aside in the process. The other guy emitted a sudden flash of power, which Sasuke felt. Naruto's hands were clutching his skull, and he started grinding his teeth. Sasuke took a step forward, but was halted as red chakra blazed out, warning him to back off. Sasuke stood there wide-eyed as Naruto doubled over and opened his eyes, as if he'd been punched in the stomach. The normally sky-blue eyes had turned a furious purple, darting between their original color and a flaming red now and then. "Naruto," Sasuke remarked as he approached. "Stay back," shouted Naruto, "or possibly Kyuubi." Sasuke did exactly what he was taught. Naruto muttered through clenched teeth, "Bastard, fox, go back where you belong." The red chakra was immediately dragged into Naruto by a burst of air, propelling him forward into Sasuke. Sasuke could only catch the other man and use his body to cushion the impact of the fall they were about to undergo. As they tumbled across the kitchen floor, he landed with a crash on his back, arms around Naruto. They both lay motionless for a minute, Naruto sighing softly against Sasuke's chest. "What was that?" finally inquired Sasuke, who made no attempt to move. Naruto, still gasping for air, muttered, "That. It's the reason I've been feigning death for the past 10 years.
Tsunade ran her hand through the brilliant blonde locks of the 15-year-old boy lying still in his hospital bed 10 years ago. Another boy lay in the room next door, being watched over by a pink-haired girl with an expression similar to Tsunade's as she ran her fingers through her jet-black hair. The boys had finally met 2 days before after their only real fight 3 years before. Their first fight had ended in tragedy, with the blonde injured and unconscious and the dark-haired boy missing. They trained for 3 years, and no one knew the extent of their abilities except their sensei, two of the three legendary Sannin. Since Orochimaru's first attack on the village, Konoha had been on high alert for years. Naruto and Jiraiya had only been back in the village for a week when Orochimaru's giant snakes invaded and sound ninjas attacked. The first reports of the attack reached Tsunade while she was discussing Naruto's training with him. Genma teleported into her office, a toothpick dangling precariously from his mouth, explaining that two of their gates had been breached. She told him to tell the Chunin that their first priority was to get the villagers to safety and have the Jounin defend the gates. Genma had only just left when the Hokage tower began to shake. Naruto, Tsunade had called as the building shifted erratically. Her first thought was to shield the boy. In an instant, the 15-year-old leapt from his position in front of the desk, grabbing her and leaping out the window as the tower collapsed. They helped her to her feet as they watched the tower collapse, clouds of smoke rising as the rubble landed. Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya called out, dashed to their sides. They could hear the man laugh before they saw him. They'd recognized the Kukuku anywhere. A massive snake slithered into view, its tail wrapped around what used to be the base of the tower, the end carelessly flicking. Two ninjas were standing on its head. They could see them clearly after the smoke cleared. Although his face was still quite young, the taller of the two had white hair. The glare of the sun off his glasses obscured his eyes, but everyone recognized Kabuto. The shorter figure laughed once more. It's been quite some time, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Naruto. It was Sasuke's face and body, but the gravely voice coming from his lips was Orochimaru's. Naruto clenched his fists and hung his head. He had arrived too late. Tsunade-sama, exclaimed a voice. 5 Anbu appeared out of nowhere between her and Orochimaru. Go, she exclaimed. I don't need your protection. Please assist the villagers. The Anbu paused before quickly bowing and walking into various parts of the village. Let's call it a day, Orochimaru. Jiraiya phoned. Yes, Orochimaru confirmed. It's about time. Tsunade braced herself for battle. She'd been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Stay back, Naruto, she said, cracking her knuckles. Not a chance, Tsunade-baba, he grumbled. Naruto, you can't defeat him, she sobbed. Jiraiya's rough voice cut in. Tsunade, leave him to fight. He could be killed. Jiraiya, Tsunade, exclaimed the white-haired man angrily. He will not fight alone. She exhaled a sigh. Take care, Naruto. Don't be concerned, the blonde growled. Tsunade-sama, said a smooth voice. Kabuto stood about 20 feet in front of them. While I would prefer to fight Naruto-kun in order to repay him for our previous meeting, Orochimaru-sama has requested that I fight you. Tsunade looked at Naruto, expecting him to say something loud and brash to Kabuto, and was surprised to see him standing with his arms crossed, staring at him with a disinterested expression. His 3 years of training had undoubtedly calmed him down, she reasoned. Tsunade said to him, I still owe you for our last fight. Your cheap blood tricks aren't going to work this time. When she charged at him, their fight began. I guess it's our turn. Jiraiya, Orochimaru said through Sasuke's mouth. Jiraiya bit his thumb angrily, drawing blood. Naruto placed a hand on the older man's arm as he recognized the seals he was performing. Iro Sennin, summoning Gamabunta will destroy half the village before the fight is over. Kukuku, laughed someone above them. It appears that the brat has lost some of his brashness over the years. Naruto and Jiraiya both looked up at him. Orochimaru, Naruto sobbed. I swear I'll kill you before the end of the day. He laughed once more. However, he's not much smarter, is he? Naruto and Jiraiya leapt to a building and onto the snake's head, while Jiraiya ran up the snake's body, using chakra to stick to the snake's scaly skin. Orochimaru attacked with his tongue, which flew from Sasuke's mouth, almost making Naruto sick. Naruto ignored the sensation and flipped away from the tongue, which arced towards Jiraiya. The man with the long hair dodged. He turned his gaze to Sasuke's, no, Orochimaru's, bandaged arms. If he could only get close. The tongue was too long for close-range combat. Naruto, he exclaimed. After 3 years of training, the boy knew exactly what he wanted and acted quickly. Kage Bushin isn't right. 50 Narutos suddenly surrounded Orochimaru and rushed him with a loud battle cry. Orochimaru laughed as he used his tongue to fight them off. Still weak, he said as he watched them go up in smoke. His eyes widened in surprise as one Naruto managed to get in close with a kunai in his hand. What? He exclaimed, as the orange-clad boy transformed into Jiraiya with a puff of smoke. A henge? Inquired Orochimaru. Jiraiya lunged at Orochimaru, raising the kunai. Jiraiya made the fatal error of assuming his arms were still useless. As Sasuke's face twisted into a manic grin, he looked shocked. Orochimaru grabbed Jiraiya's wrist, bringing the kunai to a halt inches away from his face. You're still as dumb as ever, Jiraiya. Jiraiya tried to pull his arm away from him, but Orochimaru stopped him. Jiraiya watched with wide eyes as Orochimaru focused his chakra on his left hand. Naruto was well versed in that skill. Haku's face suddenly appeared in front of him. "Do you have a special someone in your life, Iro-senin?" he exclaimed, leaping into the air as Orochimaru's fist flew forward. It happened so quickly that no one could react for a long time. Sakura had been looking for a place where she could be of most assistance. Since Sasuke had fled and Naruto had been training, she no longer had her genin team. She had also been training for 3 years under Tsunade supervision. As she wanted to do what she could as a medical nin, despite the fact that her skills were not as advanced as Tsunade or Sama's Shizyun's. She jumped onto a roof to get a better view of the chaos and attempted to determine who was in the most immediate need of assistance. She was unprepared for what she saw in front of her. The silence that had descended on Jiraiya and Orochimaru was broken by a loud scream of Naruto. Sakura stood on the roof next to them, wide-eyed and horrified. Sasuke stood on the head of a massive snake, one hand immobilizing Jiraiya's wrist sands and the other thrusting through Naruto's right shoulder. Naruto coughed, splattering blood on Sasuke's white-wrapped arms. Sasuke appeared to recover from his surprise and began laughing. What was the matter with his voice? Jiraiya fixed his gaze on the hand in front of him. Naruto's hand had gone straight through his chest. The hand that was supposed to be his. Orochimaru's fingers bled, and blood ran down his orange jacket. Orochimaru let go of Jiraiya's hand and braced his free hand against the boy's chest, unceremoniously pulling his fist out of him. Jiraiya snatched Naruto up as he crumpled. "Naruto," Tsunade sobbed on the ground. She attempted to rush for him but was stopped by Kabuto. "You're not finished yet, Tsunade-sama. Get out of my way," she screamed, but had to dodge as he focused his chakra on his hands and lunged, attempting to cut her muscles. "Are you all right, Iro-senin?" In a soft voice, the boy in Jiraiya's arms inquired. He coughed up a little more blood. The older man couldn't understand how he could even talk. "Ibaka, Naruto, what made you do that?" Jiraiya inquired, her eyes wide with horror. "I don't want to see those I care about die in front of my eyes." Neither of them noticed Orochimaru's eyes light up at the words. He shook his head, as if to clear his thoughts. Orochimaru began to laugh as Naruto faded from consciousness. "It appears that all of your students die, Jiraiya." Jiraiya's hands began to shake in frustration. He jumped to the roof Sakura was standing on and gently laid Naruto down before turning and leaping back to the snake's head, ready to end this. "My host doesn't seem too pleased with me," Orochimaru joked. "There's a lot of commotion in the back corner of my mind where his consciousness resides. Does he still exist within you?" Jiraiya inquired, surprised. "Don't get too sentimental, Jiraiya. He'll be trapped there indefinitely." Jiraiya groaned. As a result, there was no way to save Sasuke. If there had been one, he would have died trying. Naruto would have wanted it. "Sharingan," said Orochimaru. Jiraiya clenched his teeth as red eyes pierced him. On the roof, tears streamed down Sakura's cheeks as she tried everything Tsunade had ever taught her to save Naruto. He wasn't yet dead, but the wound, the blood, was. As she worked, she could feel his heart rate slowing and her hands glowing with chakra. "Naruto, please be patient." There were loud crashes, and she looked up, wide-eyed, as Sasuke and Jiraiya threw jutsu after jutsu at each other. She had never witnessed a battle with such skill. Not even the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza. The slow heartbeat beneath her fingers came to a halt. "Naruto." She poured more chakra into him, desperate to restart his heart. "No," she sobbed, trying yet again. Standing up quickly, she saw that Sasuke had thrown Jiraiya-san with such force that he'd crashed into the building, shaking it before the older man fell motionless to the ground. Tsunade was still fighting Kabuto, albeit with a noticeable limp. Smoke rose from every direction in the village. Buildings collapsing were punctuated by screams, and bodies and blood littered the ground from where she stood on the roof. She looked down at the blood on her hands before shifting her gaze to Naruto, who lay motionless on the ground. She had fallen short. She clenched her fists and turned to face Sasuke, who had begun to laugh as he watched the destruction of Konoha. She stood back up after kneeling and kissing Naruto on the forehead, pulling a kunai from her thigh pouch. She knew she wasn't strong enough. Sasuke had beaten Jiraiya-san, but she had to act. She would not flee even if it meant her death. Two great red eyes peered out of the darkness deep within a dying boy. "Oh, no," the eye's owner said, almost amused. "This will not do. Kit, you're going to regret this one day." The boy's heart had slowed to the point of appearing to stop, but Kyuubi knew better. This kid survived solely on willpower, but it was sufficient. The hole in the blonde boy's shoulder began to heal, just as it had 3 years before, with red chakra swirling around his body. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura yelled. The raven-haired boy raised an eyebrow at her. You assassinated him. Naruto was murdered by you. Sasuke let out a terrifying laugh. And so he died. As Sakura stood there watching, his eyes widened and flashed, and his hands flew to his head as if in pain. He came to a halt and straightened up, a manic grin on his face. Oh my goodness, you're enraged. What did he mean to you? He said. Sakura was perplexed. Sasuke didn't appear to be speaking to her. You're a traitor, Sasuke. You will never be forgiven. She sobbed and raised her kunai. Tsunade finally managed to land a chakra-infused punch to Kabuto's chest. She was able to knock him out by sending her chakra to specific points on his body. He wouldn't get out of bed for at least a week. She took a look around and noticed the critical situation. She almost gasped when she saw Sakura arm herself. Sakura, she exclaimed. No, that is not Sasuke. You will not be able to defeat him. The pink-haired girl either didn't hear her or ignored her before charging at Orochimaru. Don't kid yourself, girl, Orochimaru said, approaching her and backhanding her away. She flew off the snake's head due to the force of the hit. Sakura, Tsunade screamed as she saw her apprentice start to fall from 50 feet in the air. She couldn't get to her in time. She couldn't even walk. A flash of orange and red whizzed by, leaping into the air and catching the young woman mid-fall. Tsunade was taken aback as Naruto appeared in front of her, gently placing Sakura, who had passed out, on the ground. He dashed away, only to return a few moments later with the limp Jiraiya over his shoulder, placing him next to Sakura. Tsunade was unable to speak. Naruto's horrifying wound had vanished, leaving only a large rip in his jacket as evidence. He was surrounded by red chakra, and his features resembled those of a fox. His eyes were bloodshot and narrowed, his teeth were long and fang-like, and his nails had grown into claws. Tsunade Baba, heal them. This will be handled by me. As he walked away, she exclaimed, Naruto, I'll be fine, he said, glancing over his shoulder at her with a vicious grin. She sighed as she gazed at Jiraiya's battered form. She began to heal him by placing her palms on his chest while keeping her gaze fixed on Naruto. The boy jumped back up to the snake's head, his arms crossed, staring down Orochimaru. Are you still alive? Reports of my death have greatly exaggerated, Naruto muttered. The fox has appeared. At the very least, you'll be a fun fight now. Orochimaru laughed and then paused, his eyes distant. Your friend appears to want you to flee. He appears to be very fond of you. When you were declared dead, I became very emotional. The news of Sasuke's awakening had been spread in order to shock and surprise Naruto, and hopefully weaken him. He wouldn't harm Sasuke's body if he thought the boy could be returned to it. Orochimaru was surprised to say the least when Naruto heard this, and his lips twisted into a feral grin, fangs showing menacingly. You can tell him that by now he should know that Uzumaki Naruto never flees. I'm still weak from having his hand rammed through my chest, and I'm devoting most of my energy right now to preventing Kyuubi from taking over my body and killing everyone who isn't already dead. So, if he truly wants me to live, he'd better reclaim his body, because I'm not going to win, but I'm not going to run. Ku, laughed Orochimaru. At the very least, you're realistic, he said. You're not going to win this. He began charging the Chidori. This seems like a fitting way for you to die, as if Sasuke is ramming his hand through your heart. Naruto remained silent. Jiraiya awoke to find Tsunade hovering over him, concerned. Naruto, he exclaimed as he sat up. He's alive. Jiraiya, Tsunade announced quickly, pointing up to the two possessed boys. They saw Orochimaru power up Chidori and start running at Naruto, who stood firm with his arms crossed. He's not dodging, Tsunade exclaimed. Jiraiya attempted to get up to go to him, but he was too weak to stand. He screamed from his knees, Naruto, dodge, but Naruto remained motionless. Tsunade and Jiraiya watched in awe as Orochimaru drew closer, and the Chidori suddenly went out like a candle being snuffed. Orochimaru knelt, his hands gripping Sasuke's hair. A piercing scream escaped his lips. This can't be happening, he cried, then his voice changed tone, not gentler, but with a younger, less gravelly quality to it. Naruto recognized the voice. It was slightly deeper than the last time he heard it, but it was the same voice. Get out of my body, he yelled. There was a surge of power and an outraged scream, and as they watched the chakra swirl up around Sasuke's body, they saw the shadowy shape of a human being pulled from the boy's chest. It appeared to be trying to hang on, but it was yanked away from his body and vanished. Sasuke collapsed to all fours, panting. The raven-haired boy raised his head, his red eyes having faded to a deep gray. He noticed the blonde above him, surrounded by red chakra. Naruto, he inquired. The blonde managed to stop the red chakra with what appeared to be considerable difficulty, and when he opened his eyes again, They were the bright blue Sasuke was used to. Naruto looked down at him with a smile. Sasuke, he introduced himself. I knew you could pull it off. With that, he collapsed, no longer able to stand without the Kyuubi's strength. Sasuke moved quickly, with energy he didn't realize he had left, to catch the boy as he fell, gently cradling him. Naruto, he asked, lightly shaking him. Naruto, the snake they were standing on became impatient without his summoner and vanished with a poof. Sasuke jumped to the roof next to him, then to the ground, with nothing under his feet. He couldn't go any further and sat heavily, still holding the blonde close and rocking back and forth. When Tsunade and Jiraiya arrived, he was crying and mumbling into Naruto's hair, "Gomen Nasai. Gomen Nasai." It took a sleep jutsu for him to release his grip on the boy. Naruto awoke in the hospital 3 days later. Except for Tsunade and Jiraiya, no one knew about his condition, not even Kakashi or Uruka, who came by every day only to be told they couldn't get any information about either of their former students. Sasuke was still unconscious, his body still recovering from the strain of being possessed. Orochimaru was presumed dead, his soul having nowhere to go after Sasuke defeated him. Tsunade had hugged Naruto tightly when he awoke, relieved that he was okay. She let him go when he didn't return her hug. "Tsunade Baba," he said softly, his gaze fixed on his hands. It nearly took over at that point. "Naruto?" she inquired, concerned. "Kyuubi," he said before pausing. "I've never been so close to losing my mind. The power, the killing intent. Everyone in the village would have died if I had caved for even a second. I was almost powerless to stop him. However, Naruto, you stopped him. He's been trying more frequently," the boy observed. What? I'm constantly aware of him poking around in my mind. Tsunade, he waits until I'm relaxed, until I'm caught off guard, usually when I'm sleeping. Then he tries to seize control. He wishes to leave. Tsunade was taken aback by the news. Why hadn't Naruto told her before? She took a swallow. This was a difficult progression. "You can fight him, Naruto," she said finally. "What happens if I am unable to? I can't take that risk. He told me I'd regret it if he saved my life. Tsunade, I can already feel him. He took advantage of my vulnerability and woven himself deeper into me. He's just below the surface right now. He's attempting to unite us." Tsunade was at a loss for words. She was the Hokage, but she was at a loss for what to do. This was a problem with no obvious solutions. Naruto went on. "I'm going to have to leave the village." "What?" exclaimed Tsunade. "I won't be able to come if Kyuubi takes over. I will not jeopardize the lives of those I care about. If you leave, you'll be considered a missing nin," Tsunade warned. "There has to be a way." "Tsunade Baba," he reasoned. He begged. Jiraiya, in the end, had the brilliant idea of informing everyone that Naruto had died. No one knew what was wrong with him. It wouldn't be a stretch to say he died as a result of his injuries. Naruto had refused the older man's invitation to accompany the boy. Both Sanin and I wondered how he planned to conceal himself, because his appearance makes him stand out quite a bit. But he'd tied his Hittite over his telltale blonde locks and pulled a mask over his wicker marks, leaving only his blue eyes, which didn't seem to shine as brightly as they used to. When he appeared in front of them one last time, his face and hair covered and dressed in navy blue and black instead of his usual bright orange jumpsuit, they had to admit he was unrecognizable. He had turned to Tsunade before leaving. "Tsunade-sama," he introduced himself. Both Sanin were taken aback by his respectful tone and name. "Please do not punish Sasuke. Please." She had nothing to say, but "I won't." He then vanished with a nod and a wave, leaving Tsunade to inform everyone who cared about him of his death. Sasuke rolled over again, this time laying on his back and staring up at the ceiling of his room, as if it were the source of his inability to sleep. He'd come so close. He was so close to finding the answers he'd been looking for since Naruto's return. "That's why I've been pretending to be dead for the past 10 years. Naruto was about to continue when he heard a loud knock at Sasuke's door. Naruto immediately froze. Sasuke noticed a difference. Naruto stood up, pulling himself into a sitting position. He drew Sasuke to his feet by offering his hand to the dark-haired man. The knocking became more obnoxious. They could hear Uchiha-san from the other side of the door. Naruto exited the kitchen and down the hallway of Sasuke's one-story house, not looking back at Sasuke. With a sigh, Sasuke watched him walk into the guest room across from his room. Stalking to the door, he yanked it open with more force than he intended, icily glaring at the visitor. 2 jounin were standing on his doorstep. The person who had been knocking and calling his name was unfamiliar to Sasuke. He was probably in his 20s. The jounin behind him stood a few feet away, a disinterested expression on his face. Shino, Sasuke reasoned, was the only other man he knew who could maintain an expression as impassive and indifferent as his own. Actually, he corrected himself, Shino was probably better at it than he was, because Sasuke's expression could range from angry to surprised on occasion. Shino rarely raised an agitated eyebrow. He was now standing with his hands in his pockets and round sunglasses over his eyes. Uchiha-san, said the first Jounin, we were patrolling when we noticed a large surge of chakra coming from your house. We wanted to make certain that everything was in order. Sasuke almost snorted with laughter. Shino appeared unconcerned while the young Jounin appeared extremely anxious. He appeared to be bored. Everything's fine, Sasuke said, glaring angrily at the Jounin. He took a breather. Chidori practice, in your house, inquired the young man. He'd heard stories about Chidori's destructive power. When Shino made the effort to raise an eyebrow, Sasuke knew the lie was bad. He crossed his arms and glared at both of them, deciding that the best path to take was the one that worked the most often. How come it's suddenly your concern what I do in my own home? The young Jounin looked horrified at having irritated the Anbu. He stumbled over his next words. We just wanted to make sure, sir, that nothing had happened. I believe, sneered Sasuke. Don't you think I'm more than qualified to take care of myself? Yes, sir, stammered the Jounin. Shino spoke up, surprising both of them. I apologize for bothering you, Uchiha. He turned and walked away, and the young Jounin looked at Sasuke and dashed after him. Sasuke closed the door and went in search of Naruto, shaking his head. He passed the bathroom on his way down the hall to the guest room, and hearing the gentle thrum of the shower, he realized he wouldn't get to talk to him until later. When Naruto returned, he dismissed the entire incident. He either ignored or changed the subject whenever Sasuke brought it up, which was why Sasuke was now tossing and turning in bed at 2 a.m. Sasuke threw off the covers and climbed out of bed, sighing in frustration. He didn't flinch as his bare feet made contact with the cool wooden floor, having grown accustomed to the sensation after so many years. As he padded out of his bedroom, he wore only his shorts and didn't bother putting on a shirt. He had no idea where he was going, but he knew that tossing and turning in bed was not getting him anywhere. As he passed by Naruto's guest room, he couldn't help but notice the faint light glowing under the door. He paused and listened carefully, but there was nothing to indicate Naruto was awake. The door wasn't completely shut, so Sasuke debated slightly opening it to see if Naruto was sleeping. He knew he could simply knock, but he didn't want to wake Naruto if he was sleeping. At least one of them needs to rest. Finally, he caved, quietly pushing the door open just wide enough to peer inside. Naruto sat in the center of the floor, facing the door. The room was softly illuminated by a small lamp sitting on the dresser against the wall to his left. The other man appeared to be in deep thought. Sasuke had to wonder if he ever changed because he was still fully dressed, including his arm wrappings. His face mask had been removed, but his hair was still tied up beneath his hidaite. Sasuke reached for the door handle, preparing to close it without disturbing him. Do you require anything, Sasuke? Naruto said without looking at him. Sasuke was taken aback. I was just wondering if you were awake, he said finally. Naruto did turn to face him at that point. The light from the lamp cast strange shadows across the contours of his face, making it difficult to read his expression. Naruto stood up, and his shadow spanned the room, reminding Sasuke of Shikamaru's Kage Main no Jutsu. I told you I don't sleep much, Naruto said as he turned away from him and sat on the bed in the corner of the room across from the dresser. Well, I figured you'd take advantage of your presence here to get some rest, Sasuke said as he walked through the door. You're not going to get attacked in Konoha. Naruto snorted, surprising Sasuke. I'm not worried about shinobi attacking me, he explained. Then, what? Sasuke inquired, perplexed. Naruto seemed to ponder whether or not to tell him for a long time. Today, Naruto finally started. What occurred in the kitchen? That was unusual. Kyuubi was attempting to make a point. When I'm fully aware, he rarely tries to overpower me. Unconsciously, Sasuke had moved further into the room. I lied when I said I only slept for a few hours. I'll sleep for a half hour here and there, but I rarely sleep at all. He strikes when I'm sleeping. It was terrifying the first time I awoke to find him weaving his essence through me. I had to use everything I had to push him away. Every time he does it, a little more of him merges with me. Is he attempting to merge with you? Not trying, Naruto said, his blue eyes haunted when he looked up at Sasuke in the dim light. Shaking his head, Sasuke said. Don't be stupid, dope, he said, refusing to believe Naruto's words could be true. Naruto growled at him, and even Sasuke had to admit that the sound wasn't entirely human. I'm not stupid, he snarled. It's not my imagination, and I'm not worried for naught. He averted his gaze, refusing to look at Sasuke. He finally said, forget it. I was naive to believe that the great Uchiha Sasuke would understand. The words made Sasuke's stomach clench. Naruto had opened up to him, and he had squandered the opportunity. He paused before moving over to the bed and taking a seat next to Naruto, who had turned away from him, allowing Sasuke a good view of his profile. Doman, Naruto. He spent time studying Naruto's features. He never seemed to have much of a chance because the other man kept his mask on as much as possible. Naruto was 12 years old the last time Sasuke saw him. He wasn't exactly trying to get a good look at the boy during their brief battle when they were 15. Naruto had traded his baby fat for muscle. He had a slim, athletic build. His chin and jawline had angularized. Sasuke frowned as he realized he hadn't noticed Naruto's whisker marks had become more prominent. They were darker and wider. How come you never remove your Hidaite? Sasuke inquired. Don't you think my hair would give me away? Naruto said, a small smile on his face. There's only me here, Sasuke reminded him. I understand, Naruto replied quietly. Before Sasuke spoke, there was a long silence. May I look at your hair? Naruto's brow furrowed in surprise as he looked at him. Why? Because I haven't seen it in 10 years and I miss the color. Naruto's eyes widened before he averted his gaze. As I said, it gives me away. I already know who you are, Naruto, Sasuke said. It does not reveal who I am. It reveals who I'm becoming. Sasuke frowned deeply as he spoke. Naruto reached up and began slowly untying his Hidaite. Sasuke stood there silently watching him pull it off. Golden locks fell loosely around his face from the dark cloth. They were longer than the last time Sasuke saw them, and the way they gently framed Naruto's face reminded Sasuke of the fourth Hokage. But Naruto's hair was more than just a different length. He let a few strands of red hair fall through his fingers as he reached out a hand to gently finger the locks. Streaks of fiery red highlights were scattered throughout the blonde strands. He looked at Naruto, who calmly allowed him to stroke his hair. The more we connect, the redder it gets, Naruto explained. It was barely noticeable at first. He lowered his head, almost ashamed of himself. His voice cracked again, and Sasuke could tell he was crying. I'm at a loss for words, Sasuke. I'm powerless to stop him. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. When Naruto began to cry, Sasuke's chest ached. He reached out and drew Naruto to him, holding him while he sobbed into his shoulder, acting entirely on instinct. So, what's the deal with Uchiha? Kiba inquired, leaning back and downing a shot of sake. Kiba was dressed in his Jounin uniform, and the red marks on his cheeks became more pronounced as the alcohol flushed his face. Akamaru sat at his feet under the table, having outgrown his ability to perch on Kiba's head. What exactly do you mean, Kiba? From the seat across from him, Rock Lee inquired. Lee had grown to resemble Guy almost exactly. He wore the same green training suit he had when he was younger, but this time he wore a Jounin vest over it, just like his sensei. The main distinction between the two was Lee's round eyes, which gave him the appearance of eternal innocence. Kiba's explanation was sought by the others at the round table. Since they were old enough to drink, the genin who had taken their first Chunin exam together had been meeting at the bar once a week to catch up on each other's lives. They always sat at a large round table in the back corner of the dark pub, away from the hustle and bustle that surrounded the bar. The group changed from week to week. Some were on missions or had other obligations, but they all came when their schedules allowed. Kiba, Hinata, Choji, Shikamaru, Ino, Lee, and Sakura sat at the table tonight. They knew Kiba wasn't commenting on Sasuke's absence because Sasuke was never present, despite Sakura's best efforts. The moody man had barely spoken to any of them since Naruto's death and Sasuke's return, unless it was in the context of a mission. Shino said there was a strange surge of chakra from his house today, Kiba explained. Shikamaru noticed Sakura and Ino exchanging strange looks. What was that all about? Kiba went on. When he and that new Jounin, his what's name, the twitchy one, Ritsu, Choji offered, his mouth full of radish. Yeah, Kiba agreed. They went to check on him and he told him he had been practicing Chidori. At his residence, Hinata inquired, her voice soft. She looked the same as she always did. Her hair was still in the same short bob, and the only difference in her outfit was the Chunin vest that had replaced her old jacket. Yeah, Kiba said, snorting. I know. Shino also stated that the chakra did not feel like Chidori. It didn't feel like Uchiha's chakra at all. Perhaps it was that guy, Sakura speculated to Ino. Who is he? Lee inquired of the pink-haired woman sitting next to him. Did Shino bring him up? Sakura inquired of Kiba. There's a strange masked man staying with Sasuke-kun. Wow. Uchiha. The self-proclaimed introvert and all-around antisocial jerk is staying with a stranger, Kiba stated. Sakura shrugged, ignoring Sasuke's insults. She became less delusional as she grew older. That's what he said. But this guy is extremely suspicious. Shikamaru realized how quiet Ino had been up until that point when she finally spoke up. Sakura, you are not suspicious. Scary. Shikamaru's curiosity was piqued when Sakura looked at her sympathetically. What exactly do you mean, Ino? He inquired. Everyone was staring at her with interest. She explained what had happened earlier that day with a sigh. Shikamaru was the type of person who displayed very little emotion simply because changing his expression required too much effort. As a result, when Ino told her story and his eyes widened, everyone at the table found themselves staring at him. How did this guy look? He inquired. Well, we couldn't see his face because he was wearing a mask and his hideate covered all of his hair, Ino explained. Shikamaru lifted his sake for a drink, nodding and lost in thought. The only thing I noticed about him were his bright blue eyes, Sakura lamented. Shikamaru abruptly stood up after choking on his sake. I have to get going, he said. Shikamaru, looking up at him, Choji said. See you later, he said over his shoulder as he walked out of the bar. What in the world was that about? Kiba inquired as they all stared at the door Shikamaru had just exited. The next morning, Sasuke awoke to the smell of eggs. He sat up and looked around, perplexed, to realize he was in his guest room. He sighed, realizing he'd fallen asleep at some point last night. Naruto had eventually calmed down, and they had moved on from the subject of Kyuubi. They were lying side by side on the bed, telling each other about the events of the previous 10 years. Before entering the kitchen, Sasuke stopped in his room to grab a shirt. Naruto was scrambling eggs at his stove. His mask was down around his neck, and he'd reapplied his hideate. Hungry? Naruto inquired as Sasuke entered. Yeah, he said, reaching for plates from the cupboard. Sorry, I fell asleep, he apologized, holding the plates as Naruto served the eggs. I didn't expect you to stay up all night just because I do, Naruto said as he replaced the pan of eggs on the stove and took his plate from Sasuke. They had just sat down and started eating when they heard a knock on the door. Naruto smiled. You certainly have a large number of visitors. In frustration, Sasuke set his fork down. I've had more visitors in the last 2 days than I have all year. Naruto laughed as he took another bite of eggs. As Sasuke went to answer the door, he remained in the kitchen. When Sasuke opened the door and saw Shikamaru, he was taken aback. He hardly ever spoke to the journalist, let alone received his visits. Shikamaru, he acknowledged with a nod of his head. Shikamaru introduced himself as Sasuke. I stopped by to see Naruto. It was said so bluntly that Sasuke could only gape at him, his jaw slack. Naruto, who had been listening, poked his head out of the kitchen, still holding his fork and wearing an expression eerily similar to Sasuke's. Ohio, Naruto, Shikamaru said, his gaze shifting from Sasuke to the disembodied head peering out of the kitchen. Naruto smiled as he snapped his mouth shut. Hello, Shikamaru. Naruto and Sasuke sat around Sasuke's kitchen table, staring at Shikamaru as he ate some eggs. So, Sasuke said finally, how did you find out? Ino enters the mind of a strange man with bright blue eyes and discovers that he is harboring something. On the same day, you notice a strange surge of chakra coming from your house, where this guy is staying. It doesn't take a genius to realize this. Naruto smiled. And since you're a genius, it must have come naturally to you. Shikamaru gave a nod. Did you inform anyone else? Sasuke inquired. No, Shikamaru replied. I reasoned that if it hasn't been widely publicized, there must be a reason. Yeah, Naruto agreed. It would be appreciated if you could just keep it to yourself. Shikamaru gave a nod. So why go to the trouble of pretending you're dead? He wondered. Naruto tensed, and Sasuke glared at Shikamaru, who studiously ignored him. It's a long story, Shikamaru, Naruto explained, forcing a smile. Shikamaru looked at him for a moment, and Sasuke had every intention of tossing the journal out if he pressed the subject any further. He would not let Shikamaru upset Naruto after seeing him the night before. Shikamaru, on the other hand, didn't push it, recognizing both Naruto's discomfort and Sasuke's rising rage. Shikamaru may have asked another question, but he was cut off by a puff of smoke above Naruto's head. When the smoke cleared, Sasuke and Shikamaru stared at Naruto's large orange frog. Naruto rolled his eyes upwards, but all he could see were the orange flippers on his brow. Damn Akichi, what did I tell you about popping up without being summoned? He sighed. Big problems, kid, the frog said dismissively. Naruto held his palms out in front of him, allowing Gamakichi to jump into his hands. What's going on? He inquired when the frog turned to face him. Sasuke and Shikamaru noticed his solemn demeanor. Akatsuki is on their way to Konoha, but they are ransacking villages and destroying everything they can. What? Exclaimed Naruto. Based on their movements, their next destination is a small village about 30 miles away. Are you certain? Naruto stated. Gamatsu has been keeping an eye on them, as you requested. This is their only logical next step, Gamakichi informed him. Naruto gave a nod. How long will it be before they arrive? 4 days at most. That'll be enough time, Naruto said, clearly thinking. Is there enough time for what? Sasuke inquired. To arrive before they do, Naruto responded. He nodded to Gamakichi, who vanished from his grasp. Naruto took a stand. You can't be serious, Sasuke said as he stood up. Well, I'm not joking, Naruto replied. Don't be a moron, Sasuke screamed angrily. You can't defeat Akatsuki all by yourself. Naruto shook his head. I'm going to be fine. You promised to stay, Sasuke reminded him. I never said how long, Naruto shot back. The Hokage has directed that you remain in Konoha. Sasuke moved to close the door. Remember, I'm dead, Sasuke. I'm no longer subject to her rules. Now, if you don't move, I'll crack more than your ribs this time, Naruto said this calmly. Shikamaru, who had been quietly observing the exchange, decided it was time to speak up. Taking on Akatsuki alone would be suicide for Naruto. You must be aware of this. Naruto's attention was drawn to the pony-tailed shinobi, but he said nothing. In fact, he appeared to be a little uneasy. Sasuke then realized what Naruto was thinking. He realized it. Naruto charged across the kitchen, raising his fist and punching the whiskered man before he could react. Naruto's head jerked to the side and stayed there, refusing to meet Sasuke's accusatory stare. Don't think like that again, Sasuke yelled angrily. Shikamaru couldn't help but stare at them. The kitchen was deafeningly quiet until Shikamaru spoke up. Perhaps we should discuss this with the Hokage. The two men turned to face him. It's likely she'll dispatch a large team of shinobi to protect the village. It'll also be a good indication of Akatsuki's strength. Naruto sighed and nodded, still not looking Sasuke in the eyes. Sakura hurriedly entered the meeting room. She had only just awoken when Ino knocked on her door, informing her that the Hokage had called an emergency meeting. Sakura had rushed to get ready, frowning. Chunin was not usually present at emergency meetings. Jounin and Anbu frequently went while the Chunin went about their normal village duties. When she entered the meeting hall, it was packed with shinobi who were all talking amongst themselves. She made her way through the crowd, spotting Ino, Lee, and Chaoji. So what's going on? She asked, with a quick hello. They just shrugged. I have no idea, Ino admitted. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino arrived, none of them knowing why they were there. Oh heyo, everyone, said a voice. When they turned around, they saw an Anbu standing behind them. The mask was a rabbit's face with 2 red whiskers painted along the cheeks. They recognized the Anbu right away because her hood was down and 2 black hair buns were visible near the top of her head. Greetings, Tenten. Lee expressed his delight at seeing his old teammate. Tenten removed her mask and smiled at them, her gray eyes twinkling. They could see another Anbu behind Tenten as she moved closer. Because he wasn't wearing his robes, his uniform was clearly visible. Long black hair flowed from behind his mask, which resembled a bird. Ohio, Neji Nisan, Hinata said with a bow. Neji gave her a nod. Do you have any idea what's going on? Kiba inquired of the Anbu. No, Tenten said with a shake of her head. Sasuke summoned us, but we haven't been informed of anything. Look, exclaimed a booming voice. It's my old students back together. Gai-sensei, Lee exclaimed excitedly as the green-clad Jounin approached them. Asuma and Kurenai trailed behind him, greeting their former students warmly. Kakashi, my adversary, Gai yelled to the silver-haired Jounin standing across the room. Come see the children. Everyone was looking around at their large group, taking in the strange mix of Chunin, Jounin, and Anbu. Kakashi approached them, his eyes narrowing into a greeting smile. They all fell into easy banter until the Hokage entered the room and silence descended. As Tsunade approached the podium at the front of the room, all the shinobi moved in behind her. The crowd quickly reparted as the Anbu captain, fully robed, strode in after her. He took a seat near the Hokage's advisors, Hamura, Koharu, and Shizune, in the front of the room. Shikamaru entered after Sasuke, walking next to a masked man, which surprised the group of friends. He leaned in and spoke to the man, who nodded. Shikamaru then moved deeper into the crowd and took a seat next to Chaoji. The man remained in the back, casually leaning against the wall. Those who had been in the pub the night before stared straight ahead, not meeting anyone's gaze. Is that the person? Kiba spoke quietly to Sakura. She gave a nod. Kiba reached down and absently patted the dog's head as Akamaru whined at his feet. Tsunade spoke, and any thoughts of the masked man vanished. Information about the Akatsuki has come to light. For the Chunin here, I know you weren't aware of Akatsuki's return, but we felt it was important that you were all informed of the details. We can now confirm that Akatsuki is on his way to Konoha. No one spoke, but there was a collective noise of uneasy shifting from the Chunin, who had been unaware of the threat. Sekira noticed that the masked man hadn't moved from his position against the wall, and he didn't appear surprised at all. Isn't this brand new information for him? He claimed to be a Chunin. Tsunade went on. As they approach Konoha, they attack other villages in the Fire Country. We know where they're going to strike next. I've summoned you all because we intend to send a large group of shinobi to intercept Akatsuki at their next target. This is a risky mission because we don't know how many of them there are or how strong they are. We have reason to believe they are led by Orochimaru as well. The crowd murmured, and Tsunade held up a hand to quiet them. Sekira looked to Sasuke for a reaction, but with his mask on, she could only see his body language. And he hadn't even tensed when Tsunade made the announcement. He had to have known already. Some of you, Tsunade admitted, I will specifically request to go. Otherwise, we'll need volunteers. Because this isn't a class mission, no Chunins will be forced to participate. If you want to volunteer, please contact Hamura, Koharu, or Shizune. Because we cannot afford to leave Konoha unprotected, you may be asked to stay here. Discuss among yourselves, but please volunteer before you leave if you intend to. With that, the Hokage stepped down from the podium and made her way through the crowd, pausing to speak with various jounin along the way. Immediately, there was a buzz. Kiba pushed his way over to Shikamaru, and the others gathered around him as well. What the hell is going on, Shikamaru? Kiba inquired. Shikamaru sighed, rolling his eyes. Kiba, why don't you listen? Tsunade-sama just explained everything. Not that, Kiba clarified. What happened the night before? And who exactly is he? He said, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder at the masked man in the back of the room. Even Neji, Tenten, and Shino, who hadn't been at the pub the night before, and the older Jounin, who had no idea what had happened, were waiting for Shikamaru's response. When a low voice spoke right next to Kiba, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Neji, Tenten, Sasuke addressed his Anbu. The Hokage has asked me to assemble an Anbu squad for this mission, and I'd like you two to be a part of it. Even when he was with people he'd known since childhood, he didn't bother taking off his mask. Hi, Tenten said, and Neji nodded affirmatively. Without saying anything to the rest of them, Sasuke turned and walked away, disappearing back into the crowd. Nice to see you as well, Uchiha, Kiba added. He turned to continue questioning Shikamaru, but was interrupted once more when Tsunade approached. Kakashi, Guy, I'd like the two of you to accompany me on the mission. They both nodded. All right, she said. Report to Shikamaru at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Shikamaru, Kakashi inquired. Yes, he and Sasuke will be in charge of this mission. Shikamaru commands the Jounin and any Chunin who volunteer, while Sasuke looks after the Anbu. Dai and Kakashi exchanged glances as she walked away, telling Lee, Kiba, Shino, and Chaoji that she needed them on the mission. Are you suddenly feeling very old? Guy inquired. Kakashi nodded, glancing at their leader, who appeared to be watching his companions with little interest, if not boredom. Sekira, Ino, and Hinata returned to the group after volunteering. The room began to empty as those who had volunteered and those who had no intention of leaving left. Ino moved his gaze to the masked man, who leaned against the wall, arms folded and eyes closed. I wonder if he'll volunteer. She wondered aloud to no one in particular. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura addressed the silver-haired Jounin standing near Guy. Can you tell me anything about that guy? Taking a look in his direction, Kakashi was startled to see blue eyes meet his gaze, but he showed no sign of surprise. No, Sakura, I'm just as lost as you are. He made eye contact with the man for a brief moment before the blue eyes closed again. Everyone turned to Shikamaru, who had half-lidded eyes and appeared to be attempting to sleep standing up. What? He asked, noticing all eyes on him. You were talking to him, Ino pointed out. Do you recognize him? Shikamaru shook his head. We got together. When Sasuke walked back up to the group, everyone, including the older generation of Jounin who were equally as curious about the stranger, was about to ask questions. Ready? Sasuke inquired, as if he didn't care one way or the other. The question caused some consternation because, for one thing, Sasuke rarely spoke to any of them, and, for another, his mask prevented them from seeing where exactly his question was directed. Shikamaru sighed and said, how troublesome, before following Sasuke over to the masked man. He pushed himself away from the wall and gave them a curt nod before they left, completely ignoring the rest of them. Okay, seriously, Kiba said after they had left. What in the world is going on? Akamaru yipped. What brings you here, old man? Naruto inquired. They were at the back of a long line of shinobi. The mission had been assigned to about 50 ninjas, and they were making their way quickly towards the village Gamakichi had warned Naruto about. Naruto sighed, reflecting on how much faster he could have gotten there if he'd gone himself. Jiraiya gave him an irritated look when he asked the question. I'm not one to pass up an opportunity to kick Orochimaru in the shins. Naruto's expression was thoughtful. I don't recall you ever kicking Orochimaru in the shins. In fact, every time I've seen you confront him, you've turned into a human crater. Jiraiya smacked him across the head. There is no respect. Naruto's eyes crinkled in a grin, but the smile faded when he noticed more eyes on him. Looking ahead, he noticed a pair of pale, pupil-less eyes staring at him in the middle of the line. Hinata blushed and turned quickly when he met her gaze. Naruto exhaled a sigh. At the very least, she hadn't been employing Byakugan. Who knew what she'd see? People had been sneaking glances at him since the mission began, as if watching him would help them solve the mystery he presented. He'd seen everyone from Ino to Kakashi. He was pretty sure he'd even seen the stoic Shino watching him as well. But it was difficult to tell with the sunglasses on. Aren't we well known? Jiraiya made a joke. If I had known that the best way to get everyone's attention was to be as quiet and unobtrusive as possible, I wouldn't have tried being so annoying as a kid, Naruto grumbled. Jiraiya burst out laughing. The mask, he explained. It adds to the enigma. Naruto shook his head. Sasuke appeared beside them out of nowhere. He was dressed in armor and a mask, with his katana strapped across his back. Sasuke's blue eyes rolled as he fell into step with them. I'm still here, Sasuke, Naruto said, clearly annoyed. I understand, Anbu replied. This wasn't the first time Sasuke had inquired about him. Naruto wasn't sure if Sasuke was afraid he'd run away or try to kill himself on the way to the village. But it was starting to irritate him. Stop playing mother hen and get back to your troops, Naruto yelled a little too loudly. The fox mask turned to face him, but Naruto had no idea what expression it concealed. Sasuke finally grunted and vanished, presumably returning to the front of the line with the rest of the Anbu. Those who could hear the discussion were wide-eyed. No one dared to say such a thing to the Anbu captain, not even those who had known him when he was younger. Kakashi and Guy, who had remained at the back of the line, exchanged glances. Their interest peaked. When he leaned back, his weight was on his arms as he gazed up into the night sky. The metal roof tiles were cool under his hands. He could see several shinobi pacing the outskirts of the village on sentry duty, looking for any sign of Akatsuki from his perch on the roof of a bakery that had closed for the night. They'd arrived in the village just as the sun was setting. The villagers were taken aback but cooperative, grateful for the protection. They'd heard about what was going on in the other villages. So far, everything has been quiet. The villagers and the majority of the shinobi were sleeping and resting in preparation for the battle that would most likely begin the next day. Naruto had slipped away from the watchful gazes of Sasuke and Shikamaru. He and Sasuke hadn't spoken since the day before, with the exception of Naruto telling him to leave him alone several times on the way to the village. Shikamaru and Sasuke discussed strategies when they returned to Sasuke's house after the meeting, while Naruto went to the guest room to meditate. The entire house seemed to be filled with nearly tangible tension between Sasuke and Naruto after Shikamaru had left. Sasuke had obviously not expected to learn how little Naruto valued his life, and Naruto had not expected Sasuke's angry reaction to this information. He heard footsteps lightly land on the shingles behind him. He watched as Guy no, he corrected when the man's face was illuminated by the moonlight. Lee walked over to him, slightly turning his head. Lee spoke softly when he saw Naruto. His hair and face remained hidden, but he was now recognized as the mysterious masked man. I apologize for disturbing you, Lee said, drawing even with him. I noticed a shadowy figure on the roof and thought I should investigate. It's all right, Naruto said, returning his gaze to the stars above them. My name is Rock Lee, the dark-haired man said as he extended his hand to him. Nice to meet you, Naruto said, taking Lee's calloused palm but not introducing himself. Lee made no comment when he realized he hadn't been given a name. So, he explained, how did you come to know Uchiha Sasuke? The Hokage is forcing me to remain with him. It wasn't a fabrication. Lee nodded and gazed up at the stars. I can't imagine he's a lot of fun to live with, he admitted. Naruto shook his head, a small smile tugging at his hidden lips. He's clearly a broody bastard. Lee gave him a sly grin. He's always been that way, he explained. Of course, he wasn't so bad before with a frown. He cut himself off. Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. What was it before? Well, he hasn't been the same since a friend of his died, Lee lamented. In reality, none of us have. Konoha had never seemed so quiet until he left. Naruto looked down at the roof tiles, his stomach sinking. His friends had been missing him. He'd often wondered if that would be the case, or if his absence would go largely unnoticed, having no impact on anyone's lives. He wished he could talk to them the way he used to, just be the careless idiot he used to be, annoying his friends. He gave a slight shake of his head. He'd made the correct decision. He was protecting these people, and they had no idea he was still alive. He had no qualms. He'd already spent far too much time with them. Any moment with him was dangerous, whether they knew it or not. His determination grew stronger. He'd leave after this mission, with or without Tsunade permission, Baba's or Sasuke's knowledge. Well, Lee interrupted Naruto's train of thought. I think I should go back to sentry duty. Naruto nodded, and the green-clad man leapt from the roof, landing gracefully on the ground and making his way back through the village. It took a few moments for Naruto to notice the presence he had sensed while speaking with Lee. Are you hiding from your old friends, Naruto-kun? Naruto sighed and turned to face the newcomer. Naruto frowned as he observed the white-haired man's appearance. His skin was pulled taut over his face, giving him an emaciated appearance. He no longer wore his glasses, and his eyes bulged out of his face unnaturally. Kabuto, the years have not been kind to you, Naruto said. Or perhaps I should refer to you as Orochimaru. Kabuto's face erupted in a maniacal grin. Yes, when Sasuke-kun rebelled, Kabuto was kind enough to lend me his body. Are you here to get him back? Naruto inquired, his arms crossed across his chest. No, said Orochimaru. I used to think he was the body I wanted, but I've since changed my mind. Naruto stood there guardedly watching him speak. See, I always imagined you as a little Jiraiya, stupid and untalented. He paused, expecting Naruto to react, but continued when Naruto simply stared at him. However, Jiraiya has demonstrated that luck and perseverance can make you strong. Your luck, Naruto-kun, was having Kyuubi sealed in you. You have unlimited power at your disposal. Naruto raised an eyebrow in response. Orochimaru could not possibly be implying what he appeared to be implying. Coming after you was a good idea for Uchiha Itachi. Your stupidity previously caused me to overlook you, but once I have control of your body, that particular weakness will no longer be an issue, and I'll have Kyuubi's power to use as I please. Apparently, Orochimaru was suggesting exactly what he seemed to be suggesting. Naruto reasoned. How do you know you can control Kyuubi's power? Naruto inquired. Laughed Orochimaru. Are you aware of who you're speaking to? He rolled his eyes. An overconfident bastard, muttered Naruto. He said louder. There's only one problem with your theory. I'd have to be open to it, and neither am I. Orochimaru laughed again, causing Naruto to clench his teeth. Yes, you would have had to be willing 10 years ago, but since then, I've discovered a new jutsu. You only need to be unconscious now. As Kabuto's mouth opened and Orochimaru's tongue flew from his mouth, Naruto's eyes widened. He ducked quickly, but the tongue followed. To avoid being hit, he had to run at full speed. He dashed across the rooftop, pulling out several shuriken and hurling them at Orochimaru, who leapt into the air to avoid them. Naruto took advantage of the opportunity to get close, avoiding the tongue. Chakra started to form in his right palm. Oh no, you don't, Orochimaru said, recognizing the trick. He retracted his tongue quickly, slamming it into the back of Naruto's head. Stars flashed in front of his eyes, and Naruto knelt in front of the snake-like man, the chakra in his hand vanishing. Orochimaru smirked and quickly raised his knee, catching Naruto in the jaw and sending him sprawling across the roof. Naruto shakily rose to his feet after briefly removing his mask to spit out blood. Orochimaru's kick to the ribs sent him sliding along the roof tiles, dangerously close to the edge. He could see the tongue speeding towards him but couldn't avoid it as it wrapped around his leg, pulling him upside down into the air. Lee felt a strong chakra gathering and turned to see the masked man he'd just left fighting with a strange man on the roof he'd just left. He and several sentries rushed towards the fight, calling to a nearby Chunin to inform Shikamaru and Sasuke. They arrived just in time to see the masked man lifted into the air by the other's impossibly and disgustingly long tongue. Lee watched as the man threw the masked man off the roof with his tongue. He landed painfully hard on the ground and rolled towards Lee before the momentum of the throw wore out, and his limp body skidded to a halt. Lee ran up to him and knelt to make sure he was still alive. The man's face was bloodied and bruised where he could see it, and his arm was bent in an unnatural way, presumably from the fall. He was awake but unconscious. Get a medical nin, Lee instructed one of the sentries, who bolted. 2 puffs of smoke signaled the arrival of Sasuke and Shikamaru, who assessed the situation quickly. Sasuke quickly kneeled next to the masked man who was lying on the ground, across from Lee. Sasuke hadn't bothered to put on his mask, and Lee was taken aback by the worried expression on the normally stoic man's face. Assuring himself that he was still alive, Sasuke stood up and glared angrily at the man on the roof. "Ah, Sasuke-kun," said the man, just in time to witness my known body being taken. When he recognized Orochimaru's voice, Sasuke's eyes widened as the white-haired man began making seals. He didn't know what to do to protect Naruto, but he'd be damned if he let that snake control him like he'd been controlled. But before Sasuke could react, Orochimaru opened his eyes and laughed. "You're better than I thought," he said, looking at Naruto's still form. "I'll do it the next time we meet." And with that, he was gone. The unconscious man on the ground piqued the interest of Sasuke, Shikamaru, Lee, and the 3 other sentries. Sasuke returned to his knees by Naruto's side. What exactly did Orochimaru mean? Naruto did not appear to be a threat. The sentry Lee had dispatched appeared with a poof, Sakura accompanying him. Her pink hair was sticking out in all directions after being roused from sleep. She noticed Sasuke kneeling next to the masked man and dashed to the injured man's side, shoving Sasuke away to make room for her to work. She moved quickly to use her chakra to begin healing after quickly assessing the damage and nearly screamed when her patient vanished in a puff of smoke. They were all taken aback by the empty spot. "Don't waste your chakra," said a voice. They turned to see the masked man emerge from the shadow of the building where the fight had occurred, looking no more injured than when Lee spoke to him. "What is the replacement technique?" Lee was perplexed. "No," Sakura replied, looking around at the empty space in front of her. If it had been a regular forgery, she would have recognized it. She'd sensed chakra in the clone in front of her. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," he says. "Who is this person?" Sakura snarled, pointing to Naruto, who sat at the head of a long rectangular table. They had moved to the meeting room provided by the inn after Orochimaru had gone missing. Lee stood next to Sakura, a calming hand on her arm, curiously looking between Sasuke, who stood silently behind Naruto, his Anbu mask hanging from his hip instead of covering his face, and Shikamaru, who sat a few seats away from Naruto, his cheek resting on his palm. Sakura went on. "He claimed to be a Chunin, but he could hold a Kage Bunshin long enough for the clone to be injured. That is extremely difficult. How did he learn the technique in the first place? It's against the rules. No Chunin should be able to pull it off." "Sakura, we did know a shinobi who could use Kage Bunshin as a genin," Lee reminded her, oblivious to the other 3 men in the room shifting subtly in response to his words. "This is unique, Lee." Naruto was dependable. Naruto was torn between being pleased that she thought so highly of him and offended that she didn't trust the current him. It was strange to be complimented and insulted in the same sentence. The room was deafeningly quiet. Naruto was rarely mentioned, even among those closest to him. It was a wound that had never fully healed. There was also an unspoken agreement that the subject would never be broached in front of Sasuke. And Lee and Sakura were now watching him warily for a reaction. Shikamaru might have been concerned if he hadn't realized Naruto was sitting in front of Sasuke, puzzled by the sudden silence. Shikamaru finally said something. "Sakura," he explained, "Tsunade, Jiraiya, Sasuke, and I have complete faith in him. There is no cause for concern. Shikamaru is aware of a forbidden jutsu. Also, recall what Ino said. Can everyone please stop talking about me as if I'm not right here?" Naruto interjected, his brow furrowed. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. He had his gaze fixed on Sakura. "I told you I was a Chunin," he explained. "I've never taken the Jounin exam, so I can't say I'm one, but my skills are probably Jounin level." "Then why didn't you tell us that right away?" Sakura insisted. "Because the way you and Ino talk, it's impossible to say anything," Naruto exclaimed in frustration. For a brief moment, the room fell silent as Naruto rolled his eyes and the other 3 men in the room waited for Sakura's response with bated breath. She was sensitive to criticism. "Who the hell do you think you are?" she yelled as she lunged for him. Naruto, for his part, did not even flinch. Lee was able to apprehend her before she could get anywhere. Shikamaru groaned. Women were so difficult. "At the very least, we know Orochimaru is alive." Sakura calmed down. Shikamaru added, looking at Naruto, "And what he's after." Naruto took a stand. "Are we finished? I'm going to sleep." Shikamaru looked thoughtful before nodding. It was getting close to dawn. He didn't want several of his most capable companions to be tired. "You may proceed." He turned to face the rest of the shinobi in the room and said, "You should all get some rest as well. Because Orochimaru is nearby, the battle could start at any time." Sakura walked away from Naruto in a huff, Lee trailing behind her after smiling at them. Sasuke stood there watching as Naruto walked away without saying anything. He trailed Shikamaru after saying a quick goodbye. Naruto had stated that he was going to bed, but Sasuke knew that couldn't be right, and there were issues they needed to discuss. The silent treatment had lasted far too long. Before entering Naruto's room, Sasuke only gave a brief knock. It was exactly like his own room down the hall. There was a bed in the center, a nightstand next to it, one chair, and a set of dressers against the far wall. The room was dark, and Sasuke almost assumed Naruto hadn't returned until he noticed a light in the corner where the bathroom door was slightly ajar. He set his katana near the door, his mask resting on the hilt. "Naruto?" he asked, pushing open the door. Naruto was hunched over the sink, his back to the door. Sasuke heard him spit before straightening up and ignoring him. He wiped his mouth, then sipped from the glass of water in his hand, sloshing it around his mouth with a grimace before leaning over and spitting once more. Sasuke noticed the red tint the water had as it disappeared into the sink this time. Naruto straightened up again, not turning, but meeting Sasuke's gaze in the sink mirror. "Have you never heard of knocking?" he asked. "Are you injured?" Sasuke inquired, completely disregarding his question. "When Orochimaru kneed me in the jaw, I bit my tongue," Naruto shrugged, taking another mouthful of water. "I assumed it was a clone," Sasuke said. "No," Naruto said after spitting once more. "I didn't get to Cage Bunshin until the jerk nearly knocked me off the roof." He was so pleased with himself that he didn't notice the real me slipping down the stairs. "You should have told Sakura about your injury. She could have healed you." And I took off my mask, discovered who I am, fainted, recovered, and told everyone within a 20-mile radius. Naruto explained. "With the glass of water, I'll take my chances. After all, it'll be healed in a few hours." Sasuke frowned at the mention of Kyuubi. He backed out of the bathroom as Naruto approached, leaving the cup on the sink. Sasuke stood there watching as he walked to the bed, flopped down on his back and draped an arm over his eyes. "Oh, what I wouldn't give to sleep," he murmured, his voice so low that Sasuke almost missed it. The raven-haired man was filled with rage at the fox. Naruto should not have had to deal with this. Nobody should be forced to. It's no surprise Naruto was thinking about. "Naruto?" Sasuke inquired. His response was it tired him. Sasuke wasn't sure he wanted to bring this up, but he did so anyway. "When you said you were going to face Akatsuki alone the other day," Sasuke fumbled for words, and Naruto sat up, patiently waiting for him to speak. It was unusual to see the other man so flustered, and Naruto smirked slightly as Sasuke struggled to find the right words. Do you truly want to?" Naruto decided to put Sasuke out of his misery after he stopped looking uncomfortable. He understood what Sasuke was asking. "Yes," he said, looking Sasuke in the eyes. "I'd like to die." Sasuke inhaled deeply. He hadn't expected such a direct response. "But, Sasuke, since I was 17, I haven't slept for more than an hour at a time. Any normal man would have died long ago. I would have died of exhaustion if Kyuubi hadn't refused to let me. I'm slowly losing myself to a demon who, if given the chance, will kill everything in its path. I avoid human contact because I'm afraid people will find out I'm alive. I've only ever had company from frogs, and even that is unusual. Everyone I know believes I've died. Do you have any idea how tired, miserable, and lonely my life is? I can't even imagine how much relief I'd feel if I died." "I know you're alive," Sasuke said angrily. "Isn't that sufficient?" He'd been through the loss of a friend before, but the thought of going through it again was unfathomable. "You shouldn't be aware that I'm still alive, Sasuke. It is not safe for anyone to find out. That's why I decided to leave in the first place. I can defend myself. Don't make me look helpless. Who are you to claim that we don't know you're alive?" Sasuke became enraged. "What gives you the authority to make that decision for us?" "No one can defend themselves against this," Naruto said. "This is no ordinary shinobi. Kyuubi is my name. But that isn't the point. You should give us a choice. Are you afraid we'll leave you alone? Is that why you fled?" "No," Naruto said quietly. "I was terrified that people would choose to stay with me for some stupid, stubborn reason. I can't bear the thought of those close to me dying at my hands. I'm not going to do it." Sasuke remained silent. They hadn't realized it yet, but the morning sun had started to peek through the window. When there was a knock on the door, Sasuke went to answer it, grateful for the distraction. Neji was fully dressed, including his mask, and stood in the hall. "They're coming," he simply stated. The news immediately brought Sasuke to his senses. "Does Shikamaru know?" Neji gave a nod. "He's now outside. Get the rest of the Anbu together. We'll meet outside in 5 minutes. "Hi," Neji said before walking away. Sasuke shut the door and turned to face Naruto, his mask back on. Naruto shook his head. Duty demands. Sasuke took his fox mask and katana from their positions against the wall and secured them. Let's get this over with, he said. Shikamaru turned to face the village hill, grimacing as figure after figure appeared atop it, silently staring down at them. They had known Akatsuki were increasing in number, but none of them had anticipated by this much. Shikamaru had some of Konoha's best ninjas on his side, but being outnumbered by what he estimated to be 15 to 1 was not a good sign. Konoha ninjas gathered at the bottom of the hill, gazing up at the vast number of shinobi above them. Shikamaru's men had been dispatched to warn the villagers, leading them away from the battleground. Jiraiya appeared next to Shikamaru, nodding to the younger man. He could see several other shinobi to his left, including Kakashi and Guy, as well as Lee, Sakura, and Ino. On his right, Choji, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata stood in various positions. Shikamaru began to gain confidence with a small smile. He would put his life in the hands of any of these ninjas. He could think of no greater honor than fighting alongside them. With a puff of smoke, Sasuke and Naruto appeared in front of him, followed by Tenten, Neji, and 2 other Anbu. They smiled at Shikamaru before turning to survey the enemy. You know, Sasuke, Naruto pointed out. When Itachi was in charge, I think I liked Akatsuki more. They were less destructive, more focused on their goals, and, most importantly, much smaller. The Konoha shinobi hadn't been speaking, but the masked man's words broke the tension. Even those who had never met Sasuke were aware of Itachi, and the destructive means to which Sasuke had resorted in his quest for vengeance. They waited for Sasuke's response with bated breath, wondering if this masked shinobi would be the first to fall today. The white fox mask slowly turned to face the blue-eyed man, who fixed his gaze on the wooden face. When this is over, I'm going to beat the shit out of you, the voice from behind the mask said. Twinkles twinkled in the blue eyes. Promise? Yes. Several shinobi sighed in relief, while others shivered at the prospect of Uchiha Sasuke's wrath. Only a few people saw the meaning behind the words. Jiraiya and Shikamaru, who knew their history, Kakashi and Guy, who understood friendly rivalry, and, of course, Naruto and Sasuke. We're both going to make it through this. Promise? Yes. The top of the hill shifted, and Orochimaru in Kabuto's body appeared, standing comfortably on the head of a massive snake. After you've seen it so many times, the flashy snake entrance isn't quite as intimidating, Naruto said quietly, rolling his eyes. Sasuke agreed with a nod. Konoha ninjas, Shikamaru said loudly enough for everyone under his command to hear. Our mission is to protect this village and to stop Akatsuki at any cost. What we do today safeguards Konoha. If we fail, this army will march on our village. Konoha must be protected. The shinobi behind him let out a loud agreement cry. Orochimaru laughed, his arms folded across his chest. The shinobi at the top of the hill began charging with a simple nod to his subordinates. The ninja of Konoha prepared for battle by arming themselves with kunai, shuriken, and other weapons. Sasuke and the 4 Anbu behind him drew their katanas from behind them. Naruto noticed that Neji and Tenten's weapons were different from those of their comrades. Tenten wielded 2 shorter katana than the others, while Neji wielded a long dagger. She quickly moved to the right flank, followed by Neji, after spinning them once to get a firm grip on them. Sasuke and Naruto were in the middle as the other 2 Anbu moved to the left. Naruto had never seen Sasuke use a katana before, but he was not surprised by the fluidity and grace with which he moved as the first of the enemy approached and was instantly struck down. Sasuke stabbed one Akatsuki member before twisting the katana from the man's abdomen and striking another. Naruto didn't have time to admire Sasuke's abilities for long because the Akatsuki had descended upon him in such numbers that his attention had to be focused on his own battles. Fortunately, Naruto noticed as he ducked a punch aimed at his jaw that the prestige that members of the Akatsuki used to have did not seem to apply to them any longer. These were not S-class ninjas. Many of them weren't even reporters. Orochimaru appeared to be aiming for numerical superiority. The shinobi attacking Naruto fell face first into the grass after a swift blow to the head with the blunt end of his kunai. Naruto felt rather than saw the kick coming from behind him and quickly turned to grab the attacker's ankle. He broke the other man's leg at the joint with a sharp downward thrust of his elbow. Naruto let him go, and he toppled over, clutching desperately at his knee. His cries joining the yells and screams of others on the battlefield turned hill. Naruto leaped into the air to avoid 2 kunai that were thrown at him, and they embedded into the ground with soft thunks. A fist appeared out of nowhere and he blocked it, punching his attacker in the stomach. Shinobi began charging him in groups of 2. This was hilarious. When one was killed, 3 more would take his place. With a quick glance around, he noticed that Konoha's already small force was rapidly dwindling. Sakura, like several other medical nins, had given up fighting and was now tending to the injured on their side. The Anbu were doing well. Their swords allowed them to easily kill many enemies, and close-range combat was their specialty. Neji could easily maneuver his dagger, getting close to his enemies and cutting off their chakra flow or limbs with his free hand or dagger. Naruto frowned as he noticed a man on his knees in front of Tenten, completely still. Her blades were crossed in front of his throat. Pulling her arms apart quickly, she sliced open the man's neck, blood splattering across her white mask. Naruto's attention was drawn to a flash of pink as Sakura ran to Kiba, who had just killed several sword-wielding Akatsuki members but had suffered a deep wound in his leg as a result. Naruto turned to face Sasuke, who appeared to be struggling with the never-ending onslaught of enemies. No matter how many people were killed, more came. More fighters were required. They couldn't possibly win at this rate. He gritted his teeth and tossed a kunai into the heart of an advancing attacker. This would almost certainly blow his cover. He had no doubt that someone, if not everyone, would figure him out with Kakashi's Sharingan, the Hyuga's Byakugan, Kiba's nose, and Sakura's intelligence. But what was the point of shielding them from himself if they were to die in battle? Raising his hands, he crossed 2 of his right hand's fingers vertically over 2 of his left. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, says one. He could hear the fighting stop as both allies and enemies looked around in awe at the hundreds of masked figures that had appeared in the fray. The Narutos began to attack, taking advantage of the confusion. The Konoha ninjas recovered from their surprise and resumed their fight with renewed zeal. However, several shinobi struggled to refocus on the battle because they now knew who the masked man was. With relief, Kakashi realized they were winning. He and Guy slowly began making their way through the Akatsuki and towards Orochimaru with the help of several Naruto clones. For the time being, he pushed the shock and other emotions he felt at learning Naruto was alive and well to the back of his mind and concentrated on the battle at hand. It would be a mistake to become distracted. Orochimaru was powerful, but if he collaborated with Naruto and Guy, they might be able to defeat him. When the 2 of them passed through the shinobi that separated them from Orochimaru, they both began to run towards him, the beginnings of Chidori and Kakashi's right palm. They came to a halt when one of Naruto appeared in front of them, hands raised to stop them. "What are you doing, Naruto?" Kakashi inquired, letting Chidori fade away. When Kakashi addressed the other man, Guy choked in surprise, looking quickly at his masked face for confirmation that this was indeed the boy from 10 years before. Naruto didn't seem surprised that Kakashi had figured him out. "I think you should stay here, Kakashi-sensei." "Guy-sensei, can you explain why?" Kakashi inquired, refusing to let his old student prevent him from reaching Orochimaru without a valid reason. Naruto cast a glance behind him, and they followed his gaze as another Naruto appeared to be pleading with Jiraiya, who stood not far from Orochimaru's snake. Iro Sennin is about to commit a heinous crime. Naruto returned their gaze, glancing behind them. "Your old students need some assistance," he said with a quick nod in the opposite direction before disappearing back into the fight. They turned to see Lee fighting off a swarm of ninja while protecting Sakura, who was a short distance behind him, working intently on Kiba's leg. Akamaru crouched loyally in front of his master, attempting to protect anyone who got past Lee. They rushed to help, leaving Orochimaru in the care of Jiraiya. "This is a bad idea, Iro Sennin." Jiraiya bit his thumb as Naruto spoke. "There are far too many people present. He also threatened to eat you the next time you summoned him." Naruto smirked. "What in the world did you do?" Jiraiya paused for a moment, his face solemn. "While gathering information for me, one of his sons was killed, most likely by Akatsuki." "What kind of information?" Naruto inquired. "On you." "Me?" Naruto asked, perplexed. "Tsunade and I are concerned about you, kid. We checked in on you from time to time." Naruto looked at him, surprised. He'd assumed that once he was gone, everyone would have moved on. The more people he spoke with, the more it appeared that he had never been more wrong. Naruto smiled beneath his mask, a warm tingle of joy filling him. Jiraiya did the hand seals and slammed his palm to the ground to distract him. "Baka." Naruto jumped backwards, his warm feeling gone. With a puff of smoke, Naruto found himself next to a massive red flipper. The fighting on the hill slowed as the shinobi took in the sight of the massive frog that had appeared out of nowhere. Gamabunter rolled his eyes upwards, much like Naruto did when Gamakichi perched on his head. Naruto could feel Jiraiya's rage radiate from him when he discovered him. Jiraiya, he exclaimed, his pipe bouncing in his mouth. How dare you call after what you've done? His rough tongue shot up to seize the Sannin, but Naruto stopped him. Boss, Gamabunta came to a halt, looking down and retracting his tongue. Rat, what are you doing here? Boss, don't eat the pervert, Naruto said. It was Akatsuki who murdered your son. He pointed to Orochimaru, who was watching them from the safety of his snake. Their leader is Orochimaru. You must exact your vengeance on them. Gamabunta growled at Orochimaru, which was unusual for a frog. All right, he said. However, I want you with me, not him. I can't. Boss, Naruto explained as he pointed behind him. I'm a little busy right now. Gamabunta looked back at the battle raging behind him, taking in all of the clones. Besides, Iro Sennin is stronger than me, he told the frog. Gamabunta laughed. I'm not so certain. Jiraiya appeared to be about to say something impolite, but Gamabunta persisted. All right, Jiraiya, let's finish this. He unsheathed his katana from behind him. Boss, please don't crush us down here, Naruto said. Baka, Gamabunta exclaimed. I never put my sons in danger. Jiraiya searched the battlefield for the smaller frogs. When he didn't see any, his brow furrowed in perplexity. He realized with wide eyes that Gamabunta had been referring to none other than Naruto himself when he saw Naruto fondly pat the frog's large flipper before running off into battle. To be so highly regarded by Gamabunta, what had happened between them over the years? That frog, Sasuke said to Naruto, who was fighting alongside him. Is he the one you called when we were kids? Naruto responded by blocking a punch and smashing his fist into his opponent's face. Yeah, Gamabunta is his name. He'd be the Hokage if frogs were ninjas. With a swipe of his katana, Sasuke sliced through an enemy's stomach. When the man collapsed in a heap on the ground, Sasuke flicked some blood from his katana with a jerk of his wrist. If either man thought having a conversation in these conditions was strange, he didn't show it. Cage Bunshin probably gave you away, Sasuke said as he spun and kicked a man away. It was one thing when you did one, but doing so many times is bound to raise some eyebrows. Yeah, Naruto grumbled as he ducked a punch. I spoke with Kakashi, and he definitely knows. Sasuke found it strange that Naruto could be in so many places at once. He was aware that these were clones, but they all communicated as if they were one person. One was fighting by his side, while the other was talking to Kakashi, but both knew what was going on. Keeping them all straight must be a monumental task. So, where is your true self? Looking through the slits of his Anbu mask, Sasuke saw Naruto pat Gamabunta on the flipper before jumping back into the fight. What about the frog? Of course, the real me has to handle the most important things, Naruto replied. Orochimaru was getting tired of fighting. He was losing too many men and didn't want to fight Jiraiya and his pet. His new body was only a short distance away, just down the hill. Most people couldn't tell the difference between the real man and the clones, but only one of the masked men had the intoxicating power of Kyuubi. He only needed Naruto to be unconscious. The young man, on the other hand, was stronger than Orochimaru had hoped and smarter than he had realized. He'd underestimated him before, but this time would be different. But as he watched the real Naruto, he realized his flaw. He made his move as Jiraiya and Gamabunta prepared to attack him. He signaled his men to draw back by lifting his arm. They retreated behind him, perplexing the Konoha fighters. The snake on which he was riding then drove its thick tail into the ground, signaling the other giant snake, which had burrowed beneath the ground and was lying in wait, to make its move. As the snake emerged from the ground in a flurry of earth and rocks, several Konoha ninjas were tossed into the air. It bared its fangs and flew directly at its prey, who was caught off guard and unable to flee. Sasuke could only watch as the snake charged at him at speeds he couldn't match. As he tumbled down the hill, he felt a sharp jar in the world titled. He regained consciousness and rolled to his feet, slightly dazed, before turning to face the spot he'd been standing in. The Naruto he'd been fighting was panting, his right hand gripping a kunai that was digging into the snake's nose, looking small in comparison to the large face. One of the snake's sharp fangs pierced Naruto's left forearm. Sasuke waited for the poof of a defeated clone, his stomach twisting with each second that it didn't come. Then he and the other Konoha ninjas heard the familiar popping noise, and the 50 or so remaining clones vanished. The snake hissed viciously as he ripped his fang from Naruto's arm, sending blood flying through the air. He snapped his jaws, but before he could even think about attacking again, his head was severed from his body, each part crashing to the ground. Gamabunta now stood between the two snake pieces, clutching his sword tightly. Sasuke moved quickly to Naruto, who appeared dizzy. When Sasuke arrived, the other man wobbled on his feet, and Sasuke quickly sheathed his sword, catching him as he wobbled. Naruto's knees buckled, and Sasuke supported his weight, gently lowering him to the ground. "Didn't you say you were with the frog?" Sasuke was surprised to learn that the real Naruto had been by his side throughout the battle. "You moron, why didn't you use a clone to push me aside?" "I warned you," Naruto said, his breathing becoming labored. "Important matters must be handled by the real me." Sakura dashed over to them. She had no idea why Akatsuki had stopped fighting, but she wasn't about to turn down a gift horse. Even Jiraiya and Gamabunta's, and especially Orochimaru's, were fixated on the injured young man. First, the pink-haired medical nin examined his wound. When the thick fang impaled Naruto, it fractured his arm and caused him to bleed profusely. Sakura quickly noticed his shallow breathing and, gently moving his head protector, felt his forehead for a fever. He was on fire. "The snake must have been poisonous," she said, and Sasuke's fists clenched. Sakura leaned over Naruto, gently brushing her hand through his hair. "Do you feel any pain?" She paused before finishing softly. "Naruto." Sasuke was taken aback by her appearance. She'd figured it out by now. Naruto's smile could be seen through his mask. "Sakura-chan, you were always too smart for me." "No, there is no pain. I believe my arm has gone numb. I can't heal this wound while you're still poisoned. In addition, if the fang caused the bone to shatter, your arm may require surgery. Then just wrap me in a bandage and I'll wait until I get back," Naruto said between pants. His increasingly shallow breaths concerned her. Sasuke observed Naruto's eyes becoming distant and unfocused. "Stay awake, Naruto," he said, shaking his good arm. If Naruto lost consciousness, two very bad things could happen, and Sasuke didn't want to witness either. Naruto was fighting hard to stay awake, but his vision was foggy. He could only vaguely hear Sasuke speaking to him, and as the poison spread through his body, he became numb. So Sasuke's firm grip on his arm went unnoticed. His eyes soon closed and his body relaxed. "Naruto," Sasuke stated. There was no reaction. "We need to get him out of here." "Sakura," Sasuke said, reaching out to scoop the limp man into his arms. "Do not move him," Sakura said as she placed her hand on Naruto's chest. It could help the poison move through his bloodstream faster. Orochimaru sat atop his snake, his mouth curled in a triumphant sneer. In a flurry of seals, his hands flew. Once he gained control of the snake venom, it would have no effect on his body. Naruto's unconscious body arched up from the ground with a gasp, as if he'd been kicked, and Sasuke and Sakura moved back slightly. With a sinking heart, Sasuke looked over his shoulder at Orochimaru and saw that only Kabuto's immobile body lay on the snake's head. Looking back at Naruto, he realized that Orochimaru's consciousness must have moved. Orochimaru looked around, perplexed. He'd never experienced anything like this before when entering a body. He immediately recognized where he was. The streets of Konoha looked much the same as they had when he was a child, but there was something about his surroundings that told him he wasn't in Konoha. A young boy no older than 7 walked past him, his head covered in a shock of wild bright yellow hair. He was walking through an alleyway between 2 stores when he heard a voice. The voice was deep, and Orochimaru detected malice in it. "Hey, kid," a stocky man in the shadows said, his thick black hair falling around his face. The young boy looked at him with fear, slowly backing away. "Respect your elders, you little shit," the man hissed as he snatched his wrist and dragged him into the alley. The boy screamed in surprise and terror, but the villagers who heard him turned away, pretending not to hear him. Orochimaru followed them into the alley because he had nowhere else to go. The man slapped Naruto across the young whiskered face, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Stop yelling or I'll kill you." The boy immediately calmed down. As the man began to beat him, curse him, and spit on him, he stifled his cries. Orochimaru and the man both looked pitifully at Naruto as he sobbed quietly on the ground. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow as the man began to unbutton his pants. That was fascinating. Such incidents left deep emotional scars. Naruto had obviously kept up a good front when he was younger. This information could be useful to him. Naruto started to flee, terrified. The man approached him steadily. "Some skeletons should be left in the closet," a low voice from behind him said. Orochimaru turned around to face the adult Naruto. He had removed his mask and was staring calmly at Orochimaru. "Kyuubi assassinated his family," Naruto explained. Orochimaru could hear the young Naruto screams behind him. "How did it feel?" the dark-haired man asked, a menacing grin on his face. "It's the most painful thing I've ever experienced," Naruto stated unequivocally. The screams were silenced and the memory was erased with a wave of his hand. They were alone in the dark, only seeing each other. "You shouldn't be rummaging through my memories." "Didn't anyone come to look into the screams?" With a small smile on his face, Orochimaru inquired. How could they have? Naruto inquired. It was just the demon kid. Even so, you continue to protect these people. Why? Naruto didn't respond to the question. But Orochimaru wasn't sure if it was because he didn't want or couldn't. Naruto-kun, Konoha does not recognize greatness in good. You must force them to see your true strength in order to demonstrate it. Make them fear you, and they will see your strength. We could destroy those who refuse to acknowledge our power if we work together. Naruto fixed his gaze on him. You have no business being here, Orochimaru. Orochimaru became aware of the sudden echo of Naruto's words. The sound of slowly dripping water could be heard throughout the darkness. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he realized he was in a large dark stone room. "Get out of here, Kit," said a large voice from the darkness. "I'm not your Kit. Stop calling me that," Naruto retorted angrily. A snort was heard. "Right now, you have no power." Tendrils of red chakra wrapped around Naruto, gradually tightening. "For the time being, return to your memories. I have matters to discuss." As he was rendered motionless, Naruto's fists clenched at his sides. "This isn't your decision, bastard fox." When the fox didn't respond, Naruto was thrown backward, disappearing into the blur of color that was his memories speeding by. Orochimaru could not locate the source of the voice. "What are you up to?" it inquired. "I want to take over Naruto's body," Orochimaru said confidently. A sniff was made. "You have an evil odor, much more refreshing than the scent of the Kit. What do you intend to do with his body?" "I want to be powerful. My strength." It wasn't even a question. "You'll have a lot more freedom now that I'm in charge. I don't mind letting you take over every now and then." There was a low rumble, almost as if the fox was laughing. "That is where you have misjudged me, human. I don't want to be controlled by anyone. Kit has no power over me. He fights me with everything he has. Despite my hatred for him, he has earned my respect for this. You're arrogant to think you can control him, and even more so to think you can control me. You are powerful and evil, and perhaps we could do a lot of damage together. But I've spent too many years with this brat. I've been gradually merging with him, weakening the seal as time passes. I can't let you in after all of this hard work and ruin it. When I am free, after I have destroyed those who are important to the brat, you will be my next target. I'd eat you right now if I could, but I'm not yet free to move." Orochimaru finally recognized the source of the voice when two glowing red eyes appeared, separated from him by a large set of vertical metal bars. Orochimaru felt a sharp jolt as his eyes flashed. He opened his eyes to find himself back in Kabuto's body, atop the snake. He stomped to his feet, glaring angrily at Naruto. Not only had the fox rejected him, but he had threatened to kill him. Whatever, the poison would take care of them both. He and the snake he stood on vanished after ordering his forces to retreat. They waited for Naruto to stop with bated breath. They had to be ready if he awoke as Orochimaru. After a few moments, a flare of red chakra suddenly surrounded Naruto's body. Sasuke and Sakura took a quick step back. Jiraiya recognized the chakra flare after witnessing a similar occurrence with Sasuke 10 years before. He noticed Kabuto's body standing. He laughed. Naruto had defeated him. Sasuke could sense that Orochimaru was no longer inside Naruto, but he didn't have time to rejoice. Naruto's eyes had opened. They were bright red. "Sakura, get back," he exclaimed as Naruto rose to his feet. Sakura moved quickly away, recognizing the gravity of her former teammate's voice. And even though his mask obscured his expression, Sakura could almost see the grim set of his jaw as Naruto stood. Shikamaru realized right away that the Akatsuki's threat to their lives was not over. Hinata and Neji were looking around with pupilless eyes. The chakra was out of the ordinary. They could almost see the rage it exuded. There was also an abundance of it. Fighting Naruto in this state would be impossible, even with everyone working together. The older generation of shinobi were terrified of the man, who now radiated visible red chakra. They now knew exactly who he was. They hadn't felt that chakra in over 25 years, and with this man's apparent death 10 years ago, they thought they were finally free of it. Pulling down Naruto's mask, Kyuubi smirked at all the potential victims, his elongated fangs gleaming. Anyone who hadn't realized his identity had been revealed when the mask was removed and his whiskered cheeks were revealed. Kyuubi's red eyes locked on Sasuke, and his grin widened. "You shall be the first," he said as he approached the dark-haired Anbu. "Naruto," Sasuke said as he backed away. "Defend yourself." Naruto's mouth curled into a sneer. "He's exhausted. That's what 10 years of not sleeping will do to you." Kyuubi knelt, lowering Naruto's center of gravity in preparation for a leap at Sasuke. He abruptly came to a halt, dropping to his knees. "What?" he demanded angrily. Shikamaru was on his knees a few yards away, His face contorted as he struggled to keep his Kage main no jutsu on the powerful creature. Sasuke, get him out of there. You're the only one who can do it, he said it with clenched teeth and closed eyes. He didn't even notice Choji and Ino kneeling at his side, worried. Sasuke moved quickly, kneeling in front of Naruto and removing his Anbu mask. Several ninjas thought getting so close to a demon was a bad idea, but no one dared to try to convince the Anbu to back down. You must fight him, Naruto. Kyuubi snarled angrily. I'm not fleeing, and there's no way I'm going to beat Kyuubi. So, if you don't want me to die, you'd better get your act together. Dobe, Sasuke said, repeating what Naruto had said to him 10 years before. Shikamaru's jutsu failed, and the young Jounin collapsed, exhausted by his desperate effort. Before he could fall face first into the ground, Ino and Choji caught him. The ninjas of Konoha gasped as Kyuubi raised a clawed hand to slice through Sasuke, who made no attempt to dodge. Kyuubi's eyes flashed and turned purple. Sasuke remained standing, maintaining eye contact with the man in front of him. Naruto got down on all fours, his fingers digging into the earth and red chakra swirling around him. Shino raised an eyebrow in comprehension. He'd previously felt this chakra. It wasn't the first time Naruto had had to deal with the fox. Naruto was thrown backwards and slid several feet as the red chakra was sucked back into him with such force. Sasuke shifted to his side, relieved to be looking into blue eyes. That, Naruto panted, his gaze fixed on the man he had almost slashed in half moments before. It's a risky game. It's a game of trust, Sasuke said, a small smirk on his face. As Sakura gently wrapped Naruto's arm, Sasuke stood nearby. As soon as she wrapped the white bandages, blood began to seep through, but there was nothing she could do. Those who had known Naruto gathered around him, not too close, but not too far away. As they watched him struggle for breath on the ground, emotions and questions raced through their heads. They couldn't believe they hadn't recognized him before now that the young man's mask had come off. He resembled me, but he was older. His face was more defined, and his cheek marks were wider, but everything else remained the same, right down to his blue eyes and tan skin. Despite his frail appearance, the ninja who hadn't known Naruto and thus hated or feared him kept his distance. Those who were not injured assisted other medical nins in moving the injured and dead. Naruto, you need to get back to Konoha as soon as possible, Sakura said after bandaging his arm. Naruto had his eyes closed, but she could tell he was awake. I don't have enough ingredients to make an antidote. Blue eyes opened to look at her thoughtfully. What happens if it isn't treated? Sakura looked down at him, puzzled. You'll die, she predicted. Does it happen quickly? He inquired between exhalations. She was perplexed as to why he had asked such a question and looked at Sasuke. Was Naruto willing to die? When Sasuke saw her expression, he moved closer to them. But Naruto stopped him, saying, "This is a conversation between my doctor and I." Sasuke. The dark-haired man froze, crossed his arms, and turned away with a humph. The rest of the friends were perplexed. How about it, Sakura-chan? I don't understand, Naruto. Just answer me, Naruto said solemnly, a tone she hadn't heard from him before. Sakura looked at him for a moment before agreeing. Snake venom has 3 stages. The first is the situation you're in. It causes paralysis. It is causing your heart and lungs to slow down, which is why you are having difficulty breathing. To be honest, I'm not sure how you're still alive. The snake usually consumes its prey before this stage is completed. But humans have discovered that if the venom remains in the system for more than a couple of hours, the poison begins to react with the blood, giving the sensation of being burned from the inside out. Shinobi frequently use it for torture. Naruto remained silent, waiting for her to speak. This can last for several hours before the person dies. I'm confident Tsunade-sama can create the antidote. So if we can just find a way to get you back quickly, I'd rather just stay here, Naruto said as he closed his eyes once more. But Naruto, Sakura objected. Like hell you are, said another. Naruto didn't even bother to open his eyes. I told you to stay out of this, Sasuke. Sasuke may not have been close enough to hear the conversation, but the Sharingan also made it very easy for him to read lips. Sakura, said Sasuke. See if Jiraiya can convince Gamabunta to drive Naruto back to Konoha. Naruto growled, opening his eyes to face Sasuke, who stood above him. This is not your decision, Uchiha. The sentence lacked force, however, because Naruto was still gasping for air. Sakura hesitated, but when Sasuke looked at her, she stood up and went to Jiraiya, leaving the 2 men alone. What the fuck are you thinking, Dobe? Sasuke inquired as to when she had left. There's nothing that should surprise you, Naruto wheezed. Sasuke knelt beside him, his weight on his heels. I'm not going to let you use me to commit suicide. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the large snake bite in my arm. You were bitten only because you pushed me out of the way. Could you please stop hating yourself? It's extremely irritating. Sasuke, this is my life. It's entirely up to me whether I want to risk it by keeping you from being eaten. And if I'd rather stay here than return to Konoha in the hopes that Tsunade can heal me, that's my choice. For a brief moment, Sasuke remained silent, listening to Naruto's erratic breathing. Finally, he asked, and if our roles were reversed, and I were the one choosing to stay rather than return, what would you do? Naruto exhaled a sigh. I'm going to send you back kicking and screaming. They could hear Sakura's footsteps. Gamabunta says he can get you back to Konoha in a few hours, she said, waiting for Naruto's reaction. Well, since that freak of a frog is more stubborn than Sasuke, it looks like I don't have a choice. Naruto said cheerfully, a far cry from the solemn tone he'd used with Sasuke only moments before. You filthy brat, Gamabunta boomed, gently picking him up with his tongue. Sasuke, Naruto said before being lifted up. I apologize. He was then whisked away and placed on top of Gamabunta's head. What are you sorry for? In disbelief, Sasuke pondered. Was Naruto up to something? I'll accompany you, Jiraiya said, staring up at the frog as if daring him to say no. Gamabunta was not the only person who regarded Naruto as a son. Jiraiya leaped to his head as the frog nodded. Sasuke took a step forward, contemplating joining them. Naruto's final words made him nervous. He came to a halt when he felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. He turned around to see Kakashi standing behind him. Sasuke, he said, nodding to Choji and Ino, who were watching what was going on but kneeling next to Shikamaru, who was unconscious. With Shikamaru on the mend, we need you here. Sasuke paused, looking up at the frog, then back to the shinobi without a leader. Kakashi was correct. He owed it to the troops. Gamabunta took off at a breakneck pace and was soon out of sight. Sasuke stood there watching them leave, regretting his decision almost immediately. Tsunade didn't seem it, but she was getting too old for this. Jiraiya had sprung into action when he arrived on Gamabunta with a writhing Naruto in his arms, doing her best to ignore the tightening in her chest as they carried Naruto to a hospital room. She'd lost too many people and vowed angrily that Naruto would not be added to that list. The young man was clearly in a lot of pain. In an attempt to keep from screaming, he clenched his fists and ground his teeth together. Tsunade was surprised that he was still conscious. Tsunade recognized the snake venom as soon as Jiraiya explained what had happened. A lethal poison that is mostly used for torture. It stands to reason that Orochimaru would have access to such a substance. The cure had only recently been discovered, and Tsunade luckily had all of the ingredients needed to make it. She couldn't help but think about how close she had come to having to announce Naruto's death as she injected it into his arm. Again, there would have been nothing she could have done in another hour, but thinking about it now would be counterproductive. She cast a glance at Naruto, whose face was angled to the right, making it impossible for him to see what she was doing. He was unusually quiet, and she assumed he was concentrating all of his efforts on concealing any signs of pain. He had refused to take any medication before she performed surgery on his injured arm. He didn't want to lose consciousness yet again. Tsunade could only imagine how it felt to have her poking around in his arm with her metal instruments, with nothing to take the edge off the pain. She was, however, impressed. Naruto managed to stay perfectly still for her. When he abruptly spoke, he surprised her, but he'd had the foresight to wait until she'd paused her work to ask Shizune for a different instrument. Will it take a long time to heal, Tsunade Baba? He inquired, his gaze fixed on the white tile wall. The operating room was extremely dull. It had the dull, sterile feel of a hospital, and it did nothing to distract him from what she was doing to his arm. Tsunade looked him in the eyes through her white surgeon's mask. I'd say a month or so for a normal person, but with your unique healing abilities, probably less than a week. She probed his arm again with what appeared to be a large pair of tweezers. She searched carefully for the shattered bone fragments. I'm leaving after the surgery, Naruto stated unequivocally. He'd only stayed for the surgery because Tsunade had warned him that his arm would become useless without it. What? Tsunade said, her chocolate eyes looking up from his arm and at his averted face. Can't you wait at least a day? Allow yourself the opportunity to begin healing. No, I need to leave as soon as possible, Naruto stated emphatically. Kyuubi was getting closer, his thoughts buzzing with the unpleasant reminder of why he'd left in the first place. He also knew he had to leave before everyone else did. He guessed they wouldn't be back until the next day if they stayed in the village for the night, and returned home this morning. Tsunade had given him the antidote and refused to operate on his arm until the morning when Gamabunta brought him in to give him a chance to rest. He hadn't actually slept, but it had given him time to think. Everyone knew by now, and he lacked both the desire and the strength to deal with the inevitable questions. Then there was his most serious issue, Sasuke. He was certain that the dark-haired Anbu would not let him go easily. Naruto had anticipated that he would be sorry for returning. He was approaching too closely. How many times as a child did he wish Sasuke would recognize him as a friend? And now it appeared that Sasuke truly did. However, there was a reason why ninja rarely befriended one another. Such actions carry far too many risks. The enemy may exploit your concern for others as a weakness. Orochimaru had completed the task. He would have avoided the snake if he had directed it directly at Naruto. However, by directing him at Sasuke, he ensured that Naruto would take the hit. On the battlefield, caring impairs judgment and distracts. Naruto had to distance himself from Sasuke for the sake of both of them. He had no strong feelings about his own life. He'd gladly do it for Sasuke. He, on the other hand, would not become Sasuke's weakness. For years, Naruto had been spiraling out of control, and he would not let Sasuke take his life for a hopeless cause like his own. Naruto could only see one certainty on the path he was walking: death. This was why he had to leave before Sasuke arrived. Gone, and far enough away that the Anbu couldn't track him down, because Sasuke refused to listen to logic. And Sasuke was the only person who could weaken his resolve. Shikamaru was exhausted, not the tired that came with a long day, or the tired that he always seemed to feel whenever he had to deal with something difficult. Shikamaru was tired, and despite the fact that he'd only recently regained consciousness, he could feel exhaustion approaching. As a man who made it a point not to exert himself unless absolutely necessary, the effort required to open his eyes almost didn't seem worth it. However, even in his half-awake state, he could sense the presence of many people. It took several blinks for him to clear his vision and a few more moments to realize where he was. The soft mattress beneath him reminded him that he was in his hotel room, and memories began to resurface. He'd expended all of his chakra on Kyuubi while performing the Kagemain no Jutsu. Naruto felt the intense power trying to break free the moment the shadow connected with him. It had immediately knocked him to all fours. He'd blacked out after his jutsu failed, and he only vaguely remembered speaking to Choji and Ino somewhere between the battlefield and his room. They'd informed him of Naruto's condition and that he was on his way back to Konoha with Jiraiya. "Will he be alright, Sakura?" Shikamaru was asked by a female voice. Ino. Sakura leaned over him, checking on him, and pink hair suddenly filled his vision. "He'll be fine. He just expended all of his chakra," she said. Green eyes were startled to meet tired brown ones. "You're awake," Sakura exclaimed, looking down at him. "Give me a chance." Sakura was abruptly removed from Ino's line of sight, replaced by a scowling blonde. Shikamaru's eyes blinked. He recognized that look, but he had no idea what he'd done to irritate her this time. "How come you didn't tell us?" she wondered. Shikamaru's normally quick mind struggled to understand her question, but came up empty-handed. He pushed himself into a sitting position, regretting his action the moment he took it, and raised an eyebrow when he saw how many people were crammed into his room. Except for Sasuke and Naruto, the original Rookie 9 and Guy's old team were present. He couldn't figure out how they'd all fit into his room. They were all staring at him, waiting for him to respond to the question he couldn't understand. "Tell you what?" he inquired. "Naruto, you were aware he was alive but did not inform us." Ino became enraged. "I knew something strange was going on." Kiba grumbled from a chair next to Shikamaru's bed. Sakura had healed his leg, but it would be painful for a few days. At his feet, Akamaru barked. "How come you didn't tell us, Shikamaru?" Choji inquired. He didn't seem as enraged as Ino or some of the others. Instead, the poor man appeared confused and upset at the prospect of his best friend keeping something from him. Shikamaru replied truthfully. "He asked me not to." "How could he not want us to know?" Lee inquired. "I'm not sure," Hinata admitted. She'd never become less soft-spoken, so when she spoke, the group learned to quiet down and listen, because otherwise, no one would hear what the young woman said. She appeared small in comparison to Shino's towering stature. "How come he's been pretending to be dead?" They were looking to Shikamaru for answers that he lacked. "You should ask Naruto," he said. "Don't give us that ask Naruto nonsense," Kiba yelled. "Please tell us what you know." Shikamaru could feel exhaustion seeping through his veins, and all he wanted to do was crawl under the covers and sleep. "That's all I know," he admitted. "Why did everyone have to be so difficult? He hasn't told me where he has been or why he has left." When I asked, he told me it was a long story, and Sasuke looked like he was about to throw a kunai at me for even bringing it up. The only thing I can suggest is that you go ask Sasuke, who may or may not know. Or wait until we get back and ask Naruto. Shikamaru seemed to have forgotten everything that they had taught him. If he was lying, he wouldn't go to the trouble of saying so many words. Of course, that's assuming he hasn't died, Sakura said, surprising everyone. Shikamaru was staring at her with a cool expression on her face. You should have informed me, she said. Don't you believe I had a right to know? Sakura, he explained. It wasn't my choice. Even if I had wanted to defy Naruto, Tsunade-sama forbade me from telling anyone. Sakura didn't seem comforted by his words, but she remained silent. Tsunade, Kiba stated, is this some massive conspiracy? Neji had been standing quietly near the door, his Anbu mask dangling from his hip. What was that red chakra? Shikamaru, your use of jutsu this morning suggests that you were aware of what was going on. Shikamaru groaned. Finally, someone asks him a question he can answer, and it was about something the Hokage had ordered him never to discuss. I'm sorry, but I can't talk about it with you, he explained. The room was filled with a dissatisfied murmur. There is definitely a conspiracy, Kiba stated. The journey back to Konoha was long and tense, because they were slowed by the injured. What was normally a day's walk took nearly 2. Shikamaru sighed as he watched the returning group. The group of 50 had been reduced to 30, nearly half of whom were injured. They had waited a day before departing for Konoha, allowing both the injured and the healthy to rest before the long journey. Shikamaru's friends had left after his inquisition, and he had taken advantage of the quiet, sleeping all day and waking refreshed this morning. His friends suspected he knew more than he was telling them, and as a result, they were giving him the cold shoulder. During the walk, he could feel a glare or two directed at him. They needed answers, but he wasn't the man to provide them. He wouldn't have told them about Kyuubi even if he hadn't been told not to. Naruto's secret was to be revealed, not anyone else's. Besides, he had more pressing concerns than receiving the silent treatment. Shikamaru could feel the tension rolling off Sasuke as he walked next to him. Despite his outward calm and poise, Sasuke was too preoccupied with his thoughts to notice Shikamaru. Gamabunta and Jiraiya had left around midday yesterday. Naruto would have died if they hadn't arrived in Konoha in time, or if Tsunade didn't have the ingredients she needed, and it would be entirely his fault. Again, he might have been able to avoid the snake if he hadn't frozen up. Naruto wouldn't have had to push him out of the way if he had at least tried. Sasuke sighed in frustration. At this rate, they were still nearly a day's walk from Konoha. Shikamaru cast a glance at him and said, Sasuke, you should proceed. The fox mask quickly turned to face him. Tsunade-sama should be informed of the battle and prepared to treat our wounded, Shikamaru said, a sly gleam in his eyes barely visible. He hadn't forgotten that Jiraiya was already in Konoha, ready to inform Tsunade. Sasuke almost grinned behind his mask. Shikamaru was giving him an excuse to return to Konoha as soon as possible. Sasuke took off without saying anything else. At top speed, he could be back in Konoha in a matter of hours. The sun had set several hours before, and the crescent moon shone softly over the group of shinobi. They'd stopped earlier in a small clearing of forest where they could all sleep comfortably. They were getting close to Konoha now, and those who ventured out of the village on a regular basis had begun to recognize their surroundings. Still, they were far enough away that Shikamaru had decided to let them all rest for the night and walk the remaining few hours in the morning. Except for the few shinobi on guard duty, the majority of the shinobi were sleeping. Kakashi sat high in a tree, leaning against the thick trunk and scanning the forest from his perch, absently twirling a kunai between his fingers. He wasn't on guard duty, but sleep was not going to come easily tonight. Naruto's unexpected and mysterious return, as well as his previous battle with the Kyuubi, were weighing heavily on his mind. He couldn't help but wonder if the two were somehow related. There were so many unanswered questions, and there was no one to answer them until he returned to Konoha. An angry presence suddenly entered his senses, but despite its intensity, Kakashi could tell it had no malicious intent. So he calmly continued twirling his kunai. Sakura abruptly entered his line of sight and would have appeared to be taking a normal walk if she hadn't been moving sideways up the tree, gravity pulling her long hair towards the ground. She took a seat on the large tree branch he was sitting on. He maintained his usual nonchalance because he knew it was comforting to the woman. So much had changed so quickly that it was comforting to know that some things had remained constant. Tell me you didn't know, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said, her gaze fixed on the shinobi 50 feet below. What about Naruto? He inquired. I had no idea, Sakura. How on earth is he still alive? Why didn't he inform us? Her tone became agitated. Why would he seek out Sasuke? Sasuke nearly killed him. Kakashi had often wondered if Sakura had kept her promise. Tsunade told him that during the battle, Sakura told Orochimaru, whom she mistook for Sasuke, that she would never forgive him for Naruto's death. After that, everyone realized that it wasn't Sasuke who killed Naruto, but that Sasuke's decisions had ultimately led to the young man's death. Sakura had obviously kept her promise, no matter how civil she was to her former teammate. Kakashi was at a loss for words. He had no idea what had happened in Naruto and Sasuke's first and second fights. Perhaps Sasuke, like Shikamaru, simply discovered the truth. Perhaps what Naruto needed was a little friendly competition rather than a friend he proposed. Sakura sighed and swayed her dangling legs back and forth. He'd better be okay, she stated solemnly, because I'm going to give him an earful when we get back, she added, as if to lighten her own mood. Her eyes flashed as she raised her fist. Kakashi's visible eye curved into a smile, glad to see his former student looking more like herself. He'd feel sorry for Naruto if she got to him. Something told him the younger man was going to get a lot of bumps on the head. When Sasuke burst through her office doors, Tsunade and Jiraiya both looked up in surprise. He'd used the doors this time because the hole he'd made a few days before was now boarded up. Tsunade sat behind her desk, ignoring the stacks of paperwork that littered it, and Jiraiya sat comfortably in the chair in front of the desk. Is he alright? Sasuke inquired of the Sannin. Tsunade gave him a sidelong glance before responding. He's alright, Sasuke, but may I speak with him? Tsunade bit her bottom lip and said, Sasuke, he isn't here. Is he in the hospital? Sasuke inquired. No, Sasuke, he left and is no longer in Konoha. They couldn't see his face through his Anbu mask, but his suddenly rigid body told them that the news wasn't going down well. When did he leave? He inquired quietly. A couple of hours ago, Tsunade said. Sasuke turned around, ready to follow him. Sasuke was with Gamabunta, Jiraiya explained. You're never going to catch them. Tsunade idly noticed that, even though the wooden mask's expression never changed. It was amazing how, when the wearer was angry, the fox face seemed more menacing. How come you let him go? I didn't want him to leave either, she admitted. But I can't make him stay, especially since we know Orochimaru can't possess him. He wanted to leave. Sasuke could feel his chest tightening as the reality of Naruto's departure set in. He'd left once more. He had vanished. The consuming loneliness that Sasuke had lived with his entire life. The loneliness that had slowly begun to fade with Naruto's unexpected presence, hit him with such force that it nearly took his breath away. There was a pop, and Sasuke turned to see a large orange frog sitting comfortably on Tsunade's paperwork. Pop told me to tell you that the kid is fine, he told Jiraiya. Where is he? Sasuke inquired, quickly approaching the desk. I've been forbidden to say, the frog explained, his mouth curled into an amphibian grin. Sasuke yanked his mask off, piercing him with his gaze. The frog appeared unconcerned. I'll see you later, pervert, he said, waving. You've been spending too much time with that brat, Gamakichi, Jiraiya grumbled, remembering how all the frogs used to respect him. Wait, exclaimed Sasuke as the frog prepared to leave. He knelt in front of Tsunade's desk, face to face with Gamakichi. Both Sannin looked at him, but he ignored them. Can you take him a message? Sasuke inquired. Gamakichi looked at him for a moment before nodding. Tell him I thought Uzumaki Naruto never ran away. He's just a coward who talks big but doesn't deliver. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other. They had expected something more sentimental, but this was Sasuke. Gamakichi vanished with a nod of understanding, leaving smoke on Tsunade's desk. Sasuke stood, ignoring the Sannin and stalking towards the door. Gamakichi's return was announced by a pop followed by Yo, kid. Gamakichi continued as Sasuke turned. If protecting my friends means being a coward, I don't want to be brave, he said. Tell him that sneaking away while no one is looking is not protecting us, but rather running away from us so you don't have to face anyone. As the three ninja waited for Naruto's response, there was a pop followed by silence. No one will want me there anyway when the village finds out who I am, he says with a pop. Tsunade surprised Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Gamakichi by speaking, just as he was about to growl at the frog to tell Naruto to stop making stupid excuses. I need you here. After a brief pause, Jiraiya added, so do I. Gamakichi looked at Sasuke, as if he was debating whether or not to deliver the messages. Sasuke shrugged and raised his brows. The frog took this as a sign to leave and vanished. He came back a few minutes later. He said, "Thank you, Tsunade Baba, Ero Senin, but could you give us a second?" Jiraiya took the hint, standing and walking around the desk to grab Tsunade by the arm. The blonde woman did not appear happy about being forced to leave her own office, and she was probably even more unhappy about missing the rest of the conversation. When they were gone and the door was closed, Gamakichi delivered the rest of the message to Sasuke. "Forget about me, Sasuke, I need to be alone. Don't worry, I'm used to being alone. So am I, and I'm sick of it," exclaimed Sasuke. "Just tell me where you are. I hate being alone here. We can be alone together." "Pop, you're an oxymoron, moron. Be quiet, dope. Pop, you keep quiet, asshole." "Wow, what a response," snorted Sasuke. "Bring your ass here so I can kick it." Pop, if I recall correctly, you were the one who was knocked out with broken bones after our last fight. If you had asked me, I would have gone with you." Pop. Sasuke quickly sat in Jiraiya's empty chair, his head in his hands. Seconds turned into minutes, and Sasuke became concerned that Naruto would not respond. Pop. Sasuke didn't notice Gamakichi's smile because he wasn't looking up. It wasn't the grin he'd had earlier, but rather a sad little smile. He said, "You don't see the danger you're putting yourself in. If you don't protect yourself from me, I'll have to do it for you." Sasuke didn't move, and Gamakichi continued, "I'm sorry, kid, but he told me not to wait for a response," Gamakichi said, leaving Sasuke slumped in his chair. He'd only just said goodbye to Gamabunta and left on his own when Gamakichi appeared with Sasuke's message. It had been unexpected, to say the least, but thankfully, with Sasuke so far away, Naruto had been able to keep his cool. In person, Sasuke might have been able to persuade him to stay or allow him to accompany him, but he was safe here. Naruto began walking up the road after sending Gamakichi off with a final message for Sasuke. With no destination in mind other than away from Konoha, he was finally on his own for the first time since his trip to Konoha. It was exactly what he had desired from the start. So, what made him so unhappy? Naruto ignored the sensation and turned left, disappearing into the forest that ran parallel to the road. Naruto wanted to stay away from the main roads as the sun set. He knew from years of traveling that after dark, thieves and bandits prowled the roads looking for weary nighttime travelers to prey on. Normally, it would have made no difference because Naruto was perfectly capable of defending himself against common thieves. But Tsunade had warned him not to use his arm as much as possible until it healed. It was bandaged and wrapped in a sling that was loosely draped across his shoulder. It still hurt from the surgery, and Naruto was relieved to avoid any unnecessary fighting. The sun had completely set as he walked through the forest, and the only dim light he had now came from the crescent moon. Long shadows of trees stretched across his self-made path as he navigated fallen logs and foliage. It was a cool night, a foreshadowing of the approaching autumn. Naruto made a mental note to look into getting a jacket the next time he visited a town. Short sleeves were appropriate for August, but winters in the Fire Country could be brutal. Naruto had been traveling for quite some time when he heard the sounds of a battle. It was a little to his right, not in the direction he was going. He came to a halt in his stride, unsure whether to investigate or continue on his way. Seals and two-handed fighting were out of the question because he could barely move his arm. He was about to abandon the battle when a familiar chakra presence drew his attention. Kyuubi clearly felt it as well, and Naruto gritted his teeth, forcing the fox's sudden surge of chakra back. "Stop advertising our presence, Baka," muttered Naruto to the fox. Someone's attention was bound to be drawn to such a chakra, especially his. Naruto sensed the fox's sudden desire to pursue him, and his curiosity was piqued. I suppose it couldn't hurt to look. Shikamaru had been startled awake by the shouts of those on guard duty. Ambush. Were being attacked. Within moments, the Konoha ninja were awake and alert, ready to fight. Even the majority of the injured were prepared, ignoring their pain. Kakashi and Sakura descended from above, crouched and armed with kunai. The three remaining Anbu stood around the clearing, each masked and their katana unsheathed. The attack came from all directions. It only took a glance at their enemies' slashed forehead protectors to realize that Orochimaru intended to finish off the small remainder of their force. Shikamaru couldn't help but notice how slim their chances of survival were as the battle began. They were wounded, outnumbered, and surrounded, and three of their best shinobi were in Konoha. A Sannin, Anbu captain, and an extremely powerful Kyuubi vessel would have come in handy right now. Sakura ducked her opponent's sword and backed away to put some distance between them. Sakura was not a fighting ninja. She was a medical ninja, and she was damn good at it. She was intelligent and had incredible chakra control, But these qualities were useless when a man tried to skewer you with a katana. Leaping away from a sword swing that would have cleaved her in half, she drew 4 shuriken from her hip pouch and tossed them at her attacker, who easily deflected the stars with his sword. He threw a kunai at her, and in her haste to avoid it, she tripped, painfully twisting her ankle as she fell to the forest floor. Her assailant appeared above her, dark eyes gleaming with unspoken victory. Sakura began gathering her healing chakra right away. If he hit her somewhere that wasn't immediately fatal, she might be able to heal herself. Possibly. He raised the sword and thrust it at her. Her eyes widened in surprise as a figure appeared between her and the sword wielder, deflecting the sword with a double-edged kunai. The attacker stumbled and backed away as he took in his new foe. His left arm hung uselessly in a sling, indicating that he was one of the injured. The wielder of the sword smirked. It was noble of this man to defend the woman, but it was foolish of him to fight with only one arm. He'd get rid of this jerk quickly. He flew towards the man, his katana raised, ready to strike his unguarded left side. A man could only do so much with one arm and a kunai. He could only stare in surprise as the man twisted slightly, crossing his right arm across his body and using the kunai to stop the blade's momentum. They were locked in that position, staring at each other. The swordsman used both arms' strength to try to force the blade's edge into the other man, while the other man managed to steadily hold the katana back with only his kunai. The sword user saw one of his comrades throw 2 kunai at his opponent's back with only a glimmer of victory in his eyes. He increased the pressure on the kunai with his sword, keeping the man's attention on him. When the man sidestepped the kunai that was about to strike him, they flew by their original target, slamming into his chest. He died as he fell to the ground. Naruto returned his kunai to his pouch and turned to check on Sakura, who had used the opportunity to heal her ankle and was now standing gingerly. "Are you okay, Sakura-chan?" She could only gape in surprise when she recognized him. Naruto's hair remained covered, but his face was no longer hidden, and he looked at her with concern. She had faith in Tsunade's ability to heal him, but seeing him in front of her was surreal. She had been living for the past 10 years with the knowledge that he had died, as if she were in a dream. She jolted awake from her trance. "I'm fine. How did you find your way back here?" Naruto shrugged, a grin on his face that seemed both familiar and strange. "It's a long story." Sakura looked at his bandaged arm. "Should you fight with your arm hurt?" she inquired. "No," he replied, looking around. His gaze was drawn to something he didn't particularly like the look of. "Be careful, Sakura, I have to go take care of this," he said as he walked away. The issue with Shikamaru's shadow jutsu was that using it in the midst of a battle with many enemies exposed him to other attacks. He'd had no choice in the matter, unfortunately. He was identified as the leader, and 12 Akatsuki decided to attack him all at once. Shikamaru was the first to admit he wasn't good at fighting in large groups. Naruto, like Sasuke, Tenten, Lee, and many of the others, was a numbers man. He, on the other hand, was much better at one-on-one combat, and if he couldn't do that, he'd need time to think of a way to defeat a dozen men at once. Of course, he now had the problem of jutsuing 12 men while attempting to avoid any attacks from behind. Not to mention he still wasn't sure what to do when the jutsu broke, which could happen at any time. A kunai was thrown at his back as several shuriken whizzed at him from his right, and he realized avoiding both attacks was out of the question. He avoided the kunai, and if anyone had been paying attention, they would have seen the irony in the situation as the 12 men under his jutsu all moved to the side in unison, growling as their bodies refused to listen to them. He braced himself for the shuriken's impact, but all he could hear were the dings of metal on metal as someone stood next to him, blocking each one with a kunai. "Don't think I'm going to let you die and get away with keeping secrets from me, Shikamaru," Ino said as the shuriken all fell to the ground. Shikamaru smiled as he looked at her. "Are you speaking to me right now?" She cocked an elegant brow. "And not sure what you're on about." Shikamaru's smile faded as he felt the familiar strain of holding his jutsu. "I hope you're prepared to fight 12 unhappy men," he said firmly. "You've got to be kidding," Ino said, her blonde ponytail flipping over her shoulder as she quickly turned her head to look at the men he was holding. Ino's ability to fight in large groups was not much better than Shikamaru's, as using her specialty jutsu rendered her even more defenseless than Shikamaru. "I wish," Shikamaru said as his shadow abruptly returned to him. For a brief moment, the men stood motionless, taken aback by their sudden ability to move. When they realized what was going on, they grinned and moved towards the two, quickly surrounding them. Shikamaru and Ino stood shoulder to shoulder, each holding a double-bladed kunai. Several men charged at them at once. Shikamaru and Ino tried to stay together to avoid being separated, but the men quickly separated them, 4 of whom continued to attack Ino while Shikamaru was surrounded by 8 enemies of his own. Shikamaru didn't have enough chakra to try Kage Main no Jutsu again, not with so many people to stop. One of the men managed to punch him in the face, and he stumbled backwards into another, a massive muscled man. Shikamaru's head was barely above his chest. Shikamaru's arms were twisted behind him, forcing him to drop his kunai. As one of his attackers used his incapacity to throw a heavy punch to his stomach, he felt the air leave his lungs. When Shikamaru looked up again, he saw a man with a kunai raised in front of him. He struggled, but the grip on him only tightened, and he couldn't do any seals with his arms behind his back. Ino had killed one of the 4 men she was fighting, but the other 3 were relentless in their attacks. She managed to knock one of the men away from her for a moment with a kick to the abdomen, allowing her to check on Shikamaru. He was surrounded by at least 8 men, one of whom was holding him steady as he tried to break free. The shinobi stood in his path, poised to stab him with a kunai. She realized in horror that he was going to die. He was going to die, and she had squandered her last day with him being upset about something over which he had no control. "Shikamaru," she cried, but as she tried to assist him, one of her attackers blocked her path, forcing her to block several jabs of his kunai. Shikamaru heard Ino scream but couldn't see her because of the crowd around him. He fought harder, but he came to a halt when the man in front of him slashed down with his kunai, aiming for his heart. A lifeless body fell to the ground with a grunt of pain. Shikamaru looked up in surprise to see Naruto leap above the circle of men, slamming a kunai into the back of his would-be assassin before landing in the center. Naruto regarded the men around him sternly. 8 on 1 isn't exactly fair, is it? He wondered. The man who was clutching Shikamaru spoke up. "How about 6 on 1? He asked, nodding to his comrades who were closing in on Naruto. Naruto drew a kunai from his hip pouch and assumed a fighting stance. The burly man chuckled. "Your friend is rather foolish, isn't he?" He inquired of Shikamaru. "He can't even use seals to take on 6 men with 1 arm." Shikamaru said nothing, but he had to agree. After the conversation in Sasuke's kitchen, he wasn't surprised to see Naruto try to take on more than he could handle. He just hoped he wouldn't be present when Naruto died. The men charged at Naruto, and they were astounded by his ability to dodge the continuous slashes they made with their weapons. They paused in surprise when one of their number cried out and fell to the ground, watching as Naruto swiftly pulled his kunai from the man's chest, ignoring the blood splattered across his face. 5 more to go, he said, turning the kunai in his hand for a better grip. "You're cocky, aren't you?" one of the ninjas asked. He wore a slashed hidden mist hitai around his neck and had a long scar down his cheek. "There's a distinction between cocky and confident," Naruto said as he met his gaze. "And you should be neither in this situation," the mist ninja said, forming a seal with his hands. 4 water clones appeared next to him, bringing the total number of enemies to 9. This would not have been a problem if he could have used the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, but that was out of the question. They attacked him again, and Naruto found himself buried beneath a heap of men and clones. Something was going on in the center of the clearing, which Kakashi could see. He'd heard Ino call out to Shikamaru earlier, and could only hope that neither of them had been injured or worse. He couldn't help them because he couldn't get to them. He was fighting 5 enemy shinobi who were all skilled at taijutsu, which the Sharingan struggled with. He managed to send a kunai with an exploding tag into a nearby tree where one of the shinobi he was fighting was lying in wait. Wishing he could switch off with Guy, who would have a much easier time with this than he would. He nearly groaned when 2 more ninjas replaced their comrade, bringing the total number of enemies he was fighting to 6. Neji and Tenten stood nearby in their Anbu gear and masks, easily slicing anyone who tried to attack them. Kiba had to leap out of the way of Chaoji on the other side of the clearing. The other man was nearly twice his normal size and was rolling so fast that whatever he came into contact with would be flattened. "Watch where you're going, Chaoji," Kiba yelled at the speeding man. "Sorry, Kiba," came the reply. Kiba realized Chaoji had taken out his 2 opponents, and he bent down to rub his still sore thigh, which had begun to painfully throb with all the exertion. Akamaru whimpered at him, knowing he was in pain. Kiba was about to reassure him by petting him when a handful of shuriken flew at his head. As the throwing stars embedded themselves into the tree behind him, he ducked and rolled away, struggling to his feet. In an instant, Akamaru was by his side. Kiba assessed his opponent. He'd only just thrown the shuriken, but he already had 3 more between his right hand's fingers and 2 kunai in his left. Kiba realized this was a man who favored taijutsu and weapons after noticing all of the weapons pouches he had along his pant legs. Exactly the type of person Kiba didn't have the ability to deal with at the time. His leg throbbed once more, reminding him of his slowed speed. The weapon's user grinned as he threw the shuriken at him, then let the kunai fly at Orochimaru, who was too focused on the shuriken to notice. "Orochimaru," Kiba exclaimed, scooping up the dog and facing the kunai. He couldn't avoid them because his leg was on the verge of giving out completely. When there was no hit, he turned to see Hinata standing between him and the weapon's user, holding the two kunai. "Are you alright, Kiba-kun?" she inquired softly, her pale eyes narrowing at the weapon's user. "Yeah, I'm fine," he said, his gaze shifting to the man who had attacked Orochimaru. He was now enraged. He took a limping step to stand next to Hinata after putting the dog down. The weapon's user simply grinned as he reached into his pouches and pulled out several kunai, shuriken, and long daggers. "You can only avoid so much," he explained, "unless nothing is thrown," a low voice from behind him said. He quickly turned his head to see a man standing behind him, wearing a long white coat over a jounin vest and his hands stuffed into his pockets. The weapon user snorted, his sunglasses covering his eyes. It was almost midnight, and the man probably couldn't see anything. He raised a two kunai to finish this man off first when he noticed several black dots moving along his weapons in the moonlight. Then more appeared, crawling out from beneath his sleeves. "What is this?" he yelled, attempting to swat away what he now realized were small black bugs. "It's not worth explaining," Shino said as he walked past him as more bugs appeared on him and over to Kiba and Hinata. His two former teammates were used to seeing things like this and ignored him as he screamed and frantically tried to remove the growing number of bugs before fleeing into the forest. Kiba growled, "Shino, I was going to murder him. Not on that leg," Shino stated flatly. Kiba was about to respond angrily. Shino was about to quietly ignore him, and Hinata was about to shyly try to interject. A scene the three had played out many times before. But a loud yell of "Guy Sensei" got everyone's attention. Guy and Lee were facing nearly 20 men, and the three shinobi were about to offer assistance when they realized neither man required it. The yell they had heard was actually Lee crying out in awe as Guy twisted and kicked three men several feet into the air, all the while laughing his booming laugh. "See, Lee-kun," he exclaimed, "you do not have to be young to be strong." "Guy Sensei," Lee exclaimed as he knocked out two men with his fists over his shoulders, not bothering to turn and look at his opponents. "Despite your age, you are truly the greatest shinobi in Konoha." "I'm glad you think so, Lee-kun," as the two green-clad men continued to send their opponents flying. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata exchanged glances. "I know I can be loud," Kiba said, shaking his head. "Who lied and told you that?" Shino asked as he returned to the battle. "You're a son of a..." "Kiba-kun, please relax." And the former teammate was back to normal. When Shikamaru saw Naruto vanish beneath the large group of men, he tried to break free from the man who was holding him. But the grip on his wrists only tightened, and he realized that if he moved any further, he would break his wrists. Naruto felt himself fall to the ground, landing painfully on his left side. At the contact, white-hot pain shot up his already injured arm. As a kunai slashed towards his head, he rolled to his back and landed in the dirt next to him. This wasn't the way to fight. Ignoring the pain in his left arm, he clenched his right fist, the familiar tingle of chakra starting. He hadn't intended to use this technique on a group of ninjas who weren't worth his time, but he was now forced to. Even though it had taken him years of practice, this was the only technique he could do with no seals and one hand. The ninjas on top of him looked down, perplexed, as a blue light filled their vision. They were dead before they made contact with the ground because all they heard before being blasted away was Rasengan. Shikamaru, his captor, and everyone else in the area were stunned as Naruto struggled to his feet, his right hand smoking. When the ninjas of Konoha returned their focus to their battles, their opponents had vanished. They all looked around in bewilderment, clutching their weapons tightly in preparation for a trap. A strong breeze had started to blow. Kakashi knelt beside his two opponents, tracing his fingers through the sand on the ground. Naruto was unconcerned about his enemy's sudden disappearance. His narrowed blue eyes met the man with Shikamaru's wide eyes. "Are you going to let him go now?" he inquired. The burly man snorted, twisting Shikamaru's arm so sharply that the brown-haired man grimaced in pain and knelt to relieve some of the pressure on it. The man had pulled out a kunai and pressed it against Shikamaru's exposed neck in one swift movement. "Shikamaru," exclaimed Ino, free to see what was going on now that the remaining two men she was fighting had vanished. "Come near me, and I'll kill him," the man said, drawing the dagger closer to Shikamaru's throat to demonstrate his seriousness. "You're surrounded," Naruto pointed out. "Do you think you'll get very far if you kill our leader and comrade?" "My allies will keep you busy," he promised. "What allies?" Naruto inquired, motioning around the clearing. which was littered with Konoha ninjas and dead bodies. Where did they go? He stuttered, panicking. Looks like they deserted you, Naruto said, a malicious grin on his face. Those who were able to see his face shivered. That was not an expression they had ever seen on Naruto as a child. Well, the man said, his face grim and determined. If I'm going to die, I'm going to take as many Konoha bastards as I can with me. No, Ino, Chaoji, and several other members of the Rookie 9 yelled, charging forward in a futile attempt to stop him from slashing Shikamaru's throat. What? The man exclaimed, struggling to move his arm but failing. Looking down, he noticed what appeared to be sand wrapped around his entire arm, immobilizing him. The sand flowed far into the woods, its end hidden from those standing in the clearing. It began to pull on his arm, gradually removing the kunai from Shikamaru's neck. Then it jerked the man with a quick movement, lifting him into the air and dangling him by his arm. The Konoha ninjas watched in awe as the sand drew him into the forest. There was a scream, then silence. Ino dashed up to Shikamaru, wrapping her arms around his neck and tightly hugging him. The ponytailed man looked at her, puzzled, before slowly hugging her back. Several of the friends grinned at the sight and began to make their way towards the center of the clearing. Naruto only moved once, holding his uninjured arm in the air as a silent warning to everyone to stay where they were. They were all silently listening. Uzumaki Naruto, a low voice called out from the forest's deep shadows, where the sand had taken the man. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows, revealing itself to those in the clearing. They turned to face the trees, and those who had taken the Chunin exam together recognized the speaker right away. They stayed where they were, with only Sakura's grim determination keeping her from backing away a few steps. She had only seen half of what this man was capable of when he was 12. And the prospect of him becoming more powerful made her stomach turn. Shikamaru and the others from the former teammate were also filled with dread, having witnessed the man in action once before. A short man with his arms crossed across his chest stood across from Naruto. Ninja garb hung loosely on his gangly body, and a large tan gourd sat on his back, the cap obviously missing as sand poured gently from its opening. His light blue eyes were surrounded by dark shadows, and his blood-red hair stood out against his pale skin. On his brow was the love symbol in a deep red color that matched his hair. Naruto returned calmly, Gaara of the Sand. Two figures stood nearly hidden by the shadows behind Gaara, but Naruto didn't need to see them to know who they were. Temari, Naruto said, nodding to the figure to Gaara's right, Kankuro to Gaara's left. The Konoha ninjas stood motionless. The Sand siblings were Konoha's allies, but they were also extremely dangerous, especially Gaara. Naruto's fight with Gaara had been heard by all of the Rookie 9. Several jounin, including Kakashi and Guy, and Guy's former team. Only Sasuke and Kakashi knew the specifics of what had occurred. All they knew was that Naruto had defeated Gaara. Gaara appeared to be holding a grudge based on the scowl on his face. The Konoha ninjas watched in silence as the red-haired man extended an arm. Sand that had been lying unnoticed on the ground leapt up at his command, forming a hand. The sand rushed at Naruto, who didn't move from his position, in response to an unspoken command. "He'll be killed," Kiba exclaimed, and Hinata's hands flew to her mouth. They were well aware of what would occur if the hand wrapped around Naruto. The next thing they saw of him was goo all over the forest. Naruto didn't even blink as the sand hand rushed past him, rustling his clothes. It flew to a tree behind Naruto, where an Akatsuki ninja was hiding, ready to launch a kunai at Naruto's back. Gaara clenched his fist, and the Konoha ninjas flinched at the strangled cry and crushing bones. Gaara's arm then casually crossed over his chest as the sand slowly crept back into his gourd. "What do I always tell you about keeping an eye on your back, Naruto?" Gaara asked. The majority of the people in the clearing stared wide-eyed as the red-haired man allowed a small smirk to cross his features. Naruto smiled. "What's the point when you can do it for me so easily?" Naruto looked down at his arm for the first time since he'd started fighting, breaking eye contact with the other man. It was bleeding profusely, and a red stain on the sling was gradually growing larger, indicating that he was hurt. When he was slammed to the ground, the wound had reopened, and sharp pain was now shooting up his arm. He had refused to let Kyuubi even give him chakra in this fight because he knew Shukaku was insane in the presence of Shukaku. Even now, he could feel him struggling to gain control, if only for a short enough time to get close to Shukaku's carrier. Naruto was certain Gaara was feeling the same pull within him. The demons were drawn to each other's enormous power. They could sense each other's presence even when they were miles apart, which was how Gaara knew Naruto hadn't died. He'd run into the Sand siblings several times during his 10 years of wandering. Temari and Kankuro both appreciated his presence. He was like a younger brother they could tease without fear of being killed. Gaara became protective of him despite the fact that it was only the slightest difference, barely noticeable except to his siblings. He knew what it was like to have something inside you that was constantly trying to break free. They had an odd connection. Naruto had stayed with them for a few months after leaving Konoha. Naruto had decided to leave when he and Gaara noticed that the demons were becoming more determined to break free from their human prison. The sensation of being so close to the other's power drove both demons insane. They wanted out, and they wanted the other person's power to supplement their own. So they took every opportunity to try. Gaara and Naruto realized they needed to separate themselves. So Naruto left. The demons acted up whenever they met, so they kept meetings as brief as possible. As he struggled with Kyuubi, Naruto began to feel exhausted. Naruto had expended a lot of chakra during the fight, and as he held Kyuubi back, he realized that standing was no longer an option. His knees buckled, and he would have fallen uncomfortably on his arse if a sand chair hadn't suddenly appeared beneath him. Naruto looked at Gaara, who was staring at him in silence. When the Konoha ninjas realized there was no danger of a bloody battle between Naruto and Gaara, they began to relax. Shikamaru began to mentally tally their losses after Ino had removed herself from his neck, blushing in embarrassment. More of them had been injured, but they were all still alive. He questioned whether the outcome would have been the same if Naruto and the Sand siblings had not appeared. He was certain that he would have died anyway. But what exactly were they doing here? Naruto, in particular, had just returned from Konoha the day before. The medical nins quickly got to work, moving through the clearing and assisting those in need. Gaara made his way to the center of the clearing, greeting Naruto with a nod. Shikamaru followed Temari and Kankuro, and when he saw the blood on their clothes, he realized where their enemies had mysteriously vanished. Several of Naruto's friends were taken aback when Gaara approached him and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder as the other man sat tiredly in the sand chair. Gaara, who is normally terrifying and emotionless, appeared to be trying to console Naruto. Onlookers were unaware that the close proximity had managed to calm the two demons, and Naruto was able to relax slightly as Kyuubi became content to feel power that close and temporarily abandoned his frantic struggle. Shikamaru ignored his surprise and started walking towards them, Ino close behind. She didn't appear to have any plans to let him out of her sight anytime soon. He didn't mind because she was quiet and allowed him to think. He had to find out what was going on. The Sand ninjas were not supposed to be anywhere near Konoha, and Naruto's presence was especially surprising, especially since he was missing Sasuke and Jiraiya. Sakura trailed Shikamaru. She could see Naruto had hurt his arm again, and she needed to make sure he hadn't done any more damage. Kakashi trailed behind the three younger ninjas, hoping for once to get some answers. Also, the silver-haired Jounin simply did not trust Gaara, especially after Pakkun had detailed Naruto's fight with him. When the four ninja approached the group surrounding Naruto, they could hear him grumbling. "Could you have waited any longer to join the fight?" he asked, looking up at Gaara, who was staring at the tree above the other man's head impassively. "I'm aware you were present. We were doing little things here and there," Kankuro shrugged. "Well, isn't that nice?" muttered Naruto. "I'm being dogpiled by 9 guys, while you 3 were doing little things here and there. Oh, stop whining. You're getting more immature every time we see you." "And 4 of those guys were clones," Temari said, leaning lazily on her tall metal fan. Shikamaru noticed Naruto's small upward tilt of his lips and the fan user's small smile as he humped and looked away from her. Shikamaru noticed how familiar they appeared, as if they were buddies. None of them seemed surprised to see him alive, now that he thought about it. Had they been aware? "What are you doing here?" Naruto inquired. "The last time I saw you, I was close to your village. Gaara felt your most recent battle, and we decided to see if you had died," Temari teased. "It appears that we got our hopes up for naught." Naruto laughed. "I'm sorry for disappointing you." Kankuro shook his head. "There will always be another time." Naruto laughed and shook his head. Gaara turned to face Shikamaru, Ino, Sakura, and Kakashi as they approached. Shikamaru nodded to Gaara of the Sand and then to his 2 siblings, Kankuro, Temari. Sakura moved over to Naruto's left side, leaning down to inspect his arm. She was surprised when another sand chair appeared next to Naruto's, allowing her to sit level with him. She looked up at Gaara, wide-eyed, but the man's gaze was fixed on Shikamaru or Kakashi. He also hadn't let go of Naruto's right shoulder, which she noticed. "Go ahead," Naruto said, leaning forward in his seat. He'd noticed her hesitation. "It's exactly like a chair." Sakura tentatively sat down, then carefully removed his arm from the sling and began to unwrap his bandages. Naruto focused his attention on the conversation going on next to him. "I'm sure Tsunade-sama would like to thank you," Shikamaru said. Kankuro raised his voice. "We're sorry, but Konoha isn't on our way." Shikamaru groaned. "I don't want to beg, but you saw what almost happened here tonight. Many of us are injured, and the rest of us have been awake all night. If we are attacked again, there is no way we will survive. We could really use your protection." Kankuro and Temari exchanged glances before returning their gazes to Gaara. In the end, he was the one who made the decisions. They would follow his instructions, especially in this case. He was well aware of the dangers of keeping Kyuubi and Sukaku too close. "It's only a half-day walk from here," Shikamaru explained. "Please." Sakura drew Naruto's attention to herself. "You should return to Tsunade," she said quietly. "I honestly can't believe she let you go so quickly. The wound has reopened and it appears that the contact with the ground has refractured the bone. And the rapid blood loss leads me to believe the bone may have punctured an artery." "Can't you just heal it?" asked Naruto. He couldn't go back to Konoha at this point. "No, Naruto. This isn't the kind of wound that can be healed with chakra alone. It may require surgery again. And what if I don't get treated? You might lose your arm," she said solemnly. Naruto managed to remain calm as Gaara's hand tightened painfully on his shoulder. "We'll go to Konoha," the redhead said. He was looking at his siblings, but Naruto knew who he was looking at. As he walked, Naruto could feel eyes on his back. He and Gaara walked at the very front of the group, as close to each other as possible to keep the demons calm. Fortunately, having Gaara by his side kept the others, particularly Kakashi and Sakura, from confronting him with the questions he knew they all had. Temari and Kankuro were at the back of the pack, ready to strike if any attacks came from behind. "You don't want to go back?" Gaara asked, startling Naruto. "No." "Why?" "I'm afraid I won't be able to leave again." Naruto expressed concern. "Won't they let you?" Gaara inquired. "I don't know," Naruto replied, wondering what Sasuke would do if he found out he was back. "Then I'll stay and make certain they don't stop you," Gaara explained. Naruto was taken aback by his appearance. "You don't have to do that, Gaara." Gaara did not respond. The gates of Konoha eventually appeared, and the ninjas in the group had never been happier to see their small village. Several Anbu came out to greet them, having anticipated their arrival. Medical nins also arrived and immediately assisted the injured to the hospital. Temari and Kankuro moved to the front of the group, with Temari standing next to Naruto, and Kankuro standing next to Gaara. "Ninjas of the Sand," one of the Anbu was surprised to hear. "We had no idea you were coming," he said to one of his masked comrades. "Go find the captain," he instructed. Naruto shut his eyes. He knew there was no avoiding Sasuke, but he didn't want to see him as he stood flanked by the Sand siblings, covered in mostly his own blood, trying to ignore the fox, who desperately wanted to take over now that he had a friend. "That won't be necessary," Shikamaru said as he took a step forward. "They assisted us when we were ambushed, and I requested that they accompany us here in case we were attacked again." When he saw that no one was going to capture Sasuke, Naruto relaxed. Sakura approached them. "Naruto, you should go see Tsunade-sama," she said, noticing blood seeping through the clean bandages she had wrapped around his arm a few hours before. Naruto nodded and began walking towards the village. Everyone watched as Gaara followed, never leaving his side. Kankuro and Temari exchanged glances. They assumed they would leave once they arrived in Konoha. They followed Naruto and their brother, unsure what had changed. Sasuke was aware that someone was following him, but he did not turn around. He was too preoccupied with venting his rage on the tree in front of him. Bits of bark flew as his leg kicked at the tree's rough surface, and his knuckles were bleeding from punching the rough surface. Sasuke realized it wasn't enough. He wanted to splinter the tree and hear it crack as it fell over. He summoned a massive amount of chakra to his palm by gripping his left wrist with his right hand. He charged at the tree, shoving his fist through it and smirking as it leaned precariously before finally collapsing with a loud crash. He didn't feel any better as he stood panting over the broken tree. Finally, the man behind him said something. "I know trees are difficult and tricky opponents, but I'm not sure you needed to use Chidori on it," Kakashi said, peering over the latest edition of Come Come Paradise at the younger man. "What do you want, Kakashi?" Sasuke asked, wiping his brow as he turned to face him. "You didn't greet us when we returned," Kakashi pointed out. "I've been working out." Kakashi became solemn and closed his book, slipping it into his pocket. "What happened the other day during the battle?" he inquired. "Why has Kyuubi appeared?" "I don't know," Sasuke said, preferring not to discuss Naruto. "Does it have anything to do with why Naruto pretended to be dead?" persisted Kakashi. "I don't know," Sasuke said, becoming enraged. He wasn't saying anything about it. He'd spent the last 3 hours training and destroying trees on the training grounds to avoid thinking about Naruto leaving. He didn't need Kakashi to bring him up again. He pushed past his old sensei and started walking home. "Ask Naruto if you want to know," sneered Sasuke, knowing full well that Kakashi couldn't. When Kakashi said the next words, Sasuke almost tripped over himself. "I would. But he's never alone with Tsunade and Gaara." Sasuke spun around so quickly that Kakashi wondered if he'd given himself whiplash. "What?" "Tsunade ushered him into surgery as soon as we got back, and Gaara has been in his room ever since." "Is he here?" Sasuke inquired. "Yeah, it's strange. Naruto seems to trust him. But they almost killed each other when they were 12. Kakashi explained. Sasuke blinked in confusion before realizing what Kakashi was saying. "No, Gaara, Naruto. Is Naruto in Konoha?" It was Kakashi's turn to be perplexed. "Yes, he returned with us earlier." Sasuke didn't even say goodbye before turning and heading for the hospital. When Sasuke arrived at the hospital, he immediately found Naruto's room number. He took his time walking down the white hallway, unsure what he would say when he arrived. He was so deep in thought that he almost didn't hear the voice say his name. Sasuke Uchiha, Temari, and Kankuro were standing across the hall from Naruto's door, the latter having called out to him. Kankuro was leaning against the wall, arms folded, and the white sack-like object he normally carried on his back propped up next to him. Temari was leaning comfortably on her tall metal fan next to her. They were staring at him, and he returned their gaze. "I'm surprised you've come," Temari commented. "Why is that?" Sasuke asked, not really in the mood but amusing himself. "Well, we heard you tried to kill Naruto a few times, so why bother checking on him now?" Sasuke was surprised, but his stoic expression concealed it. How would they be aware of this? Only he and Naruto knew what had occurred in the Valley of the End. Kakashi had told him that Naruto had not told anyone when he was returned to Konoha, and Sasuke had certainly not mentioned it. Kakashi had mentioned Naruto's trust in Gaara. Had Naruto informed them? "How is that any of your concern?" Sasuke inquired. "Naruto is very important to us," Kankuro explained. "We were there for him during some of his darkest times." Sasuke's expression showed some surprise. When had this occurred? What were some of Naruto's low points? He knew more about Naruto than anyone else in Konoha, but he felt he knew nothing about the other man. But these strangers knew everything. Naruto had approached them for assistance. "However, if you try to hurt him again, you won't have to deal with us," Temari stated. "However, Gaara will not be forgiving. If I recall," Sasuke said, clenching his fists. "Gaara, you attempted to kill Naruto himself." His anger was rising, angry at them for suggesting he'd hurt Naruto again. Anger directed at Gaara for even attempting to protect Naruto. Anger at Naruto for choosing the Sand siblings over him. Most of all, he was angry at himself for being the source of the problem. He had betrayed Naruto and attempted to murder him. After that, how could he expect the other man to trust him? Yes, Kankuro concurred. But, Gaara, wasn't he his friend at the time? Sasuke was at a loss for words in response. He turned and knocked on Naruto's door, listening for a muffled come in before entering. Naruto sat up in his hospital bed, a pillow behind his back and his bandana-wrapped head against the wall. When Sasuke entered and gently closed the door, his eyes opened, brilliant blue orbs staring at him. "Sasuke," Naruto said, a small smile on his face. "Naruto." Sasuke moved forward, but came to a halt when he noticed Gaara sitting on the other side of Naruto's bed, staring at him. When Sasuke noticed Gaara's hand lightly resting on Naruto's uninjured arm, he raised an eyebrow. Of course, Sasuke had no idea that the hand was there to calm the beasts within the two men. The demons reveled in each other's abilities, and direct contact prevented them from attempting to take over. Both blue-eyed men were staring at him, but Gaara's eyes were cold in a way that Naruto's had never been. Sasuke finally regained his voice. "Are you okay?" he asked, ignoring Gaara, who hadn't moved his gaze from him. "Yeah," Naruto agreed. "This time, Tsunade Baba used chakra to heal the bone after surgery, so if I get into another battle, hopefully the worst that can happen is I tear open the stitches." "How long will you be here?" "Until Tsunade says I can leave," Naruto said, not looking him in the eyes. Sasuke had a lot to say, and he wanted to say it all in private. Looking at Gaara, who was still staring at him, Sasuke realized the redhead had no intention of leaving. Sasuke stood there for a long time, staring at Naruto, who returned his gaze. Gaara was staring as well, because he didn't seem to need to blink. Finally, Naruto broke the silence. "Gaara, could you please give us a minute?" he asked. Only then did Gaara's gaze shift from Sasuke to Naruto, and after a brief moment of observation, he silently stood, walking to the door and exiting. Naruto flushed slightly as Kyuubi struggled. "He'll be right back, bastard fox," he said quietly, hoping to calm the demon down. Instead of attempting to take over, Kyuubi listened and began pacing restlessly. It was pointless to fight when Naruto was awake. For the time being, at least, Kyuubi had a chance once the seal was broken. Sasuke approached Naruto's bedside. "I didn't realize you and Gaara were so close," he finally said, his voice a little harsh. "Yeah, well, we have a lot in common," Naruto shrugged. "Don't make comparisons to him," Sasuke said. "He has a bloodlust that you will never have." "Don't judge him, Sasuke," Naruto said solemnly. "He's been betrayed too many times in his life not to be bitter. But he's also not the same person we met as kids. And I have the same bloodlust as he does. I almost killed you 2 days ago. Or did you forget?" "It wasn't your fault," Sasuke said, shaking his head. "It's not my fault, but it's my responsibility. I'm endangering everyone here. You are the reason we even survived that battle. If you hadn't used Kage Bunshin, we would have died," Sasuke said, moving over and sitting on Naruto's bedside. "Great, I save everyone, then celebrate by eating them all," Naruto chuckled. "You didn't eat anyone, and you regained control." "No, that's the whole point, Sasuke. I've never had control. I didn't have control over having this parasite put in me. I didn't have control over the villagers hating me for it. I didn't have control over you betraying us all. I didn't have control over having to leave Konoha. And I don't have control over Kyuubi." Sasuke was at a loss for words, noting that Naruto had mentioned his betrayal. "I'm losing control, Sasuke," Naruto admitted. "I'm not going to let you get involved in this." "It's too late, I'm already involved," said Sasuke. "I've been involved since we started working together." "I don't get it. You used to despise me when we were teammates. What's changed?" "Nothing has changed. I've never disliked you," Sasuke stated. "Your attitude just irritated me. No one in the village liked you. You were the dope in our class. You lived alone, and yet you were the happiest person I had ever seen. I didn't know what to make of it. You had so many reasons to be sad, but you never were." "Sure I was, but showing it would be showing weakness. We all had something to hide behind, Sasuke. My obnoxious personality, your mysterious silent act, Sakura's crush on you, and Kakashi's books." Naruto paused, then continued. "Besides, you miss out on life if you dwell on the sad things," he pointed out to Sasuke, who realized he was talking about himself. Tsunade entered after hearing a knock on the door and pausing when she noticed Naruto and Sasuke staring at each other. "I'm sorry, Sasuke," she apologized. "I need to check on Naruto, so you'll have to leave." Sasuke was unsure whether he felt better or worse when he left Naruto's room, and Naruto had made no promises to stay in Konoha. He passed by all 3 Sand siblings, who followed him silently with their eyes until he was out of sight. The following afternoon, Sasuke and Shikamaru were summoned to Tsunade's office to give her an in-depth account of their mission. Tsunade frowned as she asked, "Naruto lost control of Kyuubi." Shikamaru gave a nod. "Yes, I'm not sure why it happened at that specific time. He fell asleep," Sasuke said. "He didn't want them to think Naruto lost control at random." They both turned to face him. He was standing in the corner of her office, arms crossed across his chest. His fox mask was dangling from his hip. He was knocked out by the snake venom. Tsunade appeared to be thinking, "Well, then, why doesn't Kyuubi try to take over whenever Naruto sleeps?" "It does," Sasuke said, his face solemn. "Naruto hasn't slept properly since he was a teenager." There was a stunned silence as Tsunade and Shikamaru processed his words. Tsunade was about to say, "Come in," when the office door opened and Kakashi walked in. Tsunade sighed when he saw him. "Kakashi, I told you I couldn't answer your questions because there are some that not even I know the answer to." Sasuke smirked a little. "Please forgive me, Tsunade-sama, but that is not when I'm here," Kakashi explained. "Naruto and Gaara are getting ready to fight." Tsunade and Sasuke both asked, "What?" "I thought you should know, because their last fight destroyed a quarter of the forest," Kakashi explained. "Yes, Kakashi," she replied, rising and striding quickly to the door. Shikamaru and Sasuke were right behind her. Gaara's monotone voice inquired, "Rules?" In an otherwise empty training field, he stood about 10 feet away from Naruto. Temari and Kankuro were off to the side, leaving plenty of room to get out of the way of the younger men. They'd learned over the years that Naruto and Gaara's spars often covered a lot of ground. Naruto appeared thoughtful as he tightened the hit around his hair. No killing each other. Gaara made a conscious effort to roll his eyes. I think that's a foregone conclusion, he said. Well, with you, you never know, Naruto chuckled. I like to establish the no-death rule right away. Kankuro smiled as Temari stifled a laugh. Naruto was the only person who could insult Gaara without learning Gaara's desert graveyard technique. He was also the only person Gaara considered worthy of sparring with. Gaara's gourd suddenly became lidless, and sand began to pour from it as gently as sand in an hourglass. Naruto waited for Gaara to make a move as the sand came to a halt. The redhead, on the other hand, was perfectly content to wait. Naruto sighed after a few moments. Gaara was well aware that patience had never been one of his strong suits. To hell with it, Naruto muttered, raising his hands and performing familiar seals. He laughed. Kyuubi had healed his arm to the point where he only felt minor discomfort. Nothing compared to the sharp pains of before. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, says one. There was a cloud of smoke, and 5 Narutos had appeared in front of Gaara. Gaara knew Naruto had a plan, or else he would have summoned a slew of clones and charged at him, though they had sparred enough that Naruto knew that approach never worked. Naruto fingered the kunai and shuriken in his waist pouches. They were usually used to distract or catch an opponent off guard. But what was the point when Sand moved to protect Gaara without the other man even realizing it? His brows rose as his finger brushed across a scroll. Sakura and Lee were on their way to train when they noticed 5 Narutos and Gaara fighting. They were concerned that it was a fight until they noticed Temari and Kankuro calmly watching from the sidelines. Are they sparring? Sakura inquired as they approached the 2 siblings. Yeah, Temari agreed, watching Naruto and wondering what kind of strategy he was hatching. Oh, exclaimed Lee with delight. Do you think they'll mind if we watch? Temari shook her head. She and Kankuro both heard a few more people approaching them quickly, but neither of them turned to see who it was. Averting your gaze during one of these spars could result in you missing a crucial move. Naruto and Gaara's fights were more akin to chess matches than sparring. Of course, Naruto had to do the majority of the thinking, and it was always fascinating to see what he came up with to try to get past Gaara's defense. If he could come up with a good enough distraction, his speed was sometimes enough. They also had to pay close attention because just watching them could be dangerous because both men tended to use their more dangerous and lethal moves on each other. What's going on here? The Hokage demanded as she drew even with them. Naruto and Gaara are sparring, Lee exclaimed, his own training plans completely forgotten. Kankuro caught sight of the Hokage and noticed the shadow user, the silver-haired copy ninja, and the Uchiha with her. I don't think this is a good idea, Tsunade said, stepping forward to stop things from getting out of hand. No, Hokage-sama, Temari replied. Naruto is about to make a move, and once Gaara gets started, well, let them finish. Don't be concerned, Kankuro said. They've already made the no-killing rule. 6 pairs of stunned eyes turned to the siblings, who were staring intently at the younger men. Sasuke started forward, not wanting to see Naruto get hurt again. But one of the Narutos suddenly pulled a scroll from the pouch around his waist. He bit his thumb and opened the scroll, smearing blood along its length before closing it again. With the scroll still in his hands, he began a series of seals, which Kakashi recognized. Summoning no jutsu, exclaimed Naruto, slamming the scroll to the ground. A massive cloud of smoke obscured all visibility. When the smoke cleared, everyone in the room looked at the whiskered man, who was standing with his hands on his hips, looking distinctly proud of himself. They were expecting something spectacular, such as a large frog or even Gamabunta. They weren't expecting to see hundreds of frogs the size of Gamakichi hopping around the clearing, asking each other if there were snacks. He's still a moron, Sakura exclaimed. Lee laughed nervously and rubbed the back of his neck. Gaara, on the other hand, was still staring at him, treating him as no less of a threat. I hope they can run, Naruto, he said before making his move. Sand poured from the gourd earlier rose into the air, splitting into small balls that Gaara's chakra hardened. Sandballs began to rain down on the small frogs like hail. Of course they can run, they're cowards, Naruto said as the frogs began shrieking in high-pitched voices and hopping all over the training field, avoiding the sand. Hit frogs would yell, oh, before disappearing with a pop. Overall, the battle had devolved into chaos, which seemed entirely appropriate when dealing with Naruto. Where are you? Gaara inquired, calmly watching as more frogs vanished. The same thing had occurred to Sasuke, Kakashi, Shikamaru, and the Sand siblings. Sakura and Lee were perplexed by the question, but Tsunade recognized it and wondered how she had missed it before. There had been 4 clones of Naruto before he summoned the frogs, but now he stood alone among the hundreds of frogs. One of the frogs to Gaara's right transformed into Naruto, who exclaimed, "Right here," before tossing 2 kunai at him. One flew at Gaara and was stopped by his sand, while the other flew off course and landed uselessly behind the sand ninja. Sand flew into the attacking Naruto with a flick of Gaara's wrist, and he vanished on impact. "One," Gaara replied. "Cage Bunshin and Henge," Lee exclaimed in awe. The frogs were still squealing as they hopped around in the midst of the sand hail. There was a pop, and another frog transformed into Naruto, who threw 2 kunai at Gaara's left side. These 2 made contact with the sand shield but had no effect on Gaara, who threw sand at Naruto, turning him into nothing more than a cloud of smoke. "2," Gaara replied. With a loud cry, another Naruto appeared in the form of a frog, tossing several shuriken at Gaara only to see them harmlessly bounce off the sand. That clone was also quickly dispatched with a sand fist. 3. Shikamaru raised his head. He's faced Gaara before, he told Sasuke. He knows weapons will not pass through Gaara's sand, so he's wasting his time. Sasuke remained silent while Kakashi nodded. They expected Gaara to wait for the 4th clone to emerge, so they were taken aback when he suddenly stretched out his arm. Except for Tsunade. Everyone understood what this motion meant and watched with wide eyes as Naruto, who had been standing calmly across the clearing, saw the sand fly towards him. He tried to flee, but unseen sand on the ground grabbed his ankles and held him still. The sand hand encircled the struggling Naruto until they couldn't see him anymore. They waited to see if Naruto would break free, but after a few moments of silence, they assumed Gaara had won the spar. When Gaara closed his fist, causing the sand to crush Naruto, Tsunade gasped, Sakura stifled a scream, and the others froze in shock. Only Temari and Kankuro appeared unaffected. Shikamaru was the first to notice that the blood that usually accompanied Gaara's desert graveyard was missing. There was a pop, and smoke slid out from between the sands gently. 4, Gaara said, lowering his arm and returning his gaze to the remaining frogs. When Gaara closed his fist, Sasuke was certain his heart had stopped. Looking around at the pale faces, he realized he wasn't the only one. Kakashi wondered what Naruto's plan was. He knew the real him was among the frogs, but he had no idea what good that would do him. Shikamaru's frown indicated that even the young genius hadn't figured it out yet. Gaara began shooting sand at the remaining frogs. "Rasengan," yelled someone from behind him. Kankuro inquired, "Where did he come from?" "The kunai," Kakashi said, having just realized what he was talking about. The clone's first kunai, which missed Gaara and landed behind him. He turned himself into a kunai. Lee inquired. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura shared a knowing look. It wasn't the first time Naruto had used this method. Gaara had been completely caught off guard. There had been no frogs in his path. Where had Naruto appeared? He only had enough time to crouch and place his hands on the ground, causing a thick wall of sand to fly into the air and block his path to Naruto. Gaara, on the other hand, was not at ease. He backed away from the wall and sealed several times. Naruto smashed through the sand wall, sinking the Rasengan into a large pile of sand in the shape of a fat raccoon wearing a hat. Lee exhaled, "The ultimate shield." "What?" asked Sakura and Shikamaru. "That's Gaara's ultimate defense," Lee said, recalling the odd-looking thing from the fight with Kimimaro so many years ago. "What is that jutsu that made Gaara have to call on that?" Lee wondered as he watched Naruto pull his hand out of the sand. Tsunade replied, "That is the Rasengan. Only Naruto, Jiraiya, and the 4th Hokage have ever mastered it." They stared at her, then back at the young man who had just used such a powerful jutsu. He was complaining to Gaara. "Using your giant raccoon isn't fair," he grumbled. "You use Rasengan, and I use the shield of Sukaku," Gaara said flatly. He reached out his arm, and sand flew at Naruto, who was quickly surrounded. He struggled at first, but he was soon cocooned. "Give up?" asked Gaara. "Like hell," Naruto yelled from inside the desert coffin. Sasuke made a move to stop Gaara when he closed his hands slightly. He would not stand by and watch Naruto be crushed to death. "Calm down, Uchiha," Kankuro advised. "Gaara will not harm him. Besides," Temari explained, "Gaara couldn't crush him anyway with Naruto's chakra control." "What exactly do you mean?" Sakura inquired. "Naruto can make his chakra surround and harden around him, like an invisible shell," Temari explained. "It's similar to Gaara's sand armor, except Gaara's does it automatically. Naruto has to think about it." Kankuro gave a nod. "So if he's distracted, he can still be hurt, but the sand won't be able to crush him in this case. Gaara is just increasing the pressure to make him uncomfortable." Konoha's ninjas stared at the sand that held Naruto. Was it even possible to have such chakra control? Tsunade had never heard of anything like it. Sasuke suddenly remembered the night he and Naruto fought in the Hokage Tower's hallway. A chakra shield. That explains why Naruto was unaffected by Chidori. Gaara's grip tightened even more. "Are you finished yet, Naruto?" he inquired. Naruto didn't respond, but Gaara could hear seals whispering. He cocked his brow. Maybe the match wasn't as over as he thought. "Katen, Ryuka no Jutsu," yelled someone from deep within the sand. Several onlookers looked at Sasuke, who was wide-eyed. That technique was uncommon. In fact, most fire techniques were reserved for the Uchiha clan. Those who had seen Sasuke perform the jutsu on the rare occasion knew that a lot of flames must be coming from Naruto's mouth. But what would happen to Naruto if he had nowhere to go as the fire remained contained in the sand? "He's a fire fox," he says. "Fire summons him." Sasuke fixed his gaze on the sand ball. What was Naruto up to? The sand appeared unchanged from the outside, but Temari and Kankuro could tell something was going on inside by the way Gaara's hand began to shake. Even from a distance, the sand began to glow red, and they could feel the intense heat it was emitting. "Glass," Shikamaru exclaimed abruptly. Everyone looked at him, perplexed. When you heat sand to a very high temperature, it turns into glass. When they returned their gaze to the sand, they noticed that it was gradually becoming transparent. Naruto stood in the center, unharmed, as flames flew around his body. The sand began to dissolve around him, forming a pool of liquid glass on the ground. Naruto leaped to the ground, avoiding the glass and putting an end to the fire jutsu, grinning at Gaara with red eyes that quickly faded to blue. Naruto then charged at Gaara, while everyone else waited for the sand to leap up and block him. Everyone was surprised when Naruto tackled Gaara, who would have landed painfully on his back if his sand shield hadn't caught him before the impact and gently laid him down. Naruto sitting smugly on his stomach. How come the sand didn't block Naruto? Kakashi wondered. "It can detect malicious intent," Temari explained. "Otherwise, no one could ever touch him." "What did you think of that, Gaara?" "It took me forever to think of a way to defeat your damn desert coffin." She and Kankuro smiled as Naruto continued to sit on their brother. Gaara raised his brows, pretending to be indifferent, but a tiny smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as the 25-year-old on top of him pretended to be 12. With a mixture of rage and jealousy, Sasuke observed the scene. Naruto was always quiet and almost depressed around him, but with Gaara he seemed happy. Tsunade, Kakashi, and Shikamaru were discussing the spar with Temari and Kankuro, while Sakura and Lee were having their own conversation. Only Sasuke was paying attention to the two remaining on the field. Naruto leaned back, resting his back against Gaara's thighs as Gaara raised his knees. Naruto was still explaining how he came up with the glass idea, brightly smiling as he remembered a specific detail. Sasuke noticed that they appeared to be at ease. He and Naruto were more at ease than they had ever been in their lives.
He abruptly turned and walked away.
Naruto would never act that way around him. Sasuke had betrayed him, and he would never be able to completely atone for it.
As he walked, Naruto could feel eyes on his back. He and Gaara walked at the very front of the group, as close to each other as possible to keep the demons calm. Fortunately, having Gaara by his side kept the others, particularly Kakashi and Sakura, from confronting him with the questions he knew they all had. Temari and Kankuro were at the back of the pack, ready to strike if any attacks came from behind. "You don't want to go back?" Gaara asked, startling Naruto. "No, why? I'm afraid I won't be able to leave again." Naruto expressed concern. "Won't they let you?" Gaara inquired. "I don't know," Naruto replied, wondering what Sasuke would do if he found out he was back. "And I'll stay and make certain they don't stop you," Gaara explained. Naruto was taken aback by his appearance. "You don't have to do that, Gaara." Gaara did not respond. The gates of Konoha eventually appeared, and the ninjas in the group had never been happier to see their small village. Several Anbu came out to greet them. Having anticipated their arrival, medical nins also arrived and immediately assisted the injured to the hospital. Temari and Kankuro moved to the front of the group, with Temari standing next to Naruto and Kankuro standing next to Gaara. "Ninjas of the sand." One of the Anbu was surprised to hear. "We had no idea you were coming," he said to one of his masked comrades. "Go find the captain," he instructed. Naruto shut his eyes. He knew there was no avoiding Sasuke, but he didn't want to see him as he stood flanked by the Sand siblings, covered in mostly his own blood, trying to ignore the fox, who desperately wanted to take over now that he had a friend. "That won't be necessary," Shikamaru said as he took a step forward. "They assisted us when we were ambushed, and I requested that they accompany us here in case we were attacked again." When he saw that no one was going to capture Sasuke, Naruto relaxed. Sakura approached them. "Naruto, "You should go see Tsunade-sama," she said, noticing blood seeping through the clean bandages she had wrapped around his arm a few hours before. Naruto nodded and began walking towards the village. Everyone watched as Gaara followed, never leaving his side. Kankuro and Temari exchanged glances. They assumed they would leave once they arrived in Konoha. They followed Naruto and their brother, unsure what had changed. Sasuke was aware that someone was following him, but he did not turn around. He was too preoccupied with venting his rage on the tree in front of him. Bits of bark flew as his leg kicked at the tree's rough surface, and his knuckles were bleeding from punching the rough surface. Sasuke realized it wasn't enough. He wanted to splinter the tree and hear it crack as it fell over. He summoned a massive amount of chakra to his palm by gripping his left wrist with his right hand. He charged at the tree, shoving his fist through it and smirking as it leaned precariously before finally collapsing with a loud crash. He didn't feel any better as he stood panting over the broken tree. Finally, the man behind him said something. "I know trees are difficult and tricky opponents, but I'm not sure you needed to use Chidori on it," Kakashi said, peering over the latest edition of Come Come Paradise at the younger man. "What do you want, Kakashi?" Sasuke asked, wiping his brow as he turned to face him. "You didn't greet us when we returned," Kakashi pointed out. "I've been working out." Kakashi became solemn and closed his book, slipping it into his pocket. "What happened the other day during the battle?" he inquired. "Why has Kyuubi appeared?" "I don't know," Sasuke said, preferring not to discuss Naruto. "Does it have anything to do with why Naruto pretended to be dead?" persisted Kakashi. "I don't know," Sasuke said, becoming enraged. He wasn't saying anything about it. He'd spent the last 3 hours training and destroying trees on the training grounds to avoid thinking about Naruto leaving. He didn't need Kakashi to bring him up again. He pushed past his old sensei and started walking home. "Ask Naruto if you want to know," sneered Sasuke, knowing full well that Kakashi couldn't. When Kakashi said the next words, Sasuke almost tripped over himself. "I would. But he's never alone with Tsunade and Gaara." Sasuke spun around so quickly that Kakashi wondered if he'd given himself whiplash. "What?" "Tsunade ushered him into surgery as soon as we got back, and Gaara has been in his room ever since." "Is he here?" Sasuke inquired. "Yeah, it's strange. Naruto seems to trust him. But they almost killed each other when they were 12, Kakashi explained. Sasuke blinked in confusion before realizing what Kakashi was saying. "No, Gaara. Naruto. Is Naruto in Konoha?" It was Kakashi's turn to be perplexed. "Yes, he returned with us earlier." Sasuke didn't even say goodbye before turning and heading for the hospital. When Sasuke arrived at the hospital, he immediately found Naruto's room number. He took his time walking down the white hallway, unsure what he would say when he arrived. He was so deep in thought that he almost didn't hear the voice say his name. Sasuke, Uchiha, Temari, and Kankuro were standing across the hall from Naruto's door, the latter having called out to him. Kankuro was leaning against the wall, arms folded, and the white sack-like object he normally carried on his back propped up next to him. Temari was leaning comfortably on her tall metal fan next to her. They were staring at him, and he returned their gaze. "I'm surprised you've come," Temari commented. "Why is that?" Sasuke asked, not really in the mood but amusing himself. "Well, we heard you tried to kill Naruto a few times, so why bother checking on him now?" Sasuke was surprised, but his stoic expression concealed it. How would they be aware of this? Only he and Naruto knew what had occurred in the Valley of the End. Kakashi had told him that Naruto had not told anyone when he was returned to Konoha, and Sasuke had certainly not mentioned it. Kakashi had mentioned Naruto's trust in Gaara. Had Naruto informed them? "How is that any of your concern?" Sasuke inquired. "Naruto is very important to us," Kankuro explained. "We were there for him during some of his darkest times." Sasuke's expression showed some surprise. When had this occurred? What were some of Naruto's low points? He knew more about Naruto than anyone else in Konoha, but he felt he knew nothing about the other man. But these strangers knew everything. Naruto had approached them for assistance. "However, if you try to hurt him again, you won't have to deal with us," Temari stated. "However, Gaara will not be forgiving, if I recall," Sasuke said, clenching his fists. "Gaara, you attempted to kill Naruto himself." His anger was rising, angry at them for suggesting he'd hurt Naruto again. Anger directed at Gaara for even attempting to protect Naruto. Anger at Naruto for choosing the Sand siblings over him. Most of all, he was angry at himself for being the source of the problem. He had betrayed Naruto and attempted to murder him. After that, how could he expect the other men to trust him? Yes, Kankuro concurred. But Gaara, wasn't he his friend at the time? Sasuke was at a loss for words in response. He turned and knocked on Naruto's door, listening for a muffled come-in before entering. Naruto sat up in his hospital bed, a pillow behind his back and his bandana-wrapped head against the wall, when Sasuke entered and gently closed the door. His eyes opened, brilliant blue orbs staring at him. "Sasuke," Naruto said, a small smile on his face. "Naruto." Sasuke moved forward, but came to a halt when he noticed Gaara sitting on the other side of Naruto's bed, staring at him. When Sasuke noticed Gaara's hand lightly resting on Naruto's uninjured arm, he raised an eyebrow. Of course, Sasuke had no idea that the hand was there to calm the beasts within the two men. The demons reveled in each other's abilities, and direct contact prevented them from attempting to take over. Both blue-eyed men were staring at him, but Gaara's eyes were cold in a way that Naruto's had never been. Sasuke finally regained his voice. "Are you okay?" he asked, ignoring Gaara, who hadn't moved his gaze from him. "Yeah," Naruto agreed. This time, Tsunade Baba used chakra to heal the bone after surgery. "So if I get into another battle, hopefully the worst that can happen is I tear open the stitches." "How long will you be here?" "Until Tsunade says I can leave," Naruto said, not looking him in the eyes. Sasuke had a lot to say, and he wanted to say it all in private, looking at Gaara, who was still staring at him. Sasuke realized the redhead had no intention of leaving. Sasuke stood there for a long time, staring at Naruto, who returned his gaze. Gaara was staring as well, because he didn't seem to need to blink. Finally, Naruto broke to silence. "Gaara, could you please give us a minute?" he asked. Only then did Gaara's gaze shift from Sasuke to Naruto, and after a brief moment of observation, he silently stood, walking to the door and exiting. Naruto flushed slightly as Kyuubi struggled. "He'll be right back, bastard fox," he said quietly, hoping to calm the demon down, instead of attempting to take over. Kyuubi listened and began pacing restlessly. It was pointless to fight when Naruto was awake, for the time being. At least, Kyuubi had a chance once the seal was broken. Sasuke approached Naruto's bedside. "I didn't realize you and Gaara were so close," he finally said, his voice a little harsh. "Yeah, well, we have a lot in common," Naruto shrugged. "Don't make comparisons to him," Sasuke said. "He has a bloodlust that you will never have. Don't judge him." "Sasuke," Naruto said solemnly, "he's been betrayed too many times in his life not to be bitter. But he's also not the same person we met as kids. And I have the same bloodlust as he does. I almost killed you 2 days ago. Or did you forget? It wasn't your fault," Sasuke said, shaking his head. "It's not my fault, but it's my responsibility. I'm endangering everyone here. You are the reason we even survived that battle. If you hadn't used Kage Bunshin, we would have died," Sasuke said, moving over and sitting on Naruto's bedside. "Great. I save everyone, then celebrate by eating them all." Naruto chuckled. "You didn't eat anyone. And you regained control." "No. That's the whole point, Sasuke. I've never had control. I didn't have control over having this parasite put in me. I didn't have control over the villagers hating me for it. I didn't have control over you betraying us all. I didn't have control over having to leave Konoha. And I don't have control over Kyuubi." Sasuke was at a loss for words, noting that Naruto had mentioned his betrayal. "I'm losing control." "Sasuke," Naruto admitted, "I'm not going to let you get involved in this. It's too late." "I'm already involved," said Sasuke. "I've been involved since we started working together." "I don't get it. You used to despise me when we were teammates. What's changed?" "Nothing has changed. I've never disliked you," Sasuke stated. "Your attitude just irritated me. No one in the village liked you. You were the dope in our class. You lived alone, and yet you were the happiest person I had ever seen. I didn't know what to make of it. You had so many reasons to be sad. But you never were." "Sure I was. But showing it would be showing weakness. We all had something to hide behind, Sasuke, my obnoxious personality, your mysterious silent act, Sakura's crush on you, and Kakashi's books." Naruto paused, then continued. "Besides, you miss out on life if you dwell on the sad things," he pointed out to Sasuke, who realized he was talking about himself. Tsunade entered after hearing a knock on the door and pausing when she noticed Naruto and Sasuke staring at each other. "I'm sorry, Sasuke," she apologized. "I need to check on Naruto. So you'll have to leave." Sasuke was unsure whether he felt better or worse when he left Naruto's room. And Naruto had made no promises to stay in Konoha. He passed by all 3 Saiyan siblings, who followed him silently with their eyes until he was out of sight. The following afternoon, Sasuke and Shikamaru were summoned to Tsunade's office to give her an in-depth account of their mission. Tsunade frowned as she asked, Naruto lost control of Kyuubi. Shikamaru gave a nod. Yes, I'm not sure why it happened at that specific time. He fell asleep, Sasuke said. He didn't want them to think Naruto lost control at random. They both turned to face him. He was standing in the corner of her office, arms crossed across his chest. His fox mask was dangling from his hip. He was knocked out by the snake venom. Tsunade appeared to be thinking, well, then, why doesn't Kyuubi try to take over whenever Naruto sleeps? It does, Sasuke said, his face solemn. Naruto hasn't slept properly since he was a teenager. There was a stunned silence as Tsunade and Shikamaru processed his words. Tsunade was about to say, "Come in," when the office door opened and Kakashi walked in. Tsunade sighed when he saw him. Kakashi, I told you I couldn't answer your questions because there are some that not even I know the answer to. Sasuke smirked a little. Please forgive me, Tsunade-sama, but that is not when I'm here, Kakashi explained. Naruto and Gaara are getting ready to fight. Tsunade and Sasuke both asked, what? I thought you should know. Because their last fight destroyed a quarter of the forest, Kakashi explained. Yes, Kakashi, she replied, rising and striding quickly to the door. Shikamaru and Sasuke were right behind her. Gaara's monotone voice inquired, rules? In an otherwise empty training field, he stood about 10 feet away from Naruto. Temari and Kankuro were off to the side, leaving plenty of room to get out of the way of the younger men. They'd learned over the years that Naruto and Gaara's spars often covered a lot of ground. Naruto appeared thoughtful as he tightened the hidaite around his hair. No killing each other. Gaara made a conscious effort to roll his eyes. I think that's a foregone conclusion, he said. Well, with you, you never know, Naruto chuckled. I like to establish the no-death rule right away. Kankuro smiled as Temari stifled a laugh. Naruto was the only person who could insult Gaara without learning Gaara's desert graveyard technique. He was also the only person Gaara considered worthy of sparring with. Gaara's gourd suddenly became lidless, and sand began to pour from it as gently as sand in an hourglass. Naruto waited for Gaara to make a move as the sand came to a halt. The redhead, on the other hand, was perfectly content to wait. Naruto sighed after a few moments. Gaara was well aware that patience had never been one of his strong suits. To hell with it, Naruto muttered, raising his hands and performing familiar seals. He laughed. Kyuubi had healed his arm to the point where he only felt minor discomfort. Nothing compared to the sharp pains of before. Cage Bunshin no Jutsu, says one. There was a cloud of smoke, and 5 Narutos had appeared in front of Gaara. Gaara knew Naruto had a plan, or else he would have summoned a slew of clones and charged at him. Though they had sparred enough that Naruto knew that approach never worked. Naruto fingered the kunai and shuriken in his waist pouches. They were usually used to distract or catch an opponent off guard. But what was the point when Sand moved to protect Gaara without the other man even realizing it? His brows rose as his finger brushed across a scroll. Sakura and Lee were on their way to train when they noticed 5 Narutos and Gaara fighting. They were concerned that it was a fight until they noticed Temari and Kankuro calmly watching from the sidelines. Are they sparring? Sakura inquired as they approached the 2 siblings. Yeah, Temari agreed, watching Naruto and wondering what kind of strategy he was hatching. Oh, exclaimed Lee with delight. Do you think they'll mind if we watch? Temari shook her head. She and Kankuro both heard a few more people approaching them quickly, but neither of them turned to see who it was. Averting your gaze during one of these spars could result in you missing a crucial move. Naruto and Gaara's fights were more akin to chess matches than sparring, of course. Naruto had to do the majority of the thinking, and it was always fascinating to see what he came up with to try to get past Gaara's defense. If he could come up with a good enough distraction, his speed was sometimes enough. They also had to pay close attention because just watching them could be dangerous because both men tended to use their more dangerous and lethal moves on each other. What's going on here? The Hokage demanded as she drew even with them. Naruto and Gaara are sparring, Lee exclaimed, his own training plans completely forgotten. Kankuro caught sight of the Hokage and noticed the shadow user, the silver-haired copy ninja, and the Uchiha with her. I don't think this is a good idea, Tsunade said, stepping forward to stop things from getting out of hand. No, Hokage-sama, Temari replied. Naruto is about to make a move, and once Gaara gets started, well, let them finish. Don't be concerned, Kankuro said. They've already made the no-killing rule. 6 pairs of stunned eyes turned to the siblings, who were staring intently at the younger men. Sasuke started forward, not wanting to see Naruto get hurt again, but one of the Narutos suddenly pulled a scroll from the pouch around his waist. He bit his thumb and opened the scroll, smearing blood along its length before closing it again. With the scroll still in his hands, he began a series of seals, which Kakashi recognized. Summoning no jutsu, exclaimed Naruto. slamming the scroll to the ground. A massive cloud of smoke obscured all visibility. When the smoke cleared, everyone in the room looked at the whiskered man, who was standing with his hands on his hips, looking distinctly proud of himself. They were expecting something spectacular, such as a large frog or even Gamabunta. They weren't expecting to see hundreds of frogs the size of Gamakichi hopping around the clearing, asking each other if there were snacks. "He's still a moron," Sakura exclaimed. Lee laughed nervously and rubbed the back of his neck. Gaara, on the other hand, was still staring at him, treating him as no less of a threat. "I hope they can run, Naruto," he said before making his move. Sand poured from the gird earlier rose into the air, splitting into small balls that Gaara's chakra hardened. Sandballs began to rain down on the small frogs like hail. "Of course they can run. They're cowards," Naruto said as the frogs began shrieking in high-pitched voices and hopping all over the training field, avoiding the sand. Hit frogs would yell, "Oh," before disappearing with a pop. Overall, the battle had devolved into chaos, which seemed entirely appropriate when dealing with Naruto. "Where are you?" Gaara inquired, calmly watching as more frogs vanished. The same thing had occurred to Sasuke, Kakashi, Shikamaru, and the Sand siblings. Sakura and Lee were perplexed by the question, but Tsunade recognized it and wondered how she had missed it before. There had been 4 clones of Naruto before he summoned the frogs, but now he stood alone among the hundreds of frogs. One of the frogs to Gaara's right transformed into Naruto, who exclaimed, "Right here," before tossing 2 kunai at him. One flew at Gaara and was stopped by his sand, while the other flew off course and landed uselessly behind the Sand Ninja. Sand flew into the attacking Naruto with a flick of Gaara's wrist, and he vanished on impact. "One," Gaara replied. "Cage Bunshin and Henge," Lee exclaimed in awe. The frogs were still squealing as they hopped around in the midst of the sand hail. There was a pop, and another frog transformed into Naruto, who threw 2 kunai at Gaara's left side. These 2 made contact with the sand shield but had no effect on Gaara, who threw sand at Naruto, turning him into nothing more than a cloud of smoke. "2," Gaara replied, with a loud cry. Another Naruto appeared in the form of a frog, tossing several shuriken at Gaara only to see them harmlessly bounce off the sand. That clone was also quickly dispatched with a sand fist. 3. Shikamaru raised his head. "He's faced Gaara before," he told Sasuke. "He knows weapons will not pass through Gaara's sand, so he's wasting his time." Sasuke remained silent while Kakashi nodded. They expected Gaara to wait for the 4th clone to emerge, so they were taken aback when he suddenly stretched out his arm, except for Tsunade. Everyone understood what this motion meant and watched with wide eyes as Naruto, who had been standing calmly across the clearing, saw the sand fly towards him. He tried to flee, but unseen sand on the ground grabbed his ankles and held him still. The sand hand encircled the struggling Naruto until they couldn't see him anymore. They waited to see if Naruto would break free, but after a few moments of silence, they assumed Gaara had won the spar. When Gaara closed his fist, causing the sand to crush Naruto, Tsunade gasped, Sakura stifled a scream, and the others froze in shock. Only Temari and Kankuro appeared unaffected. Shikamaru was the first to notice that the blood that usually accompanied Gaara's desert graveyard was missing. There was a pop, and smoke slid out from between the sands gently. 4, Gaara said, lowering his arm and returning his gaze to the remaining frogs. When Gaara closed his fist, Sasuke was certain his heart had stopped. Looking around at the pale faces, he realized he wasn't the only one. Kakashi wondered what Naruto's plan was. He knew the real him was among the frogs, but he had no idea what good that would do him. Shikamaru's frown indicated that even the young genius hadn't figured it out yet. Gaara began shooting sand at the remaining frogs. "Rasengan!" yelled someone from behind him. Kankuro inquired, "Where did he come from?" "The kunai," Kakashi said, having just realized what he was talking about. The clone's first kunai, which missed Gaara and landed behind him. He turned himself into a kunai. Lee inquired, "Kakashi?" Sasuke and Sakura shared a knowing look. It wasn't the first time Naruto had used this method. Gaara had been completely caught off guard. There had been no frogs in his path. Where had Naruto appeared? He only had enough time to crouch and place his hands on the ground, causing a thick wall of sand to fly into the air and block his path to Naruto. Gaara, on the other hand, was not at ease. He backed away from the wall and sealed several times. Naruto smashed through the sand wall, sinking the Rasengan into a large pile of sand in the shape of a fat raccoon wearing a hat. Lee exhaled. "The ultimate shield?" "What?" asked Sakura and Shikamaru. "That's Gaara's ultimate defense," Lee said, recalling the odd-looking thing from the fight with Kimimaro so many years ago. "What is that jutsu that made Gaara have to call on that?" Lee wondered as he watched Naruto pull his hand out of the sand. Tsunade replied, "That is the Rasengan. Only Naruto, Jiraiya, and the 4th Hokage have ever mastered it." They stared at her. Then back at the young man who had just used such a powerful jutsu. He was complaining to Gaara. "Using your giant raccoon isn't fair," he grumbled. "You'd use Rasengan. And I used the shield of Sukaku," Gaara said flatly. He reached out his arm, and sand flew at Naruto, who was quickly surrounded. He struggled at first, but he was soon cocooned. "Give up?" asked Gaara. "Like hell," Naruto yelled from inside the desert coffin. Sasuke made a move to stop Gaara when he closed his hand slightly. He would not stand by and watch Naruto be crushed to death. "Calm down, Uchiha," Kankuro advised. "Gaara will not harm him. Besides," Temari explained, "Gaara couldn't crush him anyway with Naruto's chakra control." "What exactly do you mean?" Sakura inquired. "Naruto can make his chakra surround and harden around him, like an invisible shell," Temari explained. "It's similar to Gaara's sand armor, except Gaara's does it automatically. Naruto has to think about it." Kankuro gave a nod. "So if he's distracted, he can still be hurt. But the sand won't be able to crush him in this case. Gaara is just increasing the pressure to make him uncomfortable." Konoha's ninjas stared at the sand that held Naruto. Was it even possible to have such chakra control? Tsunade had never heard of anything like it. Sasuke suddenly remembered the night he and Naruto fought in the Hokage Tower's hallway. A chakra shield. That explains why Naruto was unaffected by Chidori. Gaara's grip tightened even more. "Are you finished yet, Naruto?" he inquired. Naruto didn't respond, but Gaara could hear seals whispering. He cocked his brow. Maybe the match wasn't as over as he thought. "Katen, Ryuka no Jutsu," yelled someone from deep within the sand. Several onlookers looked at Sasuke, who was wide-eyed. That technique was uncommon. In fact, most fire techniques were reserved for the Uchiha clan. Those who had seen Sasuke perform the jutsu on the rare occasion knew that a lot of flames must be coming from Naruto's mouth. But what would happen to Naruto if he had nowhere to go as the fire remained contained in the sand? "He's a fire fox," he says. "Fire summons him." Sasuke fixed his gaze on the sand ball. What was Naruto up to? The sand appeared unchanged from the outside, but Temari and Kankuro could tell something was going on inside by the way Gaara's hand began to shake, even from a distance. The sand began to glow red, and they could feel the intense heat it was emitting. "Glass," Shikamaru exclaimed abruptly. Everyone looked at him, perplexed. When you heat sand to a very high temperature, it turns into glass. When they returned their gaze to the sand, they noticed that it was gradually becoming transparent. Naruto stood in the center, unharmed, as flames flew around his body. The sand began to dissolve around him, forming a pool of liquid glass on the ground. Naruto leaped to the ground, avoiding the glass and putting an end to the fire jutsu, grinning at Gaara with red eyes that quickly faded to blue. Naruto then charged at Gaara, while everyone else waited for the sand to leap up and block him. Everyone was surprised when Naruto tackled Gaara, who would have landed painfully on his back if his sand shield hadn't caught him before the impact and gently laid him down. Naruto sitting smugly on his stomach. How come the sand didn't block Naruto? Kakashi wondered. "It can detect malicious intent," Temari explained. "Otherwise, no one could ever touch him." "What did you think of that, Gaara?" "It took me forever to think of a way to defeat your damn desert coffin." She and Kankuro smiled as Naruto continued to sit on their brother. Gaara raised his brows, pretending to be indifferent, but a tiny smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as the 25-year-old on top of him pretended to be 12, with a mixture of rage and jealousy. Sasuke observed the scene. This was the first time he had seen anything resembling Naruto's previous personality. Naruto was always quiet and almost depressed around him, but with Gaara he seemed happy. Tsunade, Kakashi, and Shikamaru were discussing the spar with Temari and Kankuro, while Sakura and Lee were having their own conversation. Only Sasuke was paying attention to the two remaining on the field. Naruto leaned back, resting his back against Gaara's thighs as Gaara raised his knees. Naruto was still explaining how he came up with the glass idea, brightly smiling as he remembered a specific detail. Sasuke noticed that they appeared to be at ease. He and Naruto were more at ease than they had ever been in their lives. He abruptly turned and walked away. Naruto would never act that way around him. Sasuke had betrayed him, and he would never be able to completely atone for it. As Naruto made his way to Sasuke's house, the sun was slowly setting. He remained on the rooftop so as not to frighten the villagers. Rumors of his return had been circulating since the group of shinobi had returned to Konoha, but he wasn't going to confirm them. Kyuubi was furious with him, and he was certain that if the fox made a physical impact on Naruto, his stomach would be ripped in half from the inside. Gaara was a long way away now. Tsunade had reserved rooms for him and his siblings at Konoha's only inn. Kyuubi desired to be near Sukaku's power. And Naruto had no intention of allowing the two demons to spend any more time together than was absolutely necessary. He quickly found himself in front of Sasuke's door and decided to knock even though Sasuke's living room window was open. For a few moments, Naruto stood on the doorstep, listening for any sound that might indicate that Sasuke was even home. He knocked again, this time louder. Footsteps from inside the house could be heard, and Naruto waited patiently as they became louder. The door was yanked open, and Sasuke locked his gaze on him for several moments. He appeared surprised, but hid it behind his usual cold indifference. Naruto finally asked, "Can I come in?" Sasuke didn't respond, but he did open the door wider and step back, allowing Naruto to enter. "What exactly are you doing here?" he inquired. There are no lights on, and Sasuke's living room was only illuminated by the deep red of the setting sun through the open window. Sasuke shut the door and waited for Naruto to say something. Naruto was taken aback by his appearance. "Well, I was discharged from the hospital, and I just assumed," he cut his sentence short. "Sorry, that was stupid of me," he apologized, smiling. "I'll go get Tsunade Baba to get me a room with Gaara in them," Naruto said, already debating whether seeing Sasuke again was a good idea. He was obviously correct in his assessment. Naruto was struck by a flash of memory. He shook his head, puzzled as to why he was suddenly thinking about practicing chakra control by climbing trees. It was completely arbitrary. It took Sasuke a moment to realize Naruto had arrived looking for a place to stay. "No, you are welcome to stay," he said quickly. "I just assumed you'd leave. I'll be leaving tomorrow with the Sand siblings," Naruto said, almost sad. That information enraged Sasuke for some reason. They were allowed to accompany Naruto, but he was not. Nonetheless, Naruto seemed at ease with Gaara. Naruto should spend time with Gaara if he made him happy. Naruto desperately needed some happiness in his life. Sasuke entered the room further, taking a seat on his couch and staring at the floor. "Are you all right?" Naruto inquired, looking down at him with concern, ignoring the flashback of defacing Hokage Mountain when he was 12. What was causing his mind to wander? "You seemed really happy today," Sasuke observed. Naruto frowned at the strange remark. "I was," he admitted. "Is that something that bothers you?" "Of course not," Sasuke replied, quickly looking up. Naruto looked down at him with interest. Sasuke went on, "It just makes me think I can't put you at ease. And I guess you don't trust me anymore." "What?" Naruto inquired, perplexed. He closed his eyes for a moment, bracing himself against a wave of vertigo. "You seem to be able to relax around Gaara, whereas with me you're always on guard." "Sasuke," Naruto said, laughing, "Of course. I'm more relaxed around Gaara because if I lose control of Kyuubi around him, he'll be able to fend me off. Whereas with you, I'm concerned about what might happen. One slip and you'll be dead." Sasuke examined his features. So this wasn't about his treachery. This had nothing to do with Naruto's confidence in him. Naruto was simply concerned. "Let me accompany you. Don't leave me here alone, Naruto." Naruto averted his gaze for a moment before returning it to Sasuke. "The fox will get you, Sasuke," he predicted. "I couldn't possibly forgive myself. I'd rather die with you than stay here alone," Sasuke stated. "I despise it here. Everyone in this village regards me as nothing more than the last Uchiha. I'm surrounded by people, but I've never felt more alone. I only stayed here for you, because you love this village and your dream was to be able to protect it. So I stayed here to do it for you." Naruto wanted to respond, but the dizziness from before returned, and he found himself on his knees, using the edge of the couch to support his upper body as memories began to surface in his head unbidden. He clenched his fists, attempting to block out the images from his past, but they persisted in his mind. "Naruto," Sasuke inquired, concerned, as his friend fell to his knees. He put a hand on the other man's arm and felt the skin under his hand warm up. Naruto did not respond, and his eyes were tightly shut. Tendrils of red chakra began to weave around Naruto's body, and Sasuke began shaking him by the shoulders, ignoring his skin's feverish temperature. "Naruto," the red chakra flared up, and Sasuke hissed as Naruto's skin became too hot to touch, burning him. "Naruto," exclaimed Sasuke, refusing to touch him again. "What exactly is going on?" Naruto's eyes opened, and Sasuke felt almost relieved. The blood-red eyes then locked on him. Sasuke stepped back from the couch as Kyuubi stood up slowly, sharp fangs gleaming at him as he grinned. "You should have listened to the brat," he said as he approached Sasuke. "He said I was going to kill you." He charged at Sasuke, clawed hand outstretched to slash at him. Sasuke dove out of the way, barely missing the razor-sharp nails, wishing he had some kind of weapon to defend himself with. Instead, Kyubai's clawed hand slashed straight through Sasuke's living room wall. He lunged again at Sasuke, who managed to dodge once more. Red chakra swelled even more around Naruto's body, giving him the appearance of being surrounded by flames. Sasuke's eyes widened as he looked around the living room, and Naruto's fingers began to form seals. There was only one way Kyuubi could avoid that jutsu. Katen, Ryuga no Jutsu, was heard seconds after Sasuke jumped out his thankfully open window, rolling as he landed in his backyard. He turned to face his house, which he saw, with sadness, was now engulfed in flames. Kyuubi followed him outside, slowly walking through the fire that had already eaten away at Sasuke's living room's walls. "Naruto," yelled Sasuke, summoning the Sharingan. "Wake up, not this time, Uchiha," Kyuubi said as he approached him. Then, in an instant that even the Sharingan couldn't keep up with, Kyuubi appeared in front of him, claws raised. Sasuke tried to dodge, but the claws still caught him, leaving 4 deep gashes on his left shoulder. He staggered away, his right hand attempting to cover his viciously bleeding shoulder. Sasuke's adrenaline was pumping, so he saw the wound more than he felt it. However, when he tried to move his left arm, sharp searing pain caused his vision to swim, and he fought to keep from blacking out. Seals, as well as Chidori, were impossible without the use of his left arm. He was helpless, and Kyuubi lunged at him once more, ready to finish him off. Sasuke blinked as he noticed the sudden sand wall in front of him. He heard Kyuubi's claws harmlessly bounce off it. Looking to his right, he noticed Gaara standing motionless at the edge of his yard. The light from Sasuke's blazing house cast menacing shadows across the red-haired man's face. He heard Kyuubi say, "Sukaku," as Kyuubi moved over to Gaara. The sand wall vanished, leaving Sasuke behind. "Are you okay, Uchiha?" Kankuro inquired. Leaping from a nearby tree, Temari leapt from another tree, standing next to her brother with her fan ready. As he examined Sasuke's heavily bleeding wounds, Sasuke became dizzy and was surprised to feel Kankuro catch him when his knees buckled, allowing him to sit on the ground. Kankuro ripped some of his own shirt and pressed it against Sasuke's shoulder to stop the bleeding. Gaara kept a wary eye on Kyuubi as he approached him. Shukaku could feel Kyuubi's power and was going insane within Gaara, but the Sand Nin ignored the demon as best he could. Kyuubi was reaching out to grab him before he could react. Gaara's devoted sand flew up and blocked Kyuubi's path. Kyuubi used his true speed with a snarl, his hand flying through the sand defense and latching around Gaara's throat. He lifted the sand user a few feet off the ground, but Gaara remained as impassive as ever because of his sand armor. He couldn't feel the hand tightening around his neck. "Sukaku," Kyuubi grumbled as Naruto's face moved inches away from Gaara's. "I caught my breath." "What?" Gaara asked, unsure if Kyuubi realized he was speaking to Sukaku's carrier rather than Sukaku himself. "He's stuck in his memories," Kyuubi explained, and the demon smiled. "You should try. Imagine the havoc we could cause." Gaara discreetly extended an arm. "I don't think either of you is particularly powerful," Gaara said. "You're both trapped in 2 humans and are unable to escape," Gaara explained. But he needed to buy some time for his siblings to do what he needed them to do. When one of Gaara's sand clones appeared next to them, the Sand siblings and Sasuke looked up in surprise. "He's got Naruto trapped in his memories," the clone explained. "I can't get him to wake up. What should we do?" Temari inquired. "That blonde girl," the clone pointed out. "The one who can enter minds. Get her as soon as possible," Kankuro inquired. "Uchiha, where does she live?" Sasuke looked at him, his eyes slightly hazy. His vision was blurring, and he couldn't make out what Kankuro was saying. "Uchiha." Sasuke felt like the voice was underwater and he closed his eyes as everything went black. "Sasuke," Kankuro said, shaking him carefully, avoiding his injury. "Temari, I think he's going into shock from the blood loss. We need a medical nin," she said, kneeling down and helping Kankuro lay the Uchiha flat. "Stay here," Kankuro said. "I'll find help." Kakashi had never been one for sleep. Sure, he got enough to remain alert and aware, but he certainly didn't sleep the way Naruto had when he was his student. Nor did he find himself nodding off like Tsunade occasionally did in her office. Late into the night or early in the morning, he could usually be found at the small black monument near the training grounds, usually sitting calmly and tracing all the names with his eyes before meditating. He sometimes lost track of the hours spent there, which was the reason he was so often late to, well, everything. Tonight his eyes were on one name. Normally he divided his attention between 4 of them. Rin and Abido were never far from his mind, and of course there was his sensei, the great fourth Hokage. The man who gave his life to protect Konoha from Kyuubi. But tonight he couldn't help but pay more attention to the name that shouldn't be there. Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi still had no answers to explain Naruto's reasons for pretending to be dead. It seemed as though it had something to do with Kyuubi. But no one was willing to enlighten him. Kakashi's head snapped up when he felt the distinct surge of Kyuubi's malicious chakra. Standing, he quickly headed towards the source, somehow not surprised that he was running in the direction of Sasuke's house. He skidded to a stop when he saw Kankuro moving quickly from the direction Kakashi was headed. "Kankuro, what's going on?" he asked the puppet master, taking in his torn shirt and flustered appearance. "I need a medical nin and that girl who can go into mines." Kankuro told him, "What's happened? The longer we stand here talking about it, the less time Uchiha has." Kankuro said, realizing this was more serious than he had anticipated. Kakashi wasted no more time. "Ino lives a few streets from here and Sakura is her neighbor. Come on," he said, leading the way. The two girls were more than confused when Kakashi and Kankuro dragged them from their doorsteps without explanation. As they ran back to the Uchiha estate, Kankuro filled them in. And worry for both Naruto and Sasuke overtook them. "Naruto has Kyuubi in him," Ino asked in amazement. "I can't believe I didn't figure it out before." Sakura said, "That must have been what you saw in his mind, Ino." They were still a slight ways away from Sasuke's house when the flaming building entered their vision. Temari breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her father accompanied by 3 Konoha ninjas. She had been unable to stop Sasuke's bleeding, and she feared that the man would bleed to death if he didn't get proper medical help soon. Sakura rushed to the injured man's side immediately. Judging the damage, she placed her hands on the deep gashes and set to work trying to heal him. Ino and Kakashi were looking wide-eyed at the scene in the yard. Naruto was glowing with red chakra, making him look as if he were lit aflame. They watched as he tossed Gaara across the yard like a rag doll. Gaara-san suddenly appeared, catching him right before he slammed into a tree and set him back to his feet. Ino jumped when a voice behind her spoke. "You need to guide Naruto out of his memories." She turned to see a calm Gaara standing behind her, quite similar to the one currently facing Kyuubi. Ino really didn't want to go back into Naruto's head. The last time was an experience she didn't particularly want to repeat. Gaara's clone spoke. "Stick to Naruto's memories and you won't meet with Kyuubi." Ino nodded and swallowed, then raised her hands and performed the seals. It was dark in Naruto's mind, just as it had been the first time. Naruto's memories streamed by her, blurring together into streams of color. How was she supposed to find him? This could take forever. With a deep breath, she stepped into the stream of memories, which immediately stopped moving and focused into a scene. Ino recognized her surroundings instantly. She was near the Ninja Academy. Although not too close, there was a crowd of parents and children and happy chatter filled the air. Suddenly catching sight of her 12-year-old self excitedly showing of her new Hidayate to her father, Ino realized exactly what day this was. Graduation day. She looked around the memory for Naruto and paused when she turned and finally spotted him. It was the 12-year-old Naruto, not the adult one she was looking for. He was sitting by himself on a swing in the playground across from the school, quietly watching the crowd. There were goggles on his forehead, and for a moment Ino wondered why. But then she remembered that Naruto had not graduated. A conversation caught her attention, and from the look on the young Naruto's face she could tell he could hear it too. "That's the kid. He's the only one who failed." "Well, that's good. We can't have him becoming a shinobi since he is." "Hey, we can't talk about that." Ino watched sadly as Naruto slid from the swing and ran off. Suddenly the scene changed and she found herself in the center of the village. She watched a little Naruto stumble from Konoha's sweet shop, backing away quickly. Naruto was younger in this memory than in the last. Maybe 8 or 9 this time. "Don't come back here, you little monster," the old woman who owned the shop said, brandishing a broom. Ino looked on in amazement. The little old lady had always seemed so kind when she and Sakura used to visit the shop when they were younger. "I won't have you stealing from me." Well, that made sense, Ino thought, watching as she tried to smack Naruto in the head with the broom. He nimbly avoided it, taking off. As he ran by Ino, though, she noticed the money clenched tightly in his fist. The scene blurred again and Ino was surprised to see an older Naruto. This memory was obviously sometime after he had left Konoha. His blonde hair was tied up under his Hidayate and he was now in darker colors instead of the trademark orange jumpsuit. Ino figured he was probably 16 or 17. It was night and, with a bit of surprise, she saw that he was sitting next to Gaara. They were near the edge of a river and Ino didn't recognize the surroundings at all, so she assumed they weren't anywhere near Konoha. The 2 lumps in sleeping bags not far from the boys must have been Gaara's siblings, she realized. "How have you done this for so long?" she heard Naruto ask, punctuating his question with a loud yawn. Gaara shrugged. Naruto's eyes began to droop and suddenly a small ball of sand flew up from the ground. smacking him in the head. "Oh," Naruto hissed, rubbing the spot he'd been hit. "Stay awake," was all Gaara said. "It would be easier if you were better company." Naruto growled. "Talking to you is about as interesting as talking to a wall." He crossed his arms and looked away from the sand nin with a humph. "Do you ever think about just letting go?" Gaara suddenly asked. Naruto turned back to him, obviously confused. "What? The demon? Do you ever wonder how much easier things would be if you just went to sleep and let him take over?" "No," Naruto said. "It might be easier for us. But think of all the death and destruction we would cause." Gaara looked at him with a raised eyebrow, and Ino realized that the red-haired man had never really seemed to care about innocent lives. "Okay, fine," Naruto said, catching the meaning behind Gaara's look. "How about this then? Letting him take over is proving that you don't have the power to fight him. To let him take over is to show you're weak." There was a pause where Gaara considered his words. "I'm not weak," Gaara finally said. "Neither am I," Naruto said. The area blurred again and the scene shifted several times, so quickly that Ino could only hear what was being said. "Naruto, you're annoying. Baka, stupid. You are such an idiot. What a moron." Ino recognized several of the voices, one of which had been her own. The last voice, though, she definitely recognized. Dope. The scene finally cleared and Ino could once again see her surroundings. She stood on a cliff overlooking a large river that turned into a high waterfall. Looking across the river, she saw a huge statue that stood over the waterfall like a guard. Then she noticed that there was one on the side she was on as well. Ino had never seen this place before, and she wondered if it was somewhere that Naruto had come across after leaving Konoha. Until she finally saw Naruto standing on the index finger of the statue on her side of the river. He was still clad in the bright orange from his youth, blonde hair hanging heavily around his face. He was soaked. "Did that wake you up?" he yelled. Ino couldn't see who he was talking to, but he was staring at the face of the statue as if someone was clinging there. A voice she recognized answered him, and slowly Ino began to realize what she must be seeing. The infamous fight between Sasuke and Naruto at the Valley of the End. The fight that everyone speculated over but no one knew the details to. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke had ever spoken of it. Sasuke suddenly appeared in her line of vision as he lunged at Naruto, punching him fiercely and knocking him from the statue down to the water below. They exchanged words that Ino couldn't hear, and then they went at it, Naruto rushing the statue, while Sasuke ran vertically down. They met with punches, and after a moment Naruto ended up back on the water, using his chakra to stand on it, and Sasuke hung from the statue. Ino's eyes widened when Sasuke's left hand began to glow blue with chakra. He was going to use Chidori on Naruto. Sasuke was actually trying to kill Naruto, she realized in shock. Naruto had never told them what had happened when he went after Sasuke, but she never would have believed that Sasuke had actually attempted to kill him. "You know, of all my memories, I always seem to come back to this one as my worst," a deep voice said, causing Ino to jump in surprise. She turned quickly to her right to see Naruto, the real Naruto, sitting on the edge of the cliff watching as his younger self powered up racing. The two powerful jutsus met, and the adults watched as the boys were tossed backwards from one another. They quickly began to fight again, and Sasuke managed to grab a hold of Naruto's collar, picking him up and holding him a few inches from the ground. Ino looked on in horror as Chidori formed once again in Sasuke's hand and was shoved through Naruto's chest. "Why didn't you ever tell us?" she said softly. Naruto shrugged. "I didn't want it hanging over Sasuke when he came back." "How did you know he would even be back?" Ino asked. "He betrayed Konoha. He nearly killed you." Naruto smiled, standing up. "I just knew." Ino suddenly remembered why she was there in the first place. "Naruto, Kyuubi's taken over. You need to wake up." "I've been trying, but I can't get out of here," he said with a deep frown. "Kyuubi somehow trapped me in my memories." For the first time since Ino had known him, Naruto looked helpless. "Well, you have to figure out something," she said. "Kyuubi seriously hurt Sasuke and he's attacking Gaara." Naruto's eyes narrowed. He seemed to be deep in thought. Finally he spoke. "I need you to go back and tell Gaara to do it." "To do what?" Ino asked. "He'll know what I mean. It's the only way to wake me up," Naruto said. "Go tell him." Ino looked around, eyes lingering on the boys still fighting below, surprised to see Naruto's form surrounded by red chakra that was beginning to take the shape of Kyuubi. "I don't know how to get out of here, Naruto. I don't have the use of your hands." Naruto began to glow blue as he focused his chakra. "Go," he said, and Ino felt herself being pulled from his body and slamming back into hers. She opened her eyes with a gasp and looked up at Kakashi, who had caught her when she fell limp. "It didn't work?" he asked her worriedly. She had only just performed the jutsu moments before, and it looked as if Kyuubi hadn't let her into Naruto's mind. Her eyes immediately searched out Gaara's clone. He said to do it, she said to him. Hoping that Naruto was correct and Gaara would understand what he meant. He what? Temari said, moving next to her. Kyuubi has him trapped in his memories. Ino told them as Kakashi helped her stand upright. He said it's the only way to wake him up. That is what he said. Gaara asked. Ino nodded. Gaara, Temari said, if you do it while Naruto's consciousness is trapped you could permanently switch them. It's what Naruto wants me to do. Temari, Gaara's clone said before it turned into a pile of sand, effectively ending the conversation. Temari sighed. What does Naruto want him to do? Kakashi asked. Gagufuin, she said. The 5-part seal, Kakashi said in astonishment. That's a forbidden technique. They both learned it, Kankuro said, coming to stand next to his sister, in case they needed to seal each other. But by doing it with Kyuubi in control they run the risk of simply sealing away Naruto's chakra and leaving Kyuubi in control. But if you can seal Kyuubi's chakra, why didn't they just perform the seal when Naruto had control? Ino asked. The 5-point seal also makes it difficult for Naruto to control his own chakra. Instead of the two chakras mixing, they start to become at odds with one another. Leaving it on for too long weakens him significantly. Temari explained. Kyuubi rushed at Gaara, using Naruto's hand to once again grab Gaara by his neck. Gaara made no attempt to even move away, simply allowing Kyuubi to hold him by the throat. Naruto's mouth broke into a fanged grin until Kyuubi realized his legs were bound tightly by sand. He lifted his free hand to slash at Gaara, but he snarled in frustration when he saw that too was restrained by sand. Gaara raised his right hand and performed a one-handed seal. 5 tiny blue flames of chakra appeared on each one of his fingertips. With his left hand he lifted Naruto's shirt, revealing the black curse seal on his stomach. Reeling his arm back, he slammed his fingers into Naruto's stomach. There was a howl of pain, and suddenly the flare of red chakra that had surrounded Naruto's body died out. Gaara did not remove the sand restraints until blue eyes blinked at him, and the hand around his neck was quickly released. I'm sorry, Gaara, Naruto said softly as he took in the other man's ruffled appearance. Now we're even for our first fight, Gaara said with a shrug. Naruto looked around Sasuke's backyard, sadly watching as Sasuke's house continued to burn. His eyes then fell on the still Anbu Sakura was leaning over, and he rushed over to him, ignoring the wave of dizziness caused by the seal. Is he all right? He asked Sakura fearfully. He'll be okay, she assured him. The gashes along his shoulder had been healed, but the angry red scars on Sasuke's pale skin showed Naruto exactly what had been done. No one spoke as he sat still for several moments. I'm sorry, he finally said, but they didn't know if he was speaking to them or to Sasuke. He then stood, not meeting anyone's eyes, and took off, leaving everyone staring after him as he disappeared into the night. When he awoke, the first thing he felt was a soft hand on his arm. His eyes were heavy, and it took him a long time to open them, only to have to squint to block out the bright light that had invaded his senses. When his eyes adjusted, he looked towards the hand on his arm, which he recognized as Sakura's. When she noticed he was awake, the pink-haired woman gave him a weak smile. How are you doing? She inquired. Sasuke took a look around the bland white room and realized he was in the hospital. What happened? He asked, settling into a sitting position. Naruto has lost control of Kyuubi, said a voice from behind Sakura. Kakashi was leaning against the door's wall. That much I know, Sasuke said, inspecting the wounds on his sore shoulder. They were now nothing more than pink scars. Is Naruto all right? He inquired. Gaara was able to wake him up, Kakashi explained. He checked on you and then ran away, Sakura explained. Sasuke gave her a quick glance. Has he left? He hasn't been seen since last night, Kakashi explained. Sasuke threw the sheets from his lap and slid out of bed. Sasuke, Sakura reprimanded. You should get some rest. Sasuke completely ignored her. A monotone voice spoke from the doorway. He's still in Konoha. Kakashi looked surprised next to him. He hadn't even noticed Gaara's approach. Are you sure? He inquired of the Sand Nin. Yes, I can sense him. He is still present. Where has he gone? Sasuke said as he rose to his feet. Sakura objected. Sasuke, you should really not. She came to a halt when Kakashi tossed a pair of pants and a shirt to Sasuke and sighed. Everything you owned was destroyed in the fire, Kakashi explained. You may borrow this for a short time. Sasuke nodded and put on one of Kakashi's typical Jounin uniforms, minus the vest. Sasuke returned his gaze to Gaara after he had finished dressing. Where is he? He inquired once more. Sasuke followed Gaara's gaze out the window, realizing exactly where Naruto had to be. It took some time for Sasuke to reach the summit of Mount Hokage. He'd never been on the monument in his 20-something years in the village. He wasn't sure if anyone was even permitted to be up here. He'd never heard of any rules prohibiting it. but this was a memorial and a place of respect. Sasuke was unsurprised to find Naruto sitting comfortably between several rocky spikes in the fourth's hair. Sasuke carefully made his way along the fourth's head until he finally stood next to him. And if Naruto sensed his presence, he didn't turn. Naruto drew his knees up to his chest and wrapped his arms around his legs as he gazed out over Konoha. His chin rested on his knees. The sun had risen several hours before, and the village center was gradually filling with people as shops began to open. Sasuke sat down next to Naruto. He appeared tired, but his eyes remained their usual bright blue. "Are you all right?" Naruto continued to gaze out over Konoha. "I'm fine," Sasuke replied. They sat in silence for a while, taking in the scenery, until Naruto spoke again, this time looking at Sasuke. "I'm sorry I burned down your house," he said, visibly upset. Sasuke shook his head. "It was nothing more than a house." "You grew up there?" Naruto asked, surprised. "On my own," Sasuke stated. "It's the location where Itachi murdered my parents. There aren't many pleasant memories to be found there." The wind began to pick up, ruffling Sasuke's hair. Sasuke found himself staring at the third's large face. He appeared much younger than Sasuke remembered him in the monument, having had his face carved in the rock long before the deep wrinkles began to appear on his face. Around the third, Sasuke couldn't see the second and first's faces clearly. Turning to the other side, Sasuke looked at the fifth, the current Hokage, Tsunade. "Tsunade said she chose you to be the sixth at your funeral," Sasuke explained. Naruto shook his head. "Once upon a time, they say. Are you going to do it now that no one thinks you're dead?" Naruto laughed. "I can't protect Konoha in this way," he admitted. "People must defend Konoha from me." Sasuke smirked. "Did you give up on your dreams so easily? Dreams die hard, and you hold them in your hand long after they crumble," Naruto said quietly. "Becoming Hokage is a dream that is now out of reach for me. When did you turn into such a pessimist?" Naruto burst out laughing. "I'm a realist, not a pessimist. You witnessed what happened last night. I tried to kill you and destroyed your house." Naruto abruptly cut himself off. Frustrated, Kyuubi's power was growing rapidly. He could almost hear the fox in his head now, and his desire to kill was stronger than ever. When he was awake, Kyuubi took over his body. He was gaining too much control, which had never happened before. Naruto realized that the seal had been gradually deteriorating over time. The soothing presence that had kept Kyuubi somewhat apart from him was fading, and it would soon be gone entirely. For the time being, the 5-part seal was keeping the fox's chakra at bay. He could feel both chakras within him being separated, but they were becoming unstable due to their inability to mix. He would soon require Gaara's assistance in breaking the seal. After that, Kyuubi would have free reign once more. And Naruto was certain the fox was planning to break the seal for good this time. He'd spent the last several hours weighing his options, but only one seemed obvious. Naruto began tentatively. "Sasuke, I'm down. What are you losing?" Looking at him, Sasuke inquired. "Kyuubi will take over soon," Naruto predicted. "You'll fight him off again?" Sasuke said, his brow furrowed. "No," Naruto replied. "He's going to completely take over." He needed Sasuke to comprehend. Naruto couldn't fight the fox after the seal was broken. Sasuke was staring at him, apparently trying to figure out if Naruto was serious. Naruto sighed and reached up to loosen his hideite, pulling it off and slipping it into his pocket. Sasuke's stomach sank. Naruto's hair had turned a deeper red since the last time he saw it. Naruto now appeared to be a redhead with blonde highlights rather than the other way around. Naruto's voice echoed in his head. "The more we connect, the redder it gets. The seal is weakening," Naruto said as he stood up. He lifted his shirt, using a bit of chakra to reveal the seal on his stomach. When they were younger, Sasuke had only seen the seal a few times. It was the same, a spiral around Naruto's navel with several flame-like markings around it, but instead of the solid black it used to be, it was now a faded light gray. Sasuke also stood up. "Sasuke," Naruto said solemnly, "someone must intervene before Kyuubi takes over." Sasuke shook his head, knowing what Naruto was trying to say. "We should go speak with Tsunade. I'm confident she'll be able to reinforce the seal. Since I left, she's been looking for ways to do so. There's nothing else we can do." Naruto paused before continuing. "My demise is his demise." There was a long silence as Sasuke pondered what to say, how to demonstrate to Naruto that death was not the only option. Naruto's voice cut him off in his tracks. "I'd like it to be you." "Don't be stupid, Naruto," Sasuke yelled. "We'll figure something else out." "I've been trying to figure out something for the last 10 years, Sasuke," There is nothing to decipher. He's going to take command. I will not allow him to use my body to kill everyone who is important to me. So I have to kill the one person who is important to me instead. Sasuke spoke up, his voice rising. No, I'm not going to do it, Sasuke. Naruto said quietly, his gaze fixed on Konoha. I'm not going to ask anyone else. You don't want anyone else to deal with it? Sasuke yelled. You'll save them from the agony. There's no need to stain anyone else's hands. Just leave it to Sasuke. Naruto raised his head. No, I don't want it to be anyone other than you. You're my best friend and the only person I can rely on. Sasuke clenched his teeth and swallowed the lump in his throat. Only you can do it, Naruto said, his gaze fixed on Sasuke's left hand. Sasuke recognized the significance right away. I've used Chidori on you 3 times and you haven't died, he argued, his voice cracking. Naruto grinned. You never tried to break my heart. Sasuke averted his gaze, refusing to meet Naruto's gaze. Do not ask me to do this. Naruto did not respond, and the two men stood silent for a moment. Let's go back to the village, Naruto said at the end. Naruto took hold of Sasuke's arm and began to lead them away from the fort's head. Naruto subconsciously placed his free hand on his stomach, clutching the fabric of his shirt directly above the seal. Kyuubi would be unable to take over while the 5-part seal was still in place, but it had to be done quickly. Shikamaru only needed to see the firm set of her lips and the fiery glare in Ino's eyes as she advanced on him to know that he was in trouble yet again. Ino had treated him well since the previous night, when he had nearly died in the forest. Actually, the young lady was more than nice. She was almost sweet, however. Judging by her expression, the terrifying blonde was back to her normal self. He looked around for a way out, but he had been standing right in front of Chaoji and the former teammate. They were meeting on the outskirts of town before going to lunch. Kiba had told them about the rumor that Sasuke's house had caught fire last night, and Hinata had been saying quietly that they should go visit him and offer to help him if he needed it. When Chaoji and Shikamaru sensed the intense aura that had caused them to flee for years, Chaoji took a step towards Kiba, Hinata, and Shino, giving Shikamaru plenty of room to dodge any blows thrown his way. Relieved that the look was directed at his best friend. Didn't you know, Shikamaru? When Ino arrived at him, she completely ignored the other 4 ninjas. He refrained from rolling his eyes. Why was he constantly chastised for knowing things? What? Shikamaru inquired. She hissed. Kyuubi. Shikamaru's pupils dilated. Chaoji and teammate exchanged curious glances. How long have you known Kyuubi had been sealed in Naruto? Ino stated. What? Kiba exclaimed, his gaze fixed on her. They'd all heard about the 4th defeating the 9-tailed fox demon Kyuubi. How come we weren't told? Ino stated. Shikamaru was enraged. Ino was obviously upset, but she couldn't go around telling everyone. You weren't told because it's none of your business, he abruptly stated, surprising everyone. The 4th imbued him with Kyuubi from the moment he was born. No one from our generation was permitted to know because the 3rd anticipated that we would despise him in the same way that the older generation did, in the same way that our parents did. Is that why everyone was such jerks to him? Kiba snarled. Akamaru was irritated by his master's rage. It explains why so few people came to his funeral. Shino reflected. Poor Naruto-kun. Hinata lamented. It wasn't his fault. He's our friend, Chaoji said, nodding his head. We could have defended him if we had known why the villagers treated him the way they did. Shikamaru blinked at each of them. He wasn't sure how his friends would react, and part of him assumed they wouldn't think about the Naruto they knew as a person and just look at him like everyone else. He was relieved to be wrong for once. When Hinata stepped forward, he was jolted out of his reverie. Naruto-kun, she exclaimed, waving. Of course, her voice was still very soft. The rest of the group looked up to see 2 men walking side by side toward Mount Hokage. When he heard her call his name and saw the group, the shorter of the 2 smiled timidly. He extended his hand to greet. They were all staring at him strangely, and Naruto noticed his smile fading. His gaze was drawn to Ino, who was staring at him, and he suddenly realized why. Ino must have informed them. Sasuke noticed Naruto's body tensing and found himself staring at everyone. Why? Ino inquired, peering between them. What are you doing with him? How can you put your faith in him? He nearly killed you. It wasn't his fault, Sasuke growled, noticing Naruto's wide blue eyes. Everyone was taken aback when Ino whirled on him. That's not what I'm talking about, she exclaimed, her eyes ablaze, as he backed away from the enraged woman. It was Sasuke's turn to be wide-eyed. You pierced his chest with a Chidori in the Valley of the End. You wanted to murder him. Everyone's attention was now focused on Sasuke. who had lost what little color remained on his pale skin and was now ghostly white. "Ino, stop," Naruto said calmly. "How can you stand there pretending it never happened?" She questioned. "You admitted to me that was your worst memory." Naruto noticed the troubled expression on Sasuke's face. "Ino," Naruto replied, "I wasn't referring to what Sasuke did when I said it was my worst memory." Ino and Sasuke both looked at him, surprised. "It's the worst because I failed on that particular day. By failing, I allowed my best friend to face what could have been his death. I couldn't shield him." Everyone was staring at him now. Naruto had matured, they realized. "Besides," Naruto said, shrugging, "losing to this jerk is humiliating." The tension that had settled over the small group dissipated as Sasuke snorted. "Naruto," Kiba said solemnly, stepping in front of the whiskered man. Naruto and Sasuke both tensed, anticipating the inevitable question, "Why did you leave?" When Kiba asked his actual question, he looked at the scruffy man in confusion. "What the hell happened to your hair?" He'd completely forgotten he wasn't dressed in his Hidaite. Kiba smiled. "I know you're friends with Gaara, but I wouldn't take his fashion advice. Red is not your favorite color." He said this while wrapping his arm around Naruto's shoulder and dragging the poor befuddled man towards town. "Come on, we were just on our way to lunch." When he heard Naruto ask, "Ramen?" with that same hopeful tone he had always used as a child, Sasuke almost smiled. Shino and Hinata followed their former teammate, and Team 10 was right behind them. Kiba called back, "You coming, Uchiha?" after Naruto looked over his shoulder and smiled at Sasuke as he followed them. Sasuke shrugged and turned away, his smile hidden. Tsunade thanked Kakashi before dismissing him. Having been briefed on what had occurred the night before at the Uchiha residence, Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, who was leaning against her wall after the silver-haired Jounin had left. His thick arms were crossed, his head was bowed, and his chin rested on his chest. His relaxed posture and closed eyes gave the impression that he was sleeping, but Tsunade knew better. Jiraiya sighed and looked up. Tsunade explained, "This is the second time in less than a week." Jiraiya turned away from her. "He's losing his cool." Tsunade rubbed the bridge of her nose tiredly, suddenly grateful for the jutsu that kept her looking young. Without it, the stress of her job would have made her appear even older than she was. "Oh my god, I need a drink," she exclaimed. "I've gone through all of the books and scrolls I have. I can't figure out how to make the seal stronger." Jiraiya remained silent. "I'm the Hokage," Tsunade explained further. "I need to think about Konoha's safety. If he can't maintain control any longer." She trailed off, her face buried in her palms. "Everyone is in jeopardy." Behind her hands, her voice was muffled. "Everyone, not just Konoha. Allowing him to leave Konoha would be the same as allowing Kyuubi to infect other villages." Jiraiya finally said something. "Are you really thinking what I think you're thinking?" Tsunade didn't look up, but the tensing of her shoulders was all Jiraiya needed to know. "I don't know what else to do," she said, her eyes welling up with tears. "Jiraiya, please give me another option. Please." But Jiraiya was at a loss for words. Tsunade's solution appeared to be the only one. As much as admitting it made him sick, Tsunade finally looked him in the eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. And Jiraiya noticed that, despite her jutsu, she appeared old and tired. "I'll send an Anbu team," she said. "No," Jiraiya said as he pushed himself away from the wall and made his way to the center of the room. "I'll take care of it. He was my student, and I will not have him murdered by an Anbu team as if he were some missing nin." Tsunade gave a weak nod and looked out the window. "Then I'll leave it to you," she said quietly. Jiraiya left the office without saying anything else. Tsunade was sitting at her desk, clutching the necklace around her neck. Naruto had given it to her before leaving. "You should keep this, Tsunade Baba. You'll look after it better than I would." Her grip tightened as she locked her gaze on Mount Hokage. Sakura smiled across the table at Lee, who was telling her a story about a recent mission with Guy, complete with flailing arms and wide-eyed expressions. Years ago, Lee's excitable personality embarrassed her, especially in small public spaces like the restaurant where they were now eating. Lee, on the other hand, had grown on her to the point where she found his behavior endearing. He had the innocence of a small child, and his big happy grins were contagious. Apart from that, everyone in the village understood Guy's unrestrained exuberance, and few people in the village thought twice when either green-clad man went off on a tangent about the beauty of youth and self-respect. Sakura laughed as a waitress ducked beneath one of Lee's grander arm motions and proceeded to the table next to them as if nothing had happened. Lee became even more excited, and Sakura wondered why she was surprised that this could happen. "Shikamaru," exclaimed the dark-haired Jounin, waving frantically. "Kiba." Sakura turned to see not only Shikamaru and Kiba standing by the door, but also both of their former genin teams. She gave a sad smile. It was great that they could still do things together. Team 7 hadn't done anything as a group since they were 12. Thanks to Naruto's death and Sasuke's desire to sulk alone in the Uchiha compound, the teams approached them. Enli asked a passing waiter if they could group some tables together, when Sakura noticed that teams 10 and 8 were not alone. She took a drink and nearly spit it out. Naruto stood there, looking strange with his red hair, smiling as he looked around the restaurant, and Sasuke stood next to him, hands shoved in pockets and staring ahead with his usual scowl. "Naruto," she exclaimed, standing up and hugging the surprised man. Sasuke had tracked him down. She was relieved. "Hello, Sasuke," she said, knowing better than to try to hug him and instead placing her hand on his arm and gently squeezing it. He gave her a nod. Team 7 was complete once more. Naruto discovered that he was having a good time. He had anticipated an awkward reunion filled with a barrage of questions he didn't want to answer. Instead, they ate, laughed, and chatted about everything and nothing. His friends drew him back into the group as if nothing had happened in the previous 10 years. Sasuke didn't participate in much of the happy banter, but seeing Naruto's bright smile as he caught up with everyone made him happy. Of course, the conversation they had on Mount Hokage lingered in his mind, but it was difficult to be concerned when Naruto was having so much fun. Naruto became aware that he was being watched. He looked around the restaurant, ignoring the odd stares or, on rare occasions, glares directed his way. His gaze was finally met by a pair of warm brown eyes. A man stood near the door, his thick brown hair pulled back into a ponytail and his clothes covered by a green Chunin vest. He was biting his bottom lip as he watched Naruto intently. As Naruto stood, the din at the table died away, and everyone looked at him in confusion. He walked over to the Chunin by the door and stood in front of him, ignoring them. "Iruka-sensei," Naruto said, at a loss for words. Iruka did not respond right away, and Naruto nervously fiddled with the hem of his shirt. The pony-tailed man suddenly grabbed Naruto and pulled him into a tight hug. "I heard some villagers mention seeing you here," and Iruka paused and took a shaky breath. "Tsunade-sama said you were dead years ago, but I couldn't help myself. I had to come see for myself." Naruto returned Iruka's hug. He had missed Iruka so much when he first left that his heart ached every time he remembered the gentle Chunin. Naruto's only connection to family was him, and he knew that if anyone in Konoha would be affected by his apparent death, it would be him, and hurting him like that had hurt Naruto. "How are you doing?" Naruto inquired as to when Iruka let him go. Iruka made a noise that sounded like a cross between a laugh and a sob. "All right," he said quietly. Sasuke and the others stood back and watched the reunion of teacher and student. Naruto and Iruka exchanged a few words before the former blonde returned to the table. "I'm going to Iruka House Sensei's for a little while," he explained, though this was more for Sasuke. "I'm glad I got to see you all again." Once, Sasuke noticed Naruto's hesitation in his sentence and glared at him, knowing what he was about to say. More, everyone said their goodbyes, resisting the urge to invite him back to explain himself. Naruto left a few moments later, and they sat quietly for a few moments until a familiar voice interrupted their thoughts with a "yo." Kakashi stood behind Sasuke, and he appeared so unexpectedly that they wondered if he had just teleported in. "Sasuke," said the silver-haired Jounin, "the Hokage wishes to meet with you." Sasuke nodded and stood, leaving the restaurant without saying goodbye. Bye. When Kiba was sure the Uchiha was out of hearing range, he called back, adding, "You jerk." It was getting dark when he left Iruka's. Naruto had spent hours reminiscing and catching up with the older man. When Iruka asked why he left, Naruto explained that he couldn't feel right if the Chunin didn't know the truth. He decided to go for a walk around Konoha because he was at a loss for what to do next. He needed to speak with Sasuke once more, if for no other reason than to say farewell. If Sasuke couldn't kill him, he'd kill himself. He didn't have much time left to argue about it, but he needed to see Sasuke again. Naruto found himself on the outskirts of the training grounds, about to leave when he sensed a familiar presence. With ease and a smile, Naruto dodged the shuriken that had flown from behind him. "This brought back memories for me." He turned, catching the kunai on its way to his face. "You can do better than that, pervert," he said, flipping the kunai in his hand for a better grip and raising it to defend himself as Jiraiya slashed at him with another kunai from the branches of one of the surrounding trees. Metal ran into metal. This was how they sparred for the 3 years he had trained with Jiraiya. The Sannin let him do most of the training on his own, but he would attack Naruto at random when the boy appeared to be caught off guard. Naruto was rarely taken by surprise after years of this. Naruto dodged a punch and kicked his legs out, attempting to sweep Jiraiya's legs out from under him. Sannin jumped into the air to avoid being hit. "You lost control again," Jiraiya said, landing back on the ground and not even pausing before launching another kunai at Naruto, who sidestepped calmly. There's not much control left to lose, Naruto admitted truthfully. They stood across from each other for a few long moments, neither saying anything. Jiraiya appeared to be avoiding his gaze. Naruto finally spoke up. Isn't this going to be just another spar? It was a statement rather than a question. Jiraiya shook his head slowly. It was either me or a bunch of Anbu, he said to his former student, raising his eyes to meet the blue-eyed gaze steadily. I'm glad you're here, Naruto said, but you'll have to do better than you did before. He assumed a ready stance. I'll let only one person kill me without a fight. And it's not you. Jiraiya observed the younger man quietly. He had believed he could do it, but now that he was here, standing across from his former student, his resolve had wavered. Naruto noticed the hesitation. Don't let emotions get in the way of this, Orochimaru. This is only a mission. Jiraiya inhaled deeply and nodded. Okay, young man, are you prepared? Always. As Jiraiya attacked, Naruto realized he was at a significant disadvantage. His chakra control was shaky at best with the 5-part seal in place. Fortunately, Jiraiya appeared to be practicing his taijutsu for the time being. Naruto had the advantage in terms of speed. He easily avoided the kicks and punches thrown at him. Jiraiya leapt away, putting some distance between them. Realizing he couldn't do anything close range, he took out 6 kunai and held them between his fingers. Naruto needed to be slowed down. He began to feel nauseous if he could only hit 1 or 2 of these. Naruto's words returned to him. This is merely a mission. Naruto grasped the situation. He didn't hold it against him. He infused chakra into the kunai before spinning them and launching them at Naruto at speeds he couldn't completely avoid. He was taken aback when the red-haired man made no move to avoid the kunai, instead standing impassively with his arms crossed. Eerily similar to another red-haired demon vessel Jiraiya knew, the kunai struck, but instead of slicing into Naruto, they bounced harmlessly off his skin. Naruto quickly dispelled the threat by releasing the chakra shield. It had taken a lot of concentration to do something that had become second nature over the years. His chakra was more volatile now that he had tapped into it, and he wasn't sure how much more he could use. Jiraiya didn't let Naruto's blocking of the kunai distract him for long. Instead attempting a jutsu, he needed to slow Naruto down or he would never be able to complete his mission. Katen, Gaokakyu no Jutsu, he exclaimed as his fingers flew into familiar seals. Jiraiya wrapped his hand around his mouth, controlling the flames he was spitting out in the form of a large fireball. Naruto almost didn't get away. He hadn't had to use fire evasion techniques since he was almost 18. But then he remembered that Kyubai's chakra had been sealed, and it would no longer be able to absorb flames as it normally did. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he exclaimed, and 10 clones appeared before him, taking the hit instead. Naruto was on the verge of collapsing. His chakra seemed to be bouncing around inside his body. He was dizzy from the sensation, and he couldn't get enough control over his chakra to use it again. Jiraiya didn't take long after the fire attack to start throwing kunai, knowing they wouldn't hit but hoping to distract Naruto long enough for him to use another jutsu. When the kunai didn't bounce harmlessly off his student, he came to a halt. One sank into his right thigh, another into his shoulder, and the third slammed into his stomach. Naruto grunted, stumbling backwards as a result of the blow. His back collided with a tree, and he found himself leaning against the trunk, unable to support himself. Naruto slid down the tree and sat quietly at the base. Jiraiya would have assumed he was just relaxing under a tree if he couldn't see the 3 kunai sticking out of him because his left leg was bent, allowing him to rest his arm on the knee. Jiraiya moved closer, feeling as if someone had grabbed his heart and squeezed it. He stood a few feet away from Naruto, a painful expression of regret on his features. Orochimaru, can you do it in 1 hit? Naruto inquired, his blue eyes peering up through his red bangs. Yeah, kid, Jiraiya replied quietly. He threw up a kunai. I apologize, Naruto. Believe me, you're doing me a favor, Naruto said, closing his eyes and leaning against the trunk behind him. Jiraiya threw the kunai, aiming for the young man's heart, while swallowing the lump in his throat. Naruto heard the kunai slip from his sensei's grasp and braced himself for the blow that never came. He raised his head and opened his eyes, blinking at the back of his navy blue-clad legs. The kunai meant for his heart was tightly clenched in a shaking fist. Jiraiya remained standing, calmly meeting Sasuke's piercing gaze. The Sharingan had turned Sasuke's eyes red, and the 3 dots that surrounded his pupils were dangerously spinning. What are you doing? He inquired of Jiraiya, his voice growling. I'm on a mission, Jiraiya explained, not letting the relief he felt when Sasuke caught the kunai show through his calm exterior. Attainment, Sasuke hissed in response. He was filled with rage. Sasuke prepared to launch himself at Jiraiya, wishing he had his katana to slice the Sannin in half. He didn't mind being one of the legendary three. He was going to murder him. "Stop, Sasuke." Naruto's voice was soft, and his words were more like a choked groan. Recognizing the pain in Naruto's voice, Sasuke quickly turned, completely forgetting Jiraiya. Naruto had pushed himself to his feet and was leaning heavily on the tree for support. He had removed the kunai from his body, and now blood was flowing down his arm from the shoulder wound, small streams of red culminating at his fingertips and dripping onto the grass like rain. The stomach wound had left a growing dark stain on Naruto's navy blue shirt, and although his black pants obscured the extent of the leg wound, Sasuke could see blood trailing down Naruto's ankle. Sasuke approached him quickly, wrapping Naruto's good arm around his shoulder and a gentle arm around his waist. "How long will Kyuubi take to heal you?" he wondered, wondering if he should find a medic nin. "Kyuubi's chakra is currently sealed," Naruto explained. "He is unable to heal me." "What?" Sasuke inquired. He'd been unconscious when Gaara woke him up, but no one had told him about the sealing. Jiraiya explained. Gaara put a 5-point seal on him. Sasuke gave a thoughtful nod. "Doesn't that solve the problem?" he wondered, looking at Naruto, who shook his head. "The seal also messes with my chakra," he explained. "I've only used it twice tonight, and it's all over my body. When the two chakras are unable to combine, they become unstable. The seal is only for a limited time." Sasuke groaned. Naruto suddenly leaned in closer, and Sasuke realized he was having more difficulty supporting himself. "I need to get you to a medical nin," said Sasuke. He looked at Jiraiya as if daring him to stop him. "Sasuke," Naruto explained, "perhaps you should just let." Sasuke reached down and scooped him into his arms before he could finish his sentence. Naruto began walking towards the village, taking care not to jar his wounds. Naruto exhaled a sigh. Sasuke made his decision fairly quickly. Normally, he would have taken Naruto straight to the Hokage, but her obvious involvement in Jiraiya's actions disqualified her right away. He'd known something wasn't right the moment he walked into her office. She appeared tired and sad, qualities he had never seen in her in all his years of knowing her. "Sasuke," she'd said, fist clutching her necklace. "In light of what happened last night, I've arranged for you to stay at the inn." "Hokage-sama." "There's no need. I can stay at one of the other Uchiha homes." He did, after all, live in a deserted community. There were many empty houses. "Naruto can stay with me as well," he said, demonstrating that he didn't blame him. He was taken aback by her sudden tensing of her shoulders. He gave her a suspicious look. "Ah, yes," she replied. "I'm sure he'll enjoy it." The tone of her voice raised red flags in his mind. He'd gone to find Naruto after she'd dismissed him. It had taken him a long time to figure out where Uruka lived, and when he did, the Chunin informed him that Naruto had left. Sasuke's stomach tightened as he realized that if he'd been a second later, he kicked rather than knocked on the door he had arrived at because his hands were full. He adjusted Naruto's weight before kicking again because there was no response. Naruto's silence would have terrified him if he hadn't been able to feel the other man's soft breaths on his neck. He briefly considered falling asleep, but a glimpse of blue irises told him otherwise. Hi, I'm coming," came a voice from inside. The door opened and Sakura stared at them in shock. "What did you do to him?" she hissed at Sasuke, taking in the blood running down Naruto's shoulder. Sasuke almost dropped Naruto in surprise at the vehemence in her voice. She had never spoken to him like that. "Sakura-chan," Naruto said quietly. "Sasuke didn't do it." Sakura heaved a sigh and stepped aside, ushering Sasuke into her house. "Put him on the couch," she said before disappearing into another room. Sakura's house was neat, but Sasuke hadn't expected anything different from the pink-haired woman. He walked past the foyer and into her living room, surprised at the soft yellows and peach colors that decorated the room. For some reason he had imagined everything in Sakura's house would be pink. Sasuke gently laid Naruto onto the couch, sitting on the floor next to him. Naruto had closed his eyes, but his uneven breaths told him that he was not sleeping. Sakura reappeared, medical supplies in her arms. Dumping the supplies by the floor near the couch, she shooed Sasuke out of the way and set to work. She used a pair of scissors to cut Naruto's shirt off, giving her access to 2 of the injuries. "Who did this?" Sakura asked, gently wiping the blood away from the stomach wound. "Jiraiya," Sasuke said when Naruto offered no answer. "What? Why?" Sakura said, looking between them. Naruto finally spoke. "Because it's something that needs to be done." "No, it isn't," Sasuke said angrily. "Yes, it is, Sasuke," Naruto snapped. "Jiraiya and Tsunade recognize it. Use your eyes for something other than the Sharingan." "Forget it," Sakura said, interrupting what looked like the start of a rather heated argument. "I'm sorry I asked." She placed her hands over the now clean stomach wound, and Naruto shivered at the cool feel of her palm on his heated skin. Then the point of contact began to warm as she used her chakra to heal him. Sasuke and Naruto remained silent as she did the same for the other 2 wounds. Thankfully, the pants cube I had put on the night before were loose enough that the leg could be rolled up, saving both Naruto and Sakura any embarrassment. As Sakura was finishing the leg wound, there was a pop and a puff of smoke, and she backed away with a startled scream as a large frog appeared on Naruto's chest. Naruto blinked at the orange face that appeared in his vision. Gamakichi looked around, stopping in surprise when his gaze fell on Sasuke. "I thought you left Konoha, kid," he said to Naruto. "Long story," Naruto said with a sigh. He sat up and the frog remained exactly where he was, using chakra to stick to Naruto and giving the impression that Naruto had a strange orange growth on his chest. "Well, this actually works out well for you," Gamakichi said. "Akatsuki is on the move. They are heading for Konoha as we speak." "What?" Sakura said in shock. "How far is Akatsuki?" Naruto asked. "They should be here by daybreak," Gamakichi informed him. "We need to inform Tsunade-sama," Sakura said, gathering her medical supplies and standing. Naruto nodded. "Standing as well. You're actually going to go to her," Sasuke said, staring hard at Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes. "Relax. She's not going to reach out and strangle me to death with you there watching her like a hawk, Naruto. She ordered you killed," Sasuke said. Sakura's jaw dropped. Not only had Jiraiya been the one to do it, Tsunade had ordered it. "Sasuke, I'm not getting into this argument with you again. You and I both know why she did it, and as much as you don't want to admit it, you know that she's only looking out for the good of the village." "As am I," Naruto paused before meeting his dark eyes sadly. "If you truly meant what you said about protecting Konoha for me, then you would see why it has to be this way." Sasuke looked away. Sakura stood quietly to the side, recognizing that this conversation had nothing to do with her. Even Gamakichi, although he remained attached to Naruto's chest, stayed quiet. Sasuke finally looked up. "Let's go warn Tsunade about Akatsuki."